information indicated that the generator was inside the living room because the family feared that it might be stolen. However, she noted that investigation was ongoing for more information on the incident.
We'll go for another break now. When we return, we'll bring you more stories. To stay with us. On the foreign scene, United States Senator Lisa Murkowski has backed plans by fellow Republican Tom Tillis to block President Donald Trump's Federal Reserve nominees, citing concerns over the Justice Department's threat to indict Fed Chairman Jerome Powell. Murkowski wrote on X that the stakes are too high to look the other way, adding that if the Federal Reserve loses its independence, the stability of the U.S. market and the broader economy would suffer. Murkowski, who is one of Trump's fellow Republicans willing to vote against his wishes, spoke with Powell, who called the subpoena's pretext aimed at influencing Fed interest rate decisions. Tillis, also a Senate Banking Committee member, vowed to oppose Trump's Fed nominees until the legal matter is resolved, citing concerns over Fed independence.
Well, in business news, the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, has adjusted, its Consumer Price Index, CPI, methodology to clarify a projected spike in Nigeria's December 2025 inflation figure. Addressing a virtual stakeholder engagement on the December 2025 CPI inflation, the Statistician General of the Federation and NBS Chief Executive Officer Adeyemi Adeniran explained that the increase is technical and not indicative of worsening economic conditions. He noted that the projected spike results from the recent CPI rebasing, which adopted 2024 as the new base year, after 15 years from the previous 2009 base. Also, NBS Director of Price Statistics, Ayo Anthony, explained that the use of December 2024 as the index reference month could have exaggerated year-on-year inflation, projecting a figure of 31.2%, which he said does not reflect Nigeria's true economic conditions. Meanwhile, the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, Tayo Abduloju, noted that credible inflation data is very important, especially as Nigeria transitions from economic stabilization to consolidation, warning that misinterpreting technical spikes could lead to costly policy mistakes and undermine macroeconomic gains.
We now move on to sports. Super Eagles captain Wilfred Ndidi has been confirmed to walk pain-free after his hamstring strain at the AFCON 2025 quarter-final against Algeria, thereby boosting his chances of early return to fitness. According to Super Eagles media office Promise Efoge, Ndidi's early signs of recovery were encouraging, though further checks would still be carried out. He disclosed that the medical team would evaluate him again tomorrow to decide whether a scan is necessary, but that the initial indications suggest the injury might not be serious. Regardless of his fitness status, however, Efoge said Ndidi will miss the semi-final match due to his suspension for yellow cards in the round of 16 and quarter-final matches. He also gave an update on defender Ryan Alebiosho, who has been battling fitness concerns, saying that he was improving steadily and responding well to treatments.
Well, in entertainment news, Nigerian Afrobeat star Rema was the biggest winner at the 9th All-Africa Music Awards AFRIMA at the Echo Conventional Center in Lagos on Sunday, winning the Artist of the Year, Best Male Artist in West Africa, and Best African Artist in R&B and Soul. Other top winners included Burna Boy for Album of the Year, Charlie Poppy's La Ho as Song of the Year, and Fino for Best African Hip Hop Artist. Regional and continental awards went to artists across Africa, including Cote d'Ivoire's Milo and Malaysia for inspirational music, Guinea's Manamba Kante for African pop, and Nigeria's King Madi as most promising artist. BOP TV's Gamano Precious reports.
I will never leave your side. I want to dedicate this award to my audience, my fans. I want to dedicate this to my family. This is so good. I love you. Somebody say Ellen. Somebody say Ellen. I thank God. I thank everyone. I thank my country, Rwanda. God bless you so much. I'm so happy.
Sweet melody. I love you guys so much. I don't know what to say. This is my first time of collecting. So I'm gonna say thank you to my fans. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Thank you, my family, for their prayers. Thank you, my team. Thank you, Chucky. Thank you, G-Sticks is my producer, and all my teams. I love you guys so much. Thank you.
Hello. Ici on parle français, hein? Donc bonsoir tout le monde, French. Nous sommes très contents, c'est la team PA. On tient à dire merci à l'organisation Afrima, merci au Nigeria qui nous a reçus, merci à tous ceux qui nous soutiennent au niveau du pays, et gros merci à la Côte d'Ivoire. Merci à la jeunesse ivoirienne, car c'est grâce à vous. Et force à la culture africaine. Merci beaucoup, c'est la team PA. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you so much to Afrima for this award. This is an amazing, oh my God. Thank you so much to everyone, to my family, to my team, to the Blunt Records. Thank you to Valorant. Thank you to Afrima in general. This is definitely a representation of where I come from. Everybody there knows that it's possible now, and nothing is impossible. So thank you so much to Afrima. Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you, Afrima. Thank you, ABC. Good evening, and my name is Moby from Algeria. Viva l'Algérie! 1, 2, 3, viva l'Algérie! Thank you, partner, thank you, family, thank you for collaboration with me. I have collaboration with 70 collaboration. Thank you so much. Thank you, my wife. Thank you for culture. Make some noise for Africa. Culture, please. Thank you, my partner. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, everything. Okay, my name is Mowgli. Pay me now.
Good evening, everyone.
Salam alaikum.
As you can see, it takes more than a tree to make a forest. Keke and D1, we have a lot of people behind us, producers, songwriters, artists, some of whom are played here. Support of platforms like Ray Power, AIT, the late Dr. Raymond Dokwensi, who urged us to stop playing Notorious B.I.G. Tupac Shakur. He called us and he said, look, find some local African talent and promote them, and they will turn to global stars. And today we have the video, we have Whiskey, Burna Boy. I'm old school, OG before I did. But Afrima, we want to say a big thank you. Africa Union, thank you for supporting African music. Thank you for supporting our young artists. And for our family and friends that are up here on stage, thank you for the journey. Thank you for encouraging us. We were away from home a lot, and for our wives and our kids and our families, they understood the assignment. Africa is global now, Afrobeat is global, and the results is what you see today. Afriman, thank you for the big honor.
Well, thank you for watching. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Thank you.
My name is Michel Dela. I'm the Consul General of the Netherlands in Lagos. Keep watching VOP, Voice of the People TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of Shine Bridge Global Incorporated. And guess what? You are watching the Voice of the People television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The gamble with lives, which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings. If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
A beautiful morning it is. Welcome to VOP this morning. I am Moses Humphrey, and welcome to the program. Well, let's let you into what we are discussing today. All right, we'll be touching on a few things this morning, but there are other conversations that Nigerians are having. All of it. Majorly, we'll be talking politics this morning, but let's take you through the major conversations for today. Now, we'll be looking at P2B questions, Tinubu's whereabouts amid insecurity and other struggles, and also party politics, Labour Party not for sale as Obi's influence looms over 2027 elections. Rubber stamp Senex cartel politics and 40 billion naira bridge projects spark national debate. Now, these are the major conversations for this morning. We'll be looking at all of these and we'd like you to come along with us. Do well to follow us across social media. Across social media, we are VOP TV Live, and on YouTube, it's Voice of the People Television. Come along with us.
Good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukuma Okoro.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. My name is Jane Ogoye.
Now, talking about other interesting trending stories, let's start with the National Association of Nigerian Resident Doctors has postponed its planned nationwide strike for 2 weeks, following a high-level intervention by Vice President Kashim Shettima, who secured firm commitments from key government stakeholders to address grievances and promotion and unpaid allowances. Well, the decision reached after an emergency council meeting, between the government and the authorities collapsed, after healthcare services, with hospitals already stretched by staff shortages and poor working conditions. Well, while the suspension suffered temporary setback, now the National Association of Resident Doctors has moved strategically with conditions, stressing that unless tangible progress is made before the next review, the union could resume its total and indefinite strike, a threat that underscores Nigeria's fragile state of Nigeria's healthcare and all of those things. Now we understand that there are talks between the NARO, the National Association of Resident Doctors. No, these are doctors in training and already graduated doctors, but they are in training, residency and all of that. So what they normally do is, learn in the process, but they also offer very critical help within the industry. As a matter of fact, they are just doctors. Nothing takes them away from that, just that they are in training. Some of them very highly qualified. Now, we have a situation where government is going back and forth with NAD. The strike is going to hold, the strike is not going to hold, and all of that. But my major concern here is the fact that, look, why is it that our governments, when I say governments, I mean governments at the center and the subunits, why are they always reactive? They wait for issues to boil over before they step in and say, oh, we have been planning, this is what we intended to do. So if we are doing all of those things, why do you allow negotiations, to stall until such a time that it becomes, oh, we want to go to strike? Unfortunately, like we know that strike is the weakest link, in negotiations. If it gets to a point where people or organizations, unions have to embark on strike, resort to strike, they know that it is finished. And at that time, it's very difficult to redeem the parameters of the discussion, negotiations, and all of that. But it's a good thing that the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, has stepped in. And we hear National Association of Resident Doctors say, oh, okay, now we are ready to go back to work. But government ensure that implement the fine points, the bullet points that brought you people together to agree. It is quite unfortunate, not only in the health sector, in other sectors. We see labor unions, make presentations and presentations to government. Governments, and by the way, the Ministry of Labor, what do they actually do? What do they normally do? Because they allow these things to falter to a point where it becomes, fisticuffs. Like the other time we saw retired soldiers block the Ministry of Finance, Federal Ministry of Finance Incorporated, and where I saw it? I saw it in Reuters. An international embarrassment over and over and over.
I don't think it's an international embarrassment because strikes happen everywhere in the world.
No. Strikes happen, but it depends on the points of conversation. Have you heard? What do they call them? What do they call them again? Veterans in the U.S.
Strike.
Yes. No, they complain, but it doesn't get to the point where they have to strike. The other day we saw policemen, retired policemen, embarking on strike. It gives you a picture of how you treat people that work in your security. And that's their first line of defense. If you don't
when they are not pleased, of course, they will just, lay down arms and allow infiltrators come in.
And it's a very embarrassing situation.
Doctors have been embarking on strikes.
Strike.
In short, while reading some of the updates yesterday, I even found out that there's never been a year since 2010 that the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors haven't gone on a strike.
More like us.
So it's almost like they have to hold the government by the jugular before something happens. And I'm like, why do we have to wait till that point? Is it that they just throw small promises, those ones will rejoice, and then they will hold back those ones who have to strike. I think that's the strategy.
They throw some debris of food on the floor.
Yes, and they scramble.
By the time they are done, they come back again.
Well, they have their demands now, and I think this time around they are insisting that government meets all their demands. And but there are a few of those demands that I think I might have a little problem with. Some of the demands include reinstatement of some officials that were laid off.
Okay.
Now, the reasons why some of them were laid off, I mean, it differs. It's not just about the reliction of duty and all of that. Some of them, there was some sort of malpractice involved from what I gathered, and that resulted in them being laid off. So I think if one is found culpable or haven't done something wrong, something unethical, I think they should be reprimanded, as against just insisting that, okay, because you laid this person off, you have to reinstate them before we decide not to go on strike.
I think you're using a very mild word, reprimand. Reprimand doesn't look
for
like...
for the medical profession.
They should be taken out.
Yes.
They should be penalized.
Yeah.
Because we see what's happening in the health sector, all right, where people don't even take their jobs seriously anymore. You have situations, I mean, I don't want to refer to the
recent one.
Nkano's case, that's Chimamanda's 12-month-old son. But we've had a lot of issues with health professionals, from the auxiliary nurses to doctors. But now, all of that, we need proper reshuffling of that sector. And while we are talking about, reprimanding or punishment or whatever, those that work themselves out, because we understand that a lot of them, I mean, government is not employing. So those that are under the employment of the government are overstretched. Yeah. You have doctors being on call for, 48 hours.
Yeah.
And that, of course, you won't give your best. I recall I went to the hospital one time, and the doctor was obviously so tired. When he called me in, he was so tired, I could see it in his face that he hadn't slept. And then I, told him a few things, and he was like this, like, okay. And then he picked up Google. And I was thinking like, okay, what's about to go on? He said, okay. Well, I think that means you have this and that, and I think I'll recommend, let me see the medication. I'm like, are you checking Google? He said, yes. Okay,
So what
did you do? You still took the medication.
Medical school.
Well, things evolve.
Yes,
there should be more people, incorporated. They should employ more people, reduce the workload on those that are working currently, increase their pay. Hazard allowance should also be increased. These are the things that will make them feel happy. to give their best.
But you know, we've also lost some of our best hands to the brain drain.
Brain drain.
A lot of our best hands have.
Now, I'm happy that you brought us to this point where we are now discussing brain drain. But there's an aspect of brain drain that is local, that is internal. To the extent that I just discovered, I read through a piece yesterday, and I discovered that some of the problems we have is human problem, basically human problem, and that of leadership. Now, I read a story about a certain chief medical director, FMC Owerri. Now, when this woman assumed duty, she discovered that medical doctors were in front of the gate writing recommendations for corps members, you know, people that want to redeploy and all of that, where people, referrals, you know, if you have problems getting a referral, they will write and collect money from you. The woman came and stopped all of this. The woman was so hands-on top of my head, I've forgotten her name.
I'm not sure she will last in that position.
The woman was so hands-on to the point that if she walks into a ward and picks up a file and discovered that a nurse had written something and a doctor had failed to see that patient in like 30 minutes, 1 hour, there will be consequences. Now, if the fan was not working, there will be consequences.
Wow.
If the floor was not mopped, there will be consequences. You know, that was how this woman sanitized
sanity into the system.
You know what? In less than a month.
There will be petitions.
There were petitions, and this woman was taken out.
Definitely.
By who? By people on top.
So you won't blame the people on top.
No,
the petitions came from those.
So why not investigate those petitions?
Well,
you investigate. So it's a problem. I don't want to talk about. I had a professor in school who said, if you don't want to die, don't go to loot.
Oh my goodness.
I'm telling you.
I totally agree.
You agree?
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Have to bring somebody from
loot, yes.
to come and defend.
And as at that point, I was a student of University of Lagos.
Yeah.
He said, if you don't want to die, don't go to loot.
Yeah.
And years later, I experienced that when I took my son to loot. Very few of them are exceptional. Very few of them are hands-on. Very few of them, are actual caregivers.
And you know, because of the nature of the Nigerian society, you have a lot of doctors. Of course, you know that a lot of them in the government hospitals also have private practices. Exactly. So you know that a doctor in a government hospital will leave the hospital at 2, rush to a private hospital. Some of them do like three different hospitals. They'll refer you to the hospital. So we have a lot of overhauling to do in the system, and I don't know who's going to do all of that for us.
You and I,
eventually.
Government. You and I will put government on its toes.
Yeah, we should actually. We should.
Oh, well, let's get into another conversation now. The Katsina state government has sparked nationwide controversy after defending its plan to release 70 suspected bandits, insisting the move is part of ongoing peace efforts aimed at ending years of violence in the region. Officials argue that dialogue and rehabilitation could help reintegrate the suspect into society. But critics say the policy risks emboldening criminal groups and undermining justice for victims of kidnappings, killings, and rural terror. Also, reports reveal that bandits have imposed a farming tax of 50,000 naira on settlements across the two states, forcing villagers to pay before they can cultivate their land. Now, this extortion has left many farmers trapped between hunger and fear, with livelihoods destroyed and food security threatened. Oh, well, we talked about this yesterday when it made it to the cover pages of the dailies yesterday. Of course, 70 suspects, and then you start to wonder, is it this issue of insecurity? I wonder how those who make these decisions really think. I wonder how their mind operates. People take it upon themselves for no just cause, decide to attack communities, displace villages, kill people, kill children, burn down houses, burn down amenities, destroy properties, and then some way, somehow, they are arrested. Now, those that they have killed and maybe displaced are languishing in internally displaced persons camp, haven't lost loved ones. We've interviewed a lot of them on this program. People that will tell you that, look, that they were just lucky to make it alive. They've lost cousins, brothers, sisters, parents, they've lost people. And they're just lucky that they are still alive. Some of them were able to make it out of those IDP camps into proper civilization. And then they read in the cover pages of, they read in the papers and they see on television that some of those, or those that perpetrated that, are being set free for peace to reign. Don't you think they will think within themselves that some way, somehow, they should also carry guns? Maybe then government will listen to them and understand their own plight as well. Look, like Chukwuma would always say, if care is not taken, things will unravel. when it unravels, I mean, it's going to be tough for every one of us, because it's the handling of insecurity with kid gloves is heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. And then you talk about some foreign organization or country deciding to get involved, and you say, no, don't get involved, we can deal with this on our own. But does it seem like we're dealing with it? No, it doesn't seem so. People have been arrested. I mean, a lot of them have been taken out, but those that you have arrested, what are you doing with them? You're letting them go. You keep them somewhere and then you release them. Good for Sunday Jackson. He's been let off the hook. Finally, for defending himself with the weapon of the person that came to kill him. The person had an intention to kill him. Use the weapon. I mean, if he was a bad person, he probably would have a weapon on himself. But he didn't. But he was able to defend himself because the state, the country, failed to defend him. And then he was penalized for defending himself. Wow. It's difficult to wrap my head around. And then you're releasing 70 of these individuals. This basically would give, it would embolden a few others to go into ground. And that's why we see that kidnapping has increased, because it's been seen as a lucrative business. It's lucrative. People feel, okay, I can make quick cash doing this. Ritual killing has also increased. This is the society we live in Nigeria.
It's quite unfortunate. We had a retired colonel on the show yesterday, and I asked him a question. Do we have a national security strategy? And he parried the question. Apparently, maybe he doesn't want to divulge, or he doesn't know. Because our national security strategy should actually speak to containment, prevention, or outright decimation of insecurity in the country. So, because when it speaks to prevention, you have to build up models, intelligence models that will, as a matter of fact, stop it from even sprouting. Then if you talk about containment, you already have it like we have here. So what do we do, to disperse all those outcomes? And if it is about actual taking out, which is at the position that we are now, so how do we carry out the onslaught? Now, those are the components of a national security strategy, and they should be interagency cooperations between the DSS, between the military, even in the military, you have the armed forces, the army, and the air force, interagency cooperations. We have the NDLEA, part of it, all webbed, it's a total blend. So if we have all of those things, we wouldn't be grappling with, now we have a situation where we have seen 70 people released. Now there should be consequences. And I keep saying, for every unpunished murder, it takes something away from the security of a living being. We have released 70 people who have, in one way or the other, killed fellow Nigerians in cold blood. And instead of killing them as prescribed by law, we are releasing them into society. Sometimes they are reintegrated into society, into our military command.
De-radicalized.
They are de-radicalized. And if you understand what the de-radicalization means within the context of terrorism and religious underpinning of it all, you discover that it is a very difficult thing. But we see these things happen within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and they are pushed back to strike. Now, these people who turn around to serve as mobs, and support systems to the terrorists. So if we had a national security strategy, we will not have the national security advisor. Mieti Allah. Mieti Allah has been denoted as one of the most deadliest, one of the 7 most deadliest terror groups in the world. We will have our own national security advisor, arm these people to help them in fighting insurgency, in fighting insecurity. So it speaks to, I wish I had the opportunity to interview the national security advisor, the Minister of Defense, or the Chief of Defense Staff. I'll ask them, put out our national security objectives, even if you don't reveal the taxes of it all, but at least something that gives hope to the average Nigerian that, look, we have a government that is working towards solving our problems. But as it is now, we are just floating. Nobody knows. We see a state government come out and say, oh, okay, since the federal government cannot solve the problem, now let us see how we can solve the problem. And what do? They start negotiating. With who? With terrorists, with kidnappers, with bandits. People that should be, as a matter of fact, they should be in Guantanamo Bay.
We need our own.
We need our own. Yeah, they should be there cooling off. But unfortunately, that is the unfortunate situation that we have found ourselves. We need to move on in this country.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. And I also think that a broader issue we should also look at is the fact that a lot of these communities, the host communities for these bandits, are sympathetic to their causes. Because one of the reasons the government gave for releasing those bandits was that it's part of a consolidated, consolidated peace agreement reached between the communities and the repentant bandits. Repentant, keyword, repentant bandits. And I'm thinking, how do you determine who is a bandit? Is a bandit. So how do you really, what's the rationale for determining who a repentant bandit is? And how do you also justify the fact that you are reintegrating that person back to the society, someone who has killed, people who actually, carry out their whatever with so much impunity, So how do you say that they are repentant? How? How do you reintegrate? How do you radicalize them, like you said? How do you do that? It's really, I don't know, but we have a really long way to go here.
Yes, we do. We do have a long way to go. We're talking about having a long way to go. We have another story, Jane, that we should get into at this moment. I think that's about something with Lagos State, politics, APC in Lagos State.
Yeah.
Take us through it.
Yeah, Lagos has witnessed a dramatic realignment as members of Nigeria's three biggest parties, the APC, the PDP, and the Labour Party, alongside defectors from the AA and the new Nigerian People's Party, they stormed into the Accord Party in a bid to challenge the APC's decades-long dominance in the state. At a reception in Alimosho, a retired banker and financial consultant, Robert Showore, who led the defection with over 1,000 loyal supporters, declared Accord as the most credible platform for a people-driven coalition. He's also vowing to spark a political tsunami that could reshape Lagos politics. Also, two members of the Rivers State House of Assembly have withdrawn from the process to impeach Governor Fubara and his deputy, Honorable Sylvanus Nwankwo, the representative of Onuma State constituency and the minority leader of the assembly, along with Honorable Peter Abe from Degema State constituency, have urged their fellow legislators to pursue a peaceful resolution to the current impeachment proceedings against Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his deputy, Professor Ngozi Odu.
Well, it's politics, and politics. A lot of things is happening within the political arena. Let's start from Lagos State, where we see a collapse of party structures, Say NNPP, Labour Party, and all of them have merged into Accord, more like some kind of sub-coalition, within the state. And I'm wondering, why don't you go to ADC? So why are they going to Accord Party? And recall that Accord also made waves the other time in Osun State when the governor, people were expecting that he would go to the APC, but he defected, deflected, and now went to the Accord Party. So Accord Party is trying to spring up again in Lagos. Well, I wish them well. Lagos politics is a very huge one. Lagos politics is very complex. It's very complicated. But you also discover that very complex and complicated matters just take just a little shift and everything crumbles. Just a little shift and everything crumbles, You never can say, like it crumbled on the 25th of February 2023 when the Labour Party beat the almighty APC in Lagos State at the presidential poll, So, people that are involved, Viva Rhodes, where is Viva Rhodes now? Viva Rhodes has gone to
the Labour Party. Oh, he has moved to the ADC.
He has moved.
To the ADC.
Yes, he has moved to the ADC. So they have lost that figure. They have lost that figure. And that's what I'm
talking about
going
Labour Party. Labour Party losing that.
Yes, Labour Party lost that figure.
Okay.
But now Labour Party is merging with other people, NNPP, AA, Alliance, AA is, okay, AA, yes. Now they are merging, in all of them are coalescing into the Accord Party to see how they can take out power from the APC. I just wish that that ADC was part of this arrangement. I just wish that ADC was part of this arrangement because it would be a tough call for them by my assessment, by my estimation of Lagos politics, how it swings, how it panders to influences here and there, especially when we have a president who, without being in office, was able to coerce some kind of cohesive tendencies within the Lagos APC. Now that he's in office at the top, I wonder how easy it will be for this. But like I said, very complex situations, just take a small shift, and everything will tumble.
It's a good thing that they are coalescing, but I don't see this going anywhere.
Yeah.
To be honest, because as long as elections are not held on the same day, I mean, governorship and the presidential are not held on the same day, there's only little impact these arrangements will make. In the 2023 elections, now, there would have been a great impact in 2023 if those elections were held the same day. I mean, if we saw the bandwagon effect, it would have made serious impact in which party stays in power in Lagos. But by the time you're done with the presidential, and then you have like
1 week,
2 weeks or thereabouts to reorganize for the governorship elections, they would realign. There'll be lots of realignment. We saw what happened.
What if there's an offset at the same time?
We saw what happened in 2023. Right after the presidential elections, you saw state agencies like LASMA, campaigning, civil servants, basically, campaigning, saying, look, we love you, we are here to serve you.
And because of what happened.
Because of what happened. So we saw that realignment. And in fact, there were talks that, look, as a civil servant, you should be able to prove with your voter, you should be able to prove that you have a voter's card.
Okay.
And then you should ensure that you vote, because that was the only way to keep APC in power in Lagos.
I understand.
And they did all of that.
I understand your drift. Now, my question is, if the presidential election comes first and there's an upset at the center, what
There's
will be
an
the
offset
consequence?
at the center. You think it will now
Trickle
trickle into the states? I don't
I'm
think
just
so.
asking. I don't
think
I'm
so.
just-
With
okay,
the
you don't
way
think
with the
so.
way Lagos State is now,
Okay.
I don't. In fact, the last election,
Where Lagos State is now?
Adediran Janjo, who contested under the banner of the PDP, was first off a member of the APC before he moved to the PDP,
and now back to the.
and then went back to
He has
the
gone home.
In
If you
fact,
talk
at that point,
about how Lagos politics now.
at that
is
point,
now.
people felt, look, he basically went to whittle down the effects of other parties of the PDP. He basically, his influence there brought down the votes of the PDP.
Now, that's what I'm talking about. If you talk about how Lagos state politics is now, I think it's more fractured than ever.
Why do you say so?
It's very fractured, yes.
Why do you say so?
There are problems within the Labour Party, within the APC.
Okay.
But it's just that people still have respect, more like fear. Okay. Now, more like fear that respect that is hidden under fear, for the president. A lot of them are dissatisfied. There are sections within the APC in Lagos that if the president looks the other way today, they'll tell him shame on you. And they will do the unthinkable about Lagos APC.
Oh, well, because of time, let's quickly run to the papers. Let's look at the headlines that we have this morning. I'll be taking off from the Vanguard newspaper. Now, these are the headlines on the cover page of the Vanguard. How manufacturing sector can grow in 2026. Experts. If riders, effective execution of new tax laws, incentives, critical. Man. Macroeconomic stability, key to sustained growth. Onafoko. Cautious optimism on economic outlook, CPPE. Year of reaping benefits of reform, LCCI. All right. Rivers crisis, why Fubara is yet to receive impeachment notice. PANDEF inaugurates reconciliatory panel, gives it 2 weeks to broker truce. Temper justice with mercy. 2 Rivers lawmakers ask colleagues to halt impeachment. Your action, assault on Tinubu, Mossop tells Rivers Assembly. North Central APC Forum dismisses calls for Wike's resignation. All right, 95 jostled for Awujale stew. Tinubu, Obasanjo, Sanwo-Olu, others mourn as Akron of Badagry dies at 89. May he so rest in peace.
Okay. And
2027, Atiku, PDP, CUPP decry alleged crackdown on dissent. All right, those are the headlines on the cover page of the Vanguard newspaper.
Yeah, and on the front page of the Punch newspaper, we have some news here. Well, import spending crashes by 54% to 6.7 billion naira. We also have a news about Trump, how he's threatening to have more airstrikes on Iran as the protest deaths hit 600. And then we have APC targets 9 million registered members as opposition kicks. PDP, APC fights for control of Osun local government secretariats. And federal government votes 19 billion naira for VP's aircraft engine and others.
Well, that's how far we can go on newspaper headlines this morning. We'll return at 10 o'clock for a more extended review of newspaper headlines. Now, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, Peter will be questions Tinubu's whereabouts amid insecurity, other struggles. Please do join us again. We'll be right back.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions. Well, Nigeria's political temperature has risen sharply as former presidential candidate Peter Obi has openly questioned President Bola Tinubu's whereabouts, insisting that Nigeria cannot be governed from abroad. Obi's remarks, echoed across opposition circles, highlight growing unease over Tinubu's prolonged absence from public view, which critics argue undermines leadership at a time of economic hardship and insecurity. The controversy has fueled speculation about transparency in governance, with ordinary Nigerians demanding clarity on who is steering the affairs of the nation. Well, I don't think that really should be a question because the president did not transmit power to the deputy. Well, adding fuel to fire, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has accused President Bola Tinubu of breaking promises to Nigerian students stranded overseas, alleging that the administration abandoned its education pact and left young Nigerians in limbo. Atiku further warned that the climate of repression under Tinubu's government makes free and fair elections in 2027 unlikely, painting a grim picture of Nigeria's democratic future. Altogether, Obi's challenge and Atiku's accusation have ignited a storm, have ignited a debate, raising fears that the country's leadership vacuum and political repression could push Nigeria into deeper instability ahead of next polls. Well, we do have with us, to make sense of it all, Prince Francis Chilaka, political affairs commentator, and right beside him in the studio we have Elvis Elimehele, also a public affairs commentator. Good to have you, gentlemen.
Good morning. Good morning.
And we will be joined in the course of the program. We'll be joined virtually by Dr. Moshood Abiola, who is a certified project manager, professional socio-political economist, and a public affairs commentator. And from Benin, we're being joined by Comrade Christopher Ojekere. Good morning to you. Good to have you. Good to have you join the conversation this morning. Now, but Peter Obi and Atiku. Let me start off with you, Prince Francis Chilaka. You know, talking about where the president is, but we know where the president is. I mean, it took where our president is.
Our president.
Okay. Now, well, you're still a Nigerian. At least the much I remember. And Bola Tinubu is the president of Nigeria. But that's not the bone of contention here. Now, why do you think it took so long for Nigerians to be made aware of where the president is? Could it be because of government wanting to keep something away from naysayers, or why? Or is it the president's health? What are the things that you think could have prompted this hide and seek being played?
I will continue from where my predecessor stopped. We seem to forget all that picture. He didn't mince a word. He said it clearly that he's going to continue, and that's what he's doing. We had a late Buhari who ruled this country from exile, so to say. He wasn't in Nigeria, he was ruling Nigeria, but he was ruling from outside. At the same time, people came out, educated Nigerians, sons, what the best Nigerians area of Nigerians who could put together. They came out and said, it was right, he could do it. It wasn't a problem. So why would Bola Tinubu not do the same thing when he had told you already he's going to continue from where his predecessor stopped?
But at least we knew that Buhari was sick.
Well, if he was sick, how many times did you know where he was?
Well, we knew when
it was only made public when people started, nosing around looking for him. But this one, your president left this country just before the new year and disappeared into thin air. For me, it was like, those one of those mystery films you watch where the man in charge just disappears. Why did he not transmit power to his deputy?
That's another question. We'll return to that question. But Prince, he didn't just disappear. His spokesperson, Bayo Ononuga, told us he was going to Europe. And from there, he goes to
Mr. Koro, point of order. And until we get this right, we'll keep having this back and forth. We never elected a Bayo Ononuga as our president or as your president. You elected a Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He was the one that was on the ballot. We should stop this madness of, encouraging spokesmen to be talking to Nigerians. You elected somebody who says he has prepared himself for 20, 25, 30 years to become a president. And then suddenly you become a president, you now shift your responsibility to your media aides. And then we'll sit down here, analysts and pressmen will be saying, his press release. How can we depend on press release?
Prince, do you blame the president for that, for using his handlers? He went to Chatham House before he became president, before he was elected. He went to Chatham House, and when they asked him questions, he said, you, Femi, answer. You, Nasiru, answer. You, Baba, answer. Should you blame the president or should you blame ourselves?
No, when we criticized it, people said, oh, he's a man who likes to delegate. Now he's delegating his presidency to his spokesman.
And you have a
problem. And you see the way the country is going. A country that has been devastated by terrorists. You see, they're having a field day in the north. They're moving south gradually. To the point that even Katsina State is negotiating to release bandits, people that were arrested. You're not thinking about the consequences of those who are arrested and what they will go through. You know what it means that somebody gets arrested as an armed robber and the court frees the person and he's in the same vicinity with you and you're the one who arrested that person. In one breath, we're fighting insecurity. In another breath, we're encouraging it. If the president was on ground and this kind of thing is going on, he would say, stop.
Okay, let's take it up from there. Let's bring Elvis into this conversation. Elvis, if the president was on ground, according to Prince, he will say, you have to stop this. The president has always been around. People were killed in Benue Plateau. The president has always been around. People are killed in parts of Edo State. People are killed in other parts of the country. The president has always been around. Inflation ticks up. Disposable income drops. The president has always been around. Doctors are on strike. The president has always been around. And ASU is on strike and all of that. So in the president's absence, does it actually make a difference? Should it make a difference to us if we have a president that is available and we are living in problems? So should his absence, make us jittery? Should it be our problem that the president is absent? Because even in his presence, we are still neck deep into problems.
His presence would have made a difference, Mr. Koro. Let me tell you, when the father is at home, the children are bolder. When anybody is even knocking your gates. Some of these decisions would have at least been looked into. There would have also been like a communication to Aso Rock. This is what we want to do. Unfortunately, there's nobody in Aso Rock at the moment. Let's go a little bit of history, Mr. Koro. We have had 5 presidents since we got this fourth republic. Out of the 5, how many have actually been in Nigeria as to stay in Nigeria and rule Nigeria as it's supposed to be? Apart from Obasanjo to some extent and Goodluck Jonathan. We had late President Yaradua was governing us from Germany and Saudi Arabia. We had Buhari constantly in London. To the extent I even stayed almost about 3 months in London, 100 and something days, at the time that Nigeria was actually completely like we don't have a leader. Then here we are now. Like my colleague here said, I will continue from where my predecessor stopped. Then Buhari has come in. And he continued from where, Tinubu has come in, continued from where Buhari stopped. It got so bad during President late President Yar'Adua's time that the Minister for Justice and Attorney General of that regime, Ann Doaka, said the president can govern from anywhere. Were you not in this country when he made that assertion? So the extent that 2029 budget was carried, we were told that it was carried from here to Saudi Arabia for the president to sign. The president was on sick bed. Nigeria, it got to a time that Nigeria said, no, this is bad. The country has no leader any longer. The vice president.
Okay.
Have we gotten it right since then? Nope. We have not gotten it right. So here we are now. It got to the time of late President Buhari. The same thing continued. He was sick. So sick to the extent that at the time, the rumor came in that he's dead. We were waiting. Even at that moment, the vice president was in limbo here. I'm talking of Osibajo. At the time, Osibajo now managed to at least act as a vice president. That was when they now remember that, no, whether the president is well or not, let him be brought back.
Okay, all right.
No, let him be brought back.
No, we'll return to the question of the relationship between the president and the vice. Let's bring in our guests, our virtual guests, into this conversation. Now, we'll go to Benin City, where we'll have Mr. Chris Ojekere. Now, Chris, good morning to you once again.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Thanks for your presence. We appreciate it. Now, I would like for us, I want to pose the same question I posed to Elvis here. Do you think that Peter Obi is giving an alarmist interpretation of the president's absence? I ask this question in the light of the fact that we always had a president around, and we have people killed in all parts of the country, and we are neck deep into problems. So should the president's absence actually really bother us? Like Atiku Abubakar said sometime, Nigeria seems to be on autopilot. So should the president's absence be a problem to us? Is Peter Obi alarmist in his interpretation that, look, the president's absence is unnerving to Nigeria? What does it look to you like?
It's only expressing the fact that he, like many other Nigerians, have never gotten used to anomalies, whether it is being perpetrated by this president, the more heightened fashion than the others. But we Nigerians, true Nigerians, who understand how democracy runs and what governance is, have never gotten used to anomalies, have never gotten used to absentee presidents.
How can investors?
We did presidents who are presidents of external affairs. We elected presidents of internal affairs and then appointed external affairs ministers. But our presidents are becoming presidents of external affairs. So Peter Obi is expressing the idea, what he has always understood, and what we have always understood as governance. And that among all the presidents, this particular president has exacerbated that anomaly. So much so that he quoted statistics. The man spends more time outside than he spends at home. We have not elected presidents who will be spending more time. If you have a father who spends more time outside than he does at home, it speaks obviously of the kind of home that he has. So what we are saying, and what Peter Obi is saying, and what is helping other Nigerians to say, is that we must change this anomalous behavior, especially of this president. And what even made this escapism was that in this particular case, this president disappeared without any information. And it is until we started to cry to know where our president is, because it makes it more difficult for us to pretend that he is a vacuum when we are not seeing him physically. Even though when he's here, we know he's a vacuum because he does not attend to any presidential issues as he should. He does not give the moral authority and all the other things that are being required. But it makes it more difficult for us when we are no longer seeing him physically. And the citizens ought to know where their president is and what he's doing. How be it, whether it's a political representation of that office or whatever. We just need to know where he is, so that if there is a vacuum, we know how to fill it. So Peter Obi is saying that our president should please come back home, at least let him be there, let us identify him physically, that we have a president. We are used to the fact that his presence there is more like an absence than a presence, but let us see the presence. So that's what Peter Obi says. It's not being alarmist at all. It's stating the ideal. It's stating democracy and it's stating governance.
All right, then. All right, thank you very much, Chris. We will return to you in a bit. Now, let's go to Oka, where we've been joined by Barrister Clem Agui. Barrister Agui is a lawyer, former local government chairman of Njikoka in Anambra State. Good morning to you, Barrister Clem, and good to see you again.
Good morning, Mr. Koro, and the rest of you in the studio there.
Now, beautiful. Now, Clem, does it bother you that the president disappeared? As a matter of fact, on the 25th of December 2025, there was a hit. A bomb strike, somewhere in Sokoto, Tangaza part of Sokoto State in Nigeria. And on the 28th of December, 3 days later, our president jumped on a plane and disappeared like a lot of people, not you, sorry, like people have said that he disappeared. And we were told that he was in Europe. How does that strike like disappear? I mean, if you know that he's somewhere in Europe. We also saw him, meeting with Paul Kagame. The other day, Fubara went to France to meet with him. So does it look like he disappeared? So what does it look to you that a president just took off after a bomb strike in Nigeria? Does it bother you? Is it worrisome? Are you terrified by that action? Because a lot of people, Nigerians are saying, oh, no, he shouldn't have. What does that mean to you? Help us make sense of what happened in the past 2 weeks or so regarding the presence of absence
Thank
of
you.
president.
Thank you for the question, and it's a contemporary question that many Nigerians are asking. Even in Venezuela, where it was clear that the president of the country was abducted and taken to New York by the American government, the people of Venezuela are still asking, where is our president? They need to know his condition. They need to know what is happening to him. They need to hear from him that actually he's in America, he's alive. So Nigerian people asking about the whereabouts of their president is in order. I never knew that I would still live to get a Nigerian president that I would describe as an absentee president, a foreign president. I thought the last I would have seen of that was when Buhari was in office and left office and spent more time abroad that he spent in Nigeria, discharging his duties as the president of Nigeria. Like someone said, we elected the president to take charge of affairs of Nigeria. And Nigeria is going through a very difficult and precarious moment. And the commander-in-chief needs to be on the seat, on the table, to be able to take decisions for this country. Whether it is economic decisions, we have the controversy of the tax act. The president needs to address the nation on why such a controversy shouldn't have existed in the first instance, and what they are doing to get that corrected. We're having security problems in the country here and there. We need the president to be in charge to make decisions, because already we have over-centralized governance in Nigeria, whereby you need the clearance of the president to take certain critical decisions. We are in a critical moment in Nigeria today. So the complaint of everyone is very important. The Nigerians have the right to know. It's the duty of the presidency to let us know. And if you are going to be out of the country for extended period, you hand over to your vice president. If you have any serious president that goes out of his country, comes back in a day or two, the president of the most powerful country in the world, United States, went to Saudi Arabia, went to about 3 or 4 countries at a stretch, and came back and went back to America in 2 days because he has job to do. We want to see the seriousness in our president. Nobody is saying that the president cannot go abroad. He can go abroad, but you don't go abroad to go and live there. And this is very common with our leaders. Somebody will campaign for office. Somebody will campaign to be governor. He campaign to be senator. As soon as he's elected, he will ship his family abroad. The next thing, he's living abroad. Why do you come to govern people you don't want to live with? Don't want to feed their pots or know how they are faring? There's nothing more important than first-hand information. I am there. Many of the places we have had killings in Nigeria, the president has not even been there. to see for the first hand what happened and give hope to the people and inspire. What Peter B is saying, what every other Nigerian on the street is saying. It's not like
Well,
children.
some
Their
Nigerians will
father went
say,
on the extended
some
trip by
Nigerians
asking,
will
where is our
say,
father?
if the president has delegated responsibilities, is it necessary for him to go to every area where there is, a disaster, maybe insecurity, insurgency, displacement, natural disaster? Must he go everywhere? If he has delegated authorities, I mean, I'm just saying, I'm just asking.
Certain authorities cannot be delegated. The situation where you have about 50 Nigerians, about 100 Nigerians killed, the flag of Nigeria need to go half mast. It's because we have normalized the abnormality. That is why you have 100 or 200 people killed. And the president enter the plane and go, say that he delegated authority. Delegated authority for 200 Nigerians. Look, let me tell you, if he's going out of the country on an extended trip that will take him more than 2 days, he should have handed over to his vice president. That's the delegation of authority we needed, because somebody has to be in charge of the country. There's no point switching a issue. Is he wrong? He's wrong and normalizing abnormality. It's quite absurd to think of it. Nothing justifying it. That's why the constitution provided, if you're not going to be available, hand over to your vice president. He holds the authority of the state and implement the decision of the state while you are away. Why is he not doing that?
All right, then.
Why is he breaching the constitution?
All right. Well, thank you very much, Barrister Clem. Agree. Now, let me bring it back to you, Prince Francis Chilaka. Is this an age thing? Because we know that concomitant of age is, one of the concomitants of age is illnesses. The body starts to crave more attention when one gets to a particular age. So should there be some sort of policy that if you're above a certain age, I'm just asking, if you're above a certain age, you shouldn't contest for political office at that level. Will that save us this trouble of presidents seeking treatment? I mean, if they can't get it here because the healthcare here is abysmal, going abroad.
If you have a president who has to seek medical attention abroad, it's a shame on that president, it's a shame on Nigeria. And that's the truth.
Okay.
It's for me, it's a no-no. Why? How many presidents of other countries have come to seek for medical aid in Nigeria?
The healthcare in Nigeria.
No. How many of them even come to visit Nigeria and stay more than a day? At most 2 days.
Does it trouble you? Does it bother you? Because I know it bothers some people that when the president visited, is it Abu Dhabi? He was received by the Minister of State. Does it bother you?
Some
people feel that's an insult. Do you think so? I mean, some
finish now. I've seen finish. They don't see you people finish.
You think so?
Yes, that is what it is. When you have leaders who cannot put their acts together, who cannot put their country in the proper position, people will not respect you. We as Nigerians, all of us, are we not ashamed that your minister will fall sick, he goes abroad? A local government chairman will fall sick, he goes abroad. A councillor will fall sick, he goes abroad. And yet, every year, you make bogus budget. Why are we not fixing the little things that should matter to us? Why are we not fixing the health sector? I remember a governor who said he built one of the best hospitals in the South when he was a governor. Yet, when he is sick, he cannot use that same hospital.
Well, you're talking about Akwa Ibom State.
Yes.
He had an accident within some months.
He couldn't even use the same hospital.
He was flown abroad.
More investigation revealed that the hospital was partially completed. It was just about the second floor.
Well, it was commissioned with funfair.
It was just the second floor.
The amount of money used in building it, half of it was used to commission it.
And then, well, it's a whole lot if you want to put
because
it together.
Moses, we're asking questions.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're saying Nigeria is on the spotlight.
Now, why wasn't that governor, now the president of the Senate, held responsible? Because now we see
your institutions are too weak.
State
the institutions,
of that facility.
The institutions in this country are too weak. And that is why we all pray, may Nigeria never happen to us.
Do you think that it's the same thing happening at the Asu Villa Clinic? that was built.
Does it exist?
Oh, it was built.
No. Does it exist? Building is one thing. There must be a structure. But is it functional? Who has been held accountable for all the funds that have been channeled there? So if we have an ASO Villa clinic, and your president and the first family cannot use it, then something is wrong with us.
All right then. I was going to come to you, but let me quickly run to Dr. Moshood Abiola, who just joined the conversation. I do expect that he's been following the conversation, and Dr. Moshood, welcome to the conversation.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Good to have you. Good to have you. Now, Nigerians are concerned about the president's whereabouts. The president has been away for some time, just before we now realized that he was attending a summit. But before then, he's been away. Are you also troubled that the president, ups and goes without transmission of authority, and basically governs from abroad? I mean, this is what now? The 13th day in the year 2026, and the president hasn't been in Nigeria this year so far.
Well, I'm not concerned. The presidency made it known to the public the itinerary of Mr. President. When Mr. President went for the end of the year break, Xmas and New Year break, we were told of itinerary when he was in Lagos. I attended a festival, and thereafter we were told of itinerary of going to Europe. From Europe,
went to Europe, and then there was a picture that surfaced online with President Paul Kagame of Rwanda, which some people said was doctored with AI. I mean, looking at the details, they had breakfast. The president's plate seemed very, very squeaky clean, actually. Seemed squeaky clean. And that's of Paul Kagame. There were questions. Can we just avoid all of this question and, put things in better perspective, so there'll be lots of trust?
Well, let's not forget that we are approaching election year in Nigeria. Well, once election is coming, almost everything is about politics in Nigeria. The opposition will surely have something driven out of that.
Okay.
For that picture with Paul Kagame, I saw many people asking Grok on Twitter to verify and confirm that, and Grok has found that the picture is actually real.
Okay.
So, but the question persists on the nature and how the picture looks, whether it was aided, whether it was fine-tuned, whether it was amended, whether it was edited, whether it was half-truth, whether it was this, whether it was that. And when you follow the trend of the presidency, the Twitter handle and some other handles of the presidency. Yesterday, we were shown Mr. President on arrival and how he was received. And so, I don't know, when we have some of these things, live pictures, motion pictures of Mr. President being welcomed by officials of the UAE, and then the event that Mr. President claimed to be attending have been confirmed to be real and true, then why do we have to flog the issue?
So
The issue,
Nigerians have
like I said,
little or nothing to worry about. I mean, we're just
So you have nothing-
making
you have nothing
much
to worry
ado
about.
nothing. If AI can help us
Exactly.
verify the whereabouts of the president.
Exactly. You can determine Mr. President's position with 1 minute or 2 minute margin error. So it's very easy. Technology can help us to know if we are being played. Or,
Dr. Wasiu, Dr.
Yes, sir.
Wasiu, are you also aware that President Paul Kagame, in his official X handle, denied ever meeting with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? As a matter of fact, he said he was indisposed and had never left Rwanda at that point for 2 weeks. Are you aware of that?
Aware of that.
So
I am not
come
aware
again.
of
I think, okay, you are not aware of that.
Not aware of that.
Okay, now beautiful. Does it bother you that our president stepped into Abu Dhabi and he was received by a minister of state, more like a junior minister? What does that tell you about how Abu Dhabi regards Nigeria?
I think when we look at this, let's look at the context of the event and the past relationship with Abu Dhabi, Nigerian UAE relations. In the past, we have seen the president of the Emirate himself welcoming Mr. President. Haven't we seen that last year? We saw that last year, whereby the president himself, His Royal Highness Said himself welcoming Mr. President. So if, for instance, yesterday, a junior or a lesser officials of the Union of the Emirate welcome Mr. President, the question we should ask is that why that happens? Do we take our time to know the relevance of that particular person to the event that Mr. President is attending? Have we asked that question?
Okay.
So,
Dr. Wasu, asking about questions, yeah, you just told us that at some point the king himself came to receive the president. Now, do you think that the king or the emirate was embarrassed when the president said, look, we have reached an agreement with opening relationship? At a point, there was a ban on travel of Nigerians to flight travel, and the president said, look, we have sorted all of that out. And it took the emirate, to say, look, we didn't arrive at any agreement. Do you think that the emirate was embarrassed that Nigeria put it out in a very bad light? And probably that's why they sent a junior minister to come receive him. Does it look like that to you?
No, that is the realm of speculations. Okay. That's the realm of speculations. And let's not forget that even though those mishaps happened in relation between Nigeria and UAE, let's not also forget that that issue has been conclusively sorted. I hope we all now know that even though the Nigerian government preempted the UAE ahead of time by coming to the public to say, okay, this had happened. The Minister of Aviation came then and said, okay, this has been sorted. Why indeed there are still issues. I think then it was a kind of a gap in communication, in synergy between the two countries. But at the end of the day, though it took longer than expected, but the matter have been sorted. Another thing that we also need to take cognizance of is that the genesis of the issue of this visa ban between Nigeria and UAE is actually as a result of the misconduct of Nigerians in UAE, whereby we have Nigerians themselves that have come to the fore to tell Nigerians that their colleagues, our brothers and sisters in UAE have exported courtesan. We have exported courtesan from Nigeria to UAE. And the issue of drug cartel, issue of misconduct have been happening, whereby we see Nigeria on highway, on the streets of UAE, chasing each other with gun and machete. We have people where we have a situation whereby Nigerians stop traffic, as a result of their own fight between themselves, and then they cause so much embarrassment. So why am I saying this? Why we are cautioning Nigeria, the government of the country in their own inability to do one or two things. We should also not lose sight of ourselves, the individual, that we do things that we ought not to do outside the shores of the country.
I absolutely align my thoughts with yours in that regard, because Nigerians themselves make the country look bad with their own attitude. Yes, absolutely. But let's go to Chris Ojekere now. Let's talk about Nigerian students being stranded abroad. I think Atiku also chimed in on this one. That's Alhaji Atiku Abubakar chimed in on this one as he, spoke about government abandoning its students abroad. Now, do you think there's been any breach, any bilateral breach in agreement if students were sent abroad for studies, state-sponsored, and then due to declining of the naira, subsidy removal, declining economy, and all of that, they the tuition is not being paid, and these students are crying that they have been abandoned abroad. Has there been a breach, a bilateral breach in all of this? Should Nigeria stop, such engagement, sending students abroad if it knows that it cannot pay their tuition completely?
Well, there certainly has been a breach. If there was an agreement and then a party to the agreement is no longer meeting its obligations and duties and responsibilities, there have been a breach. It goes without saying. And a greater breach actually against Nigeria's own citizens, Nigeria's own students, Nigeria's own youth. The government is not expected to be a flippant government. When governments are entering into bilateral agreements, the processes are very rigorous. And it is expected that you have anticipated all forms of contingencies and all forms of vicissitudes and whatever might happen to your currency. And then you would have your plans on how to remedy all of that. So, we are not supposed as a nation to be reaching an agreement like we are doing that with the Umaseli, Google, and Nepal, the backyard. We reach concrete agreements where the lives of youths of Nigerians are in question. And the government so irresponsibly abandons its own citizens. Even without explanation, you can see that it was a phased withdrawal. First of all, they reduced the amount, and then gradually they just went dark on the students. And you saw the protests in Abuja of parents and students crying out to the government. In its insensitivity as usual, the government did not give any meaningful response. And in the whole of 2025, they didn't pay a cover. So our students are there, they don't even have information of why they have been so neglected and why they have been so, abandoned by their own government from home. So there have been breaches all around. There is breach with the other nations with which we had those bilateral agreements, and there is breach, with our own citizens, our own youths. So there is breach and there is breach.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Comrade Chris Ejekere. Barrister Clem Aguyi, let's have your concluding thoughts. You can merge both conversations together. The students being abandoned and the president's whereabouts. Let's have your concluding thoughts now.
Yeah, I can't say it any better than we've said it already here, that the president, while having the right to travel abroad, also have the right to inform Nigerians about his traveling, because he's our president. And we're asking these questions out of concern, not out of politics, like Moshood we want to suggest. It's out of concern. And if you're going to make an extended trip that's going to take you a week, 10 days, 13 days out of the country, constitutionally you should have handed over to your vice president. Then nobody bothers you. If you are sick, you are sick. But I want you to understand that being the president of Nigeria is not a career job. It's not a 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock job. It's a lifestyle that you're going to be on your toes, on the top of the matters, 247, 30 days a month, 35 days a year. This is what the job of the president requires. And if you're not in good health, don't contest for the president of Nigeria. And about the thing that have been tried about, it's an embarrassment. And this embarrassment is caused by government policies. Because you have a situation whereby these people have destroyed the educational system in Nigeria. And yet, that's why some parents are sending their children abroad. And come up with policies that have made it difficult for these parents to be able to pay their children's school fees and remit this fees smoothly. You want to remit money out of Nigeria, the central bank is holding up your money to pay your children's school fees. They're not making it easy for these parents. And we're saying that this is an embarrassment. If there's any government in this country that have destroyed education in a short time, it is the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Beginning from the conduct of our WAEC, beginning from the conduct of our JAMB, and the policy that came up in between that many people have to lose admissions. And these parents are being forced to send children abroad. And I think now that he has succeeded in destroying the future, I don't know what we're going to be doing. As Moshood was saying, we have Nigerians now who have exported terrorism, cultism, drug cartel abroad. These are your children. These are what you bred. They are an embarrassment, not just to Nigeria. They didn't learn it in UAE. They learned it from Nigeria and took it abroad. And this is why this government should be able to look back inwards and see how we're going to have a new generation of Nigerians that will be proud of to export abroad, not exporting nuisance and then complain that, oh, these people are the one embarrassing us. What you breed, what you sow is what you reap. Nigeria has sowed a whirlwind. They have breeded monsters as citizens, as children, and they cannot manage it here in Nigeria, and they're exporting it abroad. And you think that the world would accept it from you? No, they'll close their doors against you. Thank you.
That sounds like it's a hopeless situation. Mr. Elimehele, please.
I'm so embarrassed that the ones we have in Nigeria here, our children in school here, the ASU keep threatening them because the government refused to do its bidding in terms of the agreements. Those ones are off and on. Then the ones that are abroad, their fees are not being paid. So where do we run to? So sometimes when we talk, some of these people will tell you that we are criticizing the government because we support the opposition. It's not about supporting the opposition. It's all about, letting the world know what we are going through. Look at what happened, what is currently going on in Edo State now. Schools are closed down in some part of the state. Then students are at home. Then the ones that managed to get out of this country, the government is making them stranded over there. Then tomorrow we'll now be talking about being able to be part of the international community. This kind of distortion, how do you now rate your students among the international communities and say, okay, these are my students. These children are off and on. But somehow the president is like our colleague there was saying that we can reach the president through any means, because of technology. We didn't vote for technology. We vote for human being to be president of this nation, because when he was coming to ask of our vote, he never used technology. We saw him on the podium campaigning in all the states. And the day he was sworn, it was not technology that was used to swear him in Nigeria. That day he was sworn, he was able to make a categorical statement that fuel subsidy is gone. He didn't use technology. We heard. Today, we are now also calling on him, address other issues. The same way you made that statement that day on May 29, 2023, that fuel subsidy is gone. Attend to other issues in this nation like that physically.
Okay, but Elvis, he will also use technology to address you. I'm sure everybody cannot gather in the Go Square to hear the president.
Yes.
Now, but before we come to the prince for his final thoughts, his concluding thoughts, I promise that we'll return to the issue of transmission of powers. Now, quickly, why do you think it's always difficult for presidents, and in particular this one, to transmit power to the president when he's to the vice when he's leaving? Quickly, Elvis, I'm to you.
Oh, sometimes it is just lack of trust. Okay. Yes, I'm so embarrassed that a president who picked his running mate, and told the world that it's a joint ticket, when he's going out, knowing fully well you're going to spend up to 2 weeks, the same person you picked and say it's a joint ticket, and you had that trust at the time you were picking him, you traveled north and south to campaign together. When you are now leaving office, you cannot hand over the machinery of that office to your vice. I don't know. When they get into the office, some other cabals come to sell dummies to them about their advice. So suddenly, they now begin to lose interest in that relationship that they built together during the campaign. Then they now begin to find a way to avoid their advice. We have seen it happening in Nigeria. It's so common.
So if it's an issue of trust, does it likely speak to the fact that the vice president might have been foisted on the president just to secure votes?
But we were always told that, but we always told that the president has the prerogative to pick his running mate during campaigns. But most of what we see now, when the two of them cannot function together, especially in this transmitting of power when he's traveling, it means the party foisted it on them and say, okay, because we want to have a balance, kind of, so that we can win the election, so this person must be your vice.
Okay, but we also hear that, in fact, as a matter of fact, Atiku Abubakar set up a committee to choose his vice president. They recommended Mike, but he chose
Okoa. Yes.
Now that gives him the prerogative to
choose the person.
But Prince, let's have your concluding thoughts on this issue. The president's absence.
I'm not going to bother myself with that, because whatever you say about the president's absence doesn't make sense. Because there are a lot of people out there who believe that it is his right to be absent, and they believe that the Nigerian people have no right to question the whereabouts of their president. I'm more disturbed about the way our educational system is collapsing. It's collapsing at home, it's collapsing abroad. The government, I think as of last year, the government refused to renew this bilateral educational relationship. And the excuse they were giving them was that, oh, we have the capacity home to be able to train and equip our younger generation in terms of schooling and all of that. But the government did not also realize the fact that there is an ongoing agreement. People have already gone out of this country. So why don't you ensure that those who have already gone out are allowed to ease out? The government should have a system that allows gradual phase out of a policy we don't want. But unfortunately, you have a government where, it's like, bim, bim, you must do it this way, you must do it that way. So if you're looking at it, this government from day one has always had some assaulting policies. It's more like trial and error. Is it going to work? It's not going to work. Let's try this. If it works, good. We've bastardized JAM, we've bastardized WAEC, we've bastardized public schools. We have bastardized everything. And who are those suffering it? The ordinary Nigerians. Because this political class, they have money, they have resources to send their own children abroad. But the ordinary Nigerians, what do? We have to take whatever is given up to us.
Oh, well then, let's move away from that conversation, gentlemen. Let's go to another conversation, talking party politics now. Labour Party not for sale. Obi's influence looms over 2027 elections. Statement coming from Lenadi Usman's camp of the Labour Party, saying the Labour Party is not up for sale. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome back. Now, Nigeria's political landscape is heating up as Labour Party stalwart Senator Nenadi Usman has issued a sharp rebuke to Barrister Julius Abure for parading himself as the party's national chairman after the Supreme Court judgment of April 4, 2025, as well as an unambiguous declaration by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, stating otherwise. Well, Usman publicly warned former national chairman Julius Abure and other executives that the party is not for sale, insisting that it must remain a platform for genuine democratic struggle rather than a bargaining chip in backroom deals. Well, his fiery declaration comes amid growing internal tension within the Labour Party, where questions of loyalty, transparency, and control have intensified ahead of the 2027 general elections. Meanwhile, former Ekiti State Governor Ayodele Fayose has stirred fresh controversy by declaring that Peter Obi, the Labour Party's 2023 presidential candidate, is the only person that matters within the ADC and the broader opposition space. While Fayose's remarks underscore Obi's enduring influence across party lines, with many viewing him as a rallying figure for disenchanted voters seeking an alternative to Nigeria's entrenched political elite. We still have our gentlemen with us. We have Prince Francis Chilaka in the studio with Elvis Ehimeleme. We also have Dr. Wasiu Abiola, who joined us virtually, and Barrister Clem Agui, who joined us from Oka, and Chris Ojekere. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us. Let me come to you, Barrister Clem Agui. I want us to tie a legal knot around the issue of, okay, I just understand that we've lost a connection with Barrister Clem Agui. So I'll take you to Benin City, where we have Mr. Chris Ojekere. Now, Mr. Ojekere, we hear Nanadi Usman say, look, Abure, stop parading yourself as the national chairman of the Labour Party. And it is quite curious that after the Supreme Court judgment that said, look, Abure, you are no longer the national chairman, INEC has said the same thing. But this same Abure keeps parading himself as the national chairman of the Labour Party. Why is it difficult to rein him in? Why is it even difficult for security agencies to say, look, young man, you are impersonating the Labour Party chairman? Why is it even difficult for someone to go to court and say, issue a warrant of arrest on this man for impersonation? What is playing around the Labour Party, and why is it that it's difficult for this Abure to be reined in? And I also hear that Lamidi Apapa, one time factional chairman of the Labour Party, is now in your ADC. So I've asked two questions. I would like for you to address the issue of Abure and the issue of Lamidi Apapa in ADC, if you as quickly as you can, sir.
Abure is on life oxygen from the presidency. There is no two way about it. In the highest court of the land, the Supreme Court, to which the president himself and the presidency are supposed to be subject to its judgment, has made a pronouncement on an individual, just another civilian who happens to be a former national chairman of a political party. And that person is still going around the country, parading himself as the national chairman of a party and interfering into the affairs of that party with such, audacity. Then you should know where the energy is coming from. So Abure is on life oxygen by the present regime. He's a destabilizing instrument, against the Labour Party. I'm happy with the way Nanadi Usman and Al-Nasoti have been able to manage that party. They caused so much trouble that Peter Obi had to exit the party, with which he gained such national recognition and followership. So Abure is there as a destabilizing agent. There's no other thing that he's doing there. And just the same way, Abure is in parallel to Wike. That's what Wike is doing in PDP. The president and his ruling APC thinks that the only way that they can force themselves continually upon Nigeria is to ensure that no other party from the opposition produces a president. And that dovetails into, the reputation of Apampa. We haven't seen any action from him yet to begin to suspect his motives in the ADC. Maybe genuinely he has decided to come to the ADC, we don't know that. But it's under the that he did in the LP, in the Labour Party. It's under the radar. And let us pass this information through your medium to the ruling party that Nigeria is craving for, and Nigeria is going to have a multi-party democracy. Nobody is going to be able to run a one-party state or a one-party, country in this country. It's a heterogeneous society. Our politics, our beliefs, our philosophies are heterogeneous. We've existed together in diversity, and so shall it ever be. So whatever he plans to maybe plant somebody in ADC to come and cause the same destabilization that have been done in PDP or in Labour Party will fail. Not that we are accusing Apampa yet, but let him take note that because of his antecedents, it's under the radar. So Abure is doing the job that he's set up by the presidency to do. Is he above the law of the land? Why hasn't he been arrested?
All right.
That's impersonation.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Ojekere.
Yeah.
Now, let's go to Dr. Owasiu. Dr. Owasiu, I'd like for you to tell us, do you think that the ruling party or the presidency might in any way be interfering with what is going on in the opposition parties? I talk about the Labour Party, the PDP, and the ADC. Do you, by chance, is it possible for you to help us understand, to undertake an assessment of the problems within the opposition, and are you able to relate that with actions from the ruling party or the presidency?
It's quite suggestive. It's very easy to actually claim or accuse the ruling party being the one engineering issues of the secondants that is causing disaffections within the opposition party. It's very easy because, quite frankly, it will be in the interest party that the opposition parties are not able to patch themselves together, that they are not able to attain and achieve unity among and between themselves. So it will actually serve the interest of the ruling party. But that may, if you hold on to that, that may make us to lose sight of the real issues that is parties. Each of them, I would like to focus my attention on two of them, the two leading opposition party, that is the PDP and the Labour Party. Number one, talking about the PDP. PDP has they dug the grave for themselves where they are today. PDP has not actually entrenched internal democracy within the party. The self-interest within the party is actually responsible for the problem that PDP is currently having. It's quite painful that the person whom the party sacrificed the internal democracy of itself for, that is in the person of Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, is actually responsible for the problem that the PDP is having now. And it's quite painful that Alhaji Abubakar, without being mindful of the sacrifice the party leaders made for him in running up to 2023 elections, has thrown all these sacrifices in the dustbin and move on to another party called ADC. If the party had obeyed its own internal mechanism that actually enshrine, though not written anyway, but that says that the office of the presidency within the party, the presidential ticket will be rotated between the north and south. If that had been done,
all right. Dr. Wasu, we get your point about the PDP. You said that's number one. What's number two so that we can move on to other?
Number two is that the Labour Party itself. The Labour Party it shows that the presidential candidate of the party in the last election, which it lacks the ability to entrench democracy within the party. If you cannot whip everybody in the line, if you cannot achieve internal democracy within your party, then how will you be able to achieve to rule the country as diversified as Nigeria?
All right.
Please wait a little. Mr. Peter Obi has not been able to muster the strength to put all these warring factions together, name it Abure, Apapa, and other parties to line for them to be able to see the common good of the unity of the party. Now, you are not able to do that, and you're leaving the party for another party entirely, and you are going to get crash in ADC. So, for me, no matter how some people may look at it, it tells on its inability to bring all these gladiators together.
All right, point noted. Thank you very much. Now let's come to the studio. The Prince, I see you giggling. You have any reaction to me?
You know, when some of us who call ourselves analysts talk, sometimes I ask myself, where are they coming from?
Okay, his opinion.
Yes, it's his opinion. Yes, but you need to understand that some people don't understand how parties work. I've always said it. There's a structure how the parties work. As a candidate of a party, you are not a member of the National Working Committee. The moment your candidacy ends and you don't win the election, it ends there. You have no powers. And so when people come out and say, Peter Obi was not able to do this, what is the position of Peter Obi in the party? Is it the chairman? Is it the vice chairman? Is it the board chairman or the board of trustees? The moment he stops being the presidential candidate, he becomes an ordinary member. So those who have structure, or those who believe that they have the structure and the power of the party, are the ones taking the decisions.
So politics in Nigeria, if you ever contested elections, especially at the presidential level or the governorship level, you are seen as the leader of the party, either nationally or locally.
No. That is the wrong impression people have. You are not seen as a leader anymore. And that is why it's not permanent in the next cycle of election for you to become a candidate. So your power you become powerful during the campaigns. Immediately after the campaigns, what happens? The party comes back to the chairman. And if you're looking at the structure of Labour Party, and you're looking for somebody who should be able to bring Labour Party together, you should be looking at someone like the governor of Abia State, Alex Otti, because he's the highest. He's the highest ranking official of the party. So he should be the one people should look up to. But you see, it's out of the fact that some people just want to demonize P2B. Some people just feel that, let us say something about P2B.
Shouldn't P2B have, how well do you think he tried in putting that house together? Don't you think some Nigerians will judge him based on his actions within the Labour Party, whether he was able to put the house together or he allowed the house to collapse upon itself?
Okay, good.
Don't you think
now you're saying that. Let us look at Atiku. Atiku was Atiku was the presidential candidate of PDP. At some point, we all said Atiku was the problem of PDP.
No, you said. I never.
We all said. But when Atiku left PDP, we now found out that the real problem of PDP was a Wike. He's the only one that has decimated the party. The truth of the matter is that a candidate knows when to stop. There is nothing you can do the moment you stop being a candidate. There is nothing you can do. People need to get this thing into their brains. Anybody calling up P2B for the thing that is happening in Labour Party is not being very honest and it's not being sincere.
Okay, all right, Prince. Elvis, to you now. Let's undertake an assessment of P2B's influence. The momentum that he drove with the Labour Party and the obedient movement in 2023, and Ayofayoshe's comment that he's the only life in the ADC. Do you think they're able to reinvent, to reenact that momentum in 2027? If you put all, if you weigh everything that is happening within the political space at the moment.
Yeah, what Peter Ayofayoshe said concerning Obi is actually the truth. At this moment, if ADC want to be sincere to Nigerians, let them not allow what happened to PDP in 2023 happen to ADC again. I said it last time in our sister sessions, and I'm repeating it here again. Let's not look at name. Let's not look at money. Let's look at that person whom the party believe that if it's the ideology of the party will be able to pull Nigeria to the next stage where we are. And that's where Peter Obi stands. If they now look at fat pocket and look at, the number of times we have contested a presidential candidate doesn't matter. That's just number. It means even as you repeat yourself, every election cycle, you are coming in as presidential candidate and you are not winning the election, it even weighs down your popularity before the people. So let them look inward and not make the mistake of PDP. PDP made that mistake and it's what caused PDP to where it is today. And PDP is not likely going to get out of it soonest. So the wall got cracked and the lizard find a place to hide. That was what happened to PDP. Now, everybody in ADC now knows what happened. The present chairman, the former president, David Mark, knows exactly the loss that governed PDP when they were still in power. There are rotational issues. In 2023, because they saw a fat pocket, they jettisoned it, and where we are today. If they do that to Obi now, again, as Labour, as ADC, now he has gone to join them in ADC, they are going to have the same issues. Okay. And that will now give a smooth ride again to APC that all of them is talking about. Then let them come up, let them have an ideology that they are selling to Nigerians. They have to let Nigerians, this is what we stand for. This political statement that we are going to throw it open, that is very political for ADC to come up with such statement. At this time, they still call themselves, we are forming a coalition. We are going to throw it open. We are not like, we don't want to hear throw it open. We want to hear, this is our ideology. And this is the reason why we are saying this. We are not saying there shouldn't be primaries. There should be primaries. But let them guide themselves and not allow money big bags to hijack the primaries and let it go the same way it went in 2023. There will also be an issue. That means they've just given the APC another smooth ride to get to 2031.
All right then. Now let's go to Oka, where we've been joined again by Barrister Clem Agui. Barrister Clem Agui, I'm sure you're pretty sure that you have followed this conversation. I'd like for us to discuss Peter Obi's movement to the ADC and what that portends for regional politics. I mean, what I say regional politics, I mean the politics of the Southeast. We saw him, we saw Eyina Baribe, we saw Ojelibo, Ben Obi, we saw Tony Moye, a couple of big heads, you know, from the other parties move into ADC with Peter Obi. But internally, we also see some kind of, you know, tackles here and there from within the Southeast, talking about people who have upfront endorsed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Chukwu Masododo said, look, Mr. President, we'll root for you in 2027. And we'll have Hope Uzodinma, governor of Imo State and chairman of APC Governors Forum. By the way, Ebonyi State is APC. Abia will have the number 6, Ben Kalu, saying, look, our support is for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. How is that going to affect the kind of regional vote that Peter Obi used to get from the South? Do you think it's these outsiders, so to say, from the ADC will cause some kind of damage to Obi presidency if you consider the regional bloc, you know, that normally roots for people at that level?
Yeah, first of all, let me try to address an issue that was raised by Dr. Moshood. Okay. When he said that it is in the interest of the ruling party that the opposition is in disarray. Well, I would have wished that the opposition is in disarray by their own making, not because the disarray in the opposition parties are being caused by the ruling party. And I'll ask Dr. Moshood, is it in the interest of democracy that APC, the ruling party, is destroying every opposition party? Definitely, it is not in the interest of democracy. The interest of democracy is more paramount, more important than the interest of the ruling party in our looking at these issues. And let me tell you also that in the civilized country, it is even treasonable. It's an impeachable offense for the president of the country to be involved at that level in trying to destroy opposition parties. Why was Nixon of America impeached, or almost impeached, and was forced to resign? It's because of the Watergate scandal. And what is Watergate scandal? It's trying to undermine the opposition party and weaken it. Democracy, our multi-party democracy stands by our ability to also allow opposition to thrive. If we have a system whereby the opposition parties cannot win election because of the machination and manipulation of the ruling party, then it's no longer democracy. You are creating room for totalitarianism. You are creating room for tyranny and dictatorship. You are creating room for alternative way of seeking power, which is, we don't want what is happening in Iran to happen in Nigeria. We don't want what happened in the Sahel to happen in Nigeria. We want democracy here to thrive. So all this idea, because it is my party or my tribesman, therefore you justify it, I think it's totally absurd and it's totally wrong. It does not serve the interests of Nigeria. Now, coming back to your question, of course, Peter will be joining ADC, added life to it. I've been one person that stands for the opposition parties coming together as strong opposition against the ruling party. Because I know the power of incumbency. It can be very enormous. And I said over and over, and I repeat it again here, that except the opposition comes together, build a coalition that is strong enough, they will not be able to defeat the ruling party, knowing that the ruling party is always 50% ahead in terms of resources, in terms of structure, in terms of mobilization, and every other thing. They have anything to their advantage. Why the president can fly on his presidential jet for campaign? You as an opposition person, you're trying to hire one private jet, and you're paying money for it, and many other things that are available to them. You know, so Peter will be joining the opposition party, added life, just like Fire said.
Let me just take you up here. So what do you think would, Barrister Clem, can you hear me? What do you think would happen? What do you think would happen if we actually have two candidates? from the south. I'm talking about Tinubu and Peter Obi. Don't you think that the votes will be divided?
If we have two candidates from the south running for the election, definitely the vote from it may be divided between southwest and southeast and south-south. The vote will always be divided because people have quite idea. Nigeria, you cannot rule out tribalism, ethnicism, religion from voting pattern, from the demography of voting anywhere in the world. You cannot rule it out. So the vote will be divided. But then, if it is divided in the south, then the north will become the deciding factor. So that is why these permutations, you see somebody from the north running, you see somebody from the south running, they're making their permutations. What I don't want Atiku to do is to say, if it's not me, therefore there will be no coalition. The same thing I do not want to be to go into the coalition to say, if it's not me, therefore there will be no coalition. That means you don't have the interest of Nigeria at heart. Let us look at what is in the interest of Nigeria. I don't have a dog in the fight between ADC and the APC because I'm not a member of any one of them. And definitely I'm not going to vote for any one of them. That's the plain truth.
That unfortunately is one vote lost.
I belong to a political party.
Which one?
That may have a political. I belong to a political party. I'm a member of APGA, APGA, and I definitely will vote for my party. I definitely will vote for my party. My party have not come to adopt any presidential candidate. The governor of my state has said he is going to support President Tinubu.
Yes.
When we get to the bridge, we'll cross it. Is the governor saying one thing? What are the people saying? See, most of these governors that are deporting from one party to the deporting to the president or deporting to here, are you deporting with the people? By the time the ships are down, the people will follow their mind. And I come from a state that is highly sophisticated in politics. I have high respect for my governor, but I know that my governor will not be able to decide the mood of the people when the time comes, because the people will follow their own mood. The same thing with his own election. The people followed their mood. They believed in him. They had confidence in him that he's delivering on the solution agenda. And that is why they disregarded everything to vote for him 21/21, or in all the polling almost all the polling units in almost all the world. It is because of his performance, what they have achieved. So by 2027, Nigerians are going to look at the scorecard of Mr. President. Not because the governor said, we're going to vote for you.
All right.
He's going to look at the scorecard of the president and said, how has this government favored us? How have we fared with this government? And I'm telling you here that this government is one government that has been able to destroy the social fabric of Nigeria, destroy the life of Nigeria, the life of the youth, education of the youth, destroyed almost everything. And Nigerians are going to be looking at that.
Of course, different people think differently about the activities, success or otherwise, of the government. Well, thank you very much, Barrister Clem Aguyi. Thank you for your contribution on the program, and we must say thanks to Mr. Chris Ojekere. Thank you for coming on the program. Prince Francis Chilaka, thank you very much. And Mr. Elvis Elemehele, thank you also for your contribution. And that's it on VOP this morning. Newspaper review comes up next, where we go into the papers, dissect the headlines, and make sense of it all. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day.
And I am Chukuma Okorochans.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
My name is Michel Dela. I'm the Consul General of the Netherlands in Lagos. Keep watching VOP, Voice of the People TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omabawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house. And I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of Shine Bridge Global Incorporated. And guess what? You are watching the Voice of the People television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide.
Well, good morning once again. Thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I'm Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
And we have Elvis Alimehele join the conversation. Good morning to you once again. Thank you very much for staying back.
Thank you.
And Barrister Darlington Agumo also joins the conversation this morning. Good morning to you, Barrister.
My pleasure, Moses and Okoro.
All right. I like the way he says that. Okoro. Now let's dive into it. The Guardian has these headlines. KPMG chiefs NRS meet to address errors in new tax laws. Obi faults Tinubu's UAE trip, says Nigeria can't be governed from abroad. Gunmen kidnap 8, demand 100 million naira ransom in Edo. And then the big story on the cover page of the Guardian, APC stakeholders wading to Rivers crisis, impeachment plot. Other headlines here, new Abu Jaleh to emerge next month as Kingmakers screen 86 nominees. What is it? Bandits kill 2, abduct several at Katsina wedding as government clarifies swap deal. It's the same Katsina state where about, is it 80 something of them or 70 of them, of these bandits whom are known as terrorists, basically.
Who are undergoing trial.
Released by the state.
Who are undergoing
by
trial.
the state. And here they are. They haven't even been fully released. Their men are already attacking people. Elvis, please.
Yeah, it's a shame that we keep firing on these bandits. We saw what happened between Israel and Gaza recently, even as it's still going on. That's how a criminal or an enemy should be treated. This one that we now pack them and leading them to schools and making them look as if they never committed any crime. I don't know why we encourage this kind of thing in this part of the world. Go to Benue State and see how people who were living a normal life before drove into IDP camp and now they are languishing there, waiting for government palliative. And you remove all these guys who have been doing all this one and say, no, you don't have any case any longer. You are now free. Come and be enjoying the lagues of what you have caused on people. I don't know. I think these policies must be changed. And even the policy has started destabilizing the Nigerian army. Most of these ones are the informer that makes most of the operational plans of Nigerian army to fail. Because they come out and pretend that they are no more in their fold and release whatever plans that is ongoing between Nigeria Army and the insurgents to them. So as they move towards it, you hear ambush. Nigeria Army ambush. The terrorists ambush the Nigeria Army, and you hear death. I don't know. I don't think this is one part of the policies that this government must encourage.
The day Nigerians woke up, because I remember what happened somewhere in Anambra in the 70s. Some group of boys held on a market, especially to ransom. They wouldn't want traders to buy and sell. They will let them collect their money by force and all that. But one day, some brave boys in that market rose up after monitoring these people, where they live and everything. And they shouted, boys, oh yeah. Moses. Oh God Almighty. Look, when you have not confronted these people with force, I mean a force that will match them, they will know that people are here. You see all this pampering, it is our fault. We have not risen up. I can tell you how my people behave. It's just that government always interfere. These boys ended up that rascality in Anambra. These guys ran away without a shoe, without slippers on their feet. When the heat that is instant judgment. Their houses were burned. They were instantly, no mercy, no police.
That's how it's supposed to
be. They sanitized the place within 24 hours.
That's how it's supposed to be.
How about Otokoto in Owerri? Otokoto. This man had been acting since the same 70s. Killing people, ritual and all that. But that day, on the 23rd of November, 1996, my people did what they are known for. Brave men. Owerri was, in fact, you thought that a civil war was going on. All of them, they left town in a hurry. Their property, their supermarket, everything burned down. Since that time, have you heard any noise again? Please tell me, anybody listening to me, that is how things are done. All this thing that we are doing here, these people, they are dragging us back. Mr. Okoro, these people, they are taking us back. I'm not joking. In the next 50 years, this thing will be with us if you are not careful.
Yeah, because some people are benefiting from it. That's why they are encouraging it.
They know it is their people. They have sympathy for them. I was telling the man you brought here yesterday. He said, what should you do? It is a fact. Both the military, both their religious leader, all of them,
politicians,
they have sympathy for these terrorists. So how will it end?
It will not end.
And they are in authority. It got so bad that some elder statesmen had to sue Buhari for being the arrowhead of terrorism in Nigeria. Look at a man at that height, sponsoring terrorism. Please tell me. And we are saying all this every time. People don't want to listen. Except to the people who wake up one day and say, look, let us finish here. Like that woman in the Bible. If I die, let me die. Except you do it like that. Forget this thing we are saying. I'm not. They still believe that you're a coward. You can't
this postulation of rehabilitating them now and sending them. This is Gumi's postulation, and the government just bought into it. This says Sheikh Gumi that even the head of the headquarter of Islamic religion in the world, I banned him from coming in. I'm talking about Saudi Arabia. Nigeria is pacifying him. Nigeria is painting him as. Why will Nigeria government begin to buy into?
You think he was speaking the mind of government? He was speaking what has been already agreed upon.
No, if he was not speaking the mind of government, we would have seen the government go the other way. If the government is not doing the bidding of what he is speaking along with, it's already agreed upon. He's saying that these people should not be, they should be rehabilitated and brought into the society. Why would the government encourage such?
You know why he's talking? His people are at the helm of affairs, and nobody can touch him. That is just whenever they want to take over a place. That's what the first thing they do.
Barrister, I like your position.
Yeah, their people are in the helm of authority. So even if you want to say a word, they say no, don't go there.
Don't go there. So, and I can't agree less with your position.
That is it.
You and LV. But I would like to amplify that position also to say that look, I think within the mix of all these what they call banditry, what they call kidnapping, and what they call
terrorism.
No, terrorism itself. At the back of all of this thing, it's something that is called insurgency. In another form. It presents a different kind of proposition, which is actual takeover. It's actual takeover of land. And they use every tool possible, to achieve that. Every tool possible, be it religion, be it government, be it terrorism or whatever. I think the end game, is to overrun the country called Nigeria, and eventually, if they are not able to Islamize it in practice, it's already there in principle. We belong to members of OIC, we belong to Sukuk, we belong to other organizations, that are clearly Muslim or Islamic dominated. So that is the end game. And you discover that when we have a government like the government of Jonathan, that said, okay, let's face the onslaught, and take these people out. It was the same people like Buhari, who are the
preaching against it.
People like Buhari, Abubakar Galadima, people like Nasiru El-Rufai, ultra-Islamists who said, look, they don't want any form of compromise. They don't want to live with other people. They want the space to be dominated by them. These are the people that said they put pressure on ignorant and innocent Jonathan to remove Ihejirika in a manner of appeasement, just to appease them, thinking that they will grant him a second term, which didn't happen. And mistakenly too, and ignorantly again, he started building Almajiri schools.
And they told him they don't want schools.
They don't want it because that is what they use. That is what they use to use their people.
Yes.
So trying to build Almajiri schools meant that he wanted to
open their eyes,
to control. Open their eyes, and they don't want that.
Those schools have been closed down.
There's a video that trended 2 weeks ago, and Peter Obi was in Indonesia, and he went to Indonesia with a couple of people, including Muslims, and he asked when they went to the government, to the Prime Minister's place. I said, Mr. Prime Minister, Indonesia has the highest number of Muslims in the world. The largest Islamic country is Indonesia. And he says, you people, this zakat and giving alms and all of that, I don't see people in the streets begging. So why is it that you don't have them? And the Prime Minister said, oh, because we give alms, but you don't give necessarily to poor people, because people are in the factories working. But here we create it as a norm that people must stay in the streets to beg. And we now tie it to religion to say, look, this is what our religion says. And until there's something I call the South has been paying and will continue to pay the supreme price of silence if we don't wake at this moment to say, look, enough of this. You can point to countries, Spain, Turkey. You can point to other countries that were predominantly Christian states that are taken over. Yes. And their own form of evangelism, Lebanon, their own form of evangelism is militant evangelism. At some point in history, we had that kind of militant evangelism in Christendom during the Inquisition and all of that. If you are not Catholic, they will kill you and roast you. In Spain, even in Latin America, it all happened. But at a point, Christendom gave away, that mode of evangelism, and now adopted the peaceful means of evangelism. But the the Islamic religion, has continued with that form of militant evangelism. And that is what they are using to expand. If you go to UK now, the average Englishman in UK is threatened because they practically we have taken over the place. When you have mayors of some boroughs in UK that are Muslims,
and that is the idea. You give them a space. Then they take the whole place.
All right, let's move on to another headline.
The headline concerning 100 million for
the Christian leadership, put on your thinking cap, because these guys are not letting go. They are serious about what they are pursuing. You Christian leaders, the Father Cooker and all of you, read the handwriting on the wall, because when they take over your members, who will not become your member? You are not thinking along that line, Abi.
Unfortunately, for that matter.
When they take over your members, who will not be your member?
Those that refuse to succumb are
I don't know when people are so docile about their rights. Why must these people continue to threaten it as if they have the monopoly of violence? And we just keep quiet. All the way from the Sahel, not even from Nigeria. and you say we are one Nigeria. Continue to deceive yourself that you are one Nigeria.
All right, let's move on to
something about 100 million ransom for kidnapping people in Edo State.
Yes.
Yes.
Have they not collected it before?
Let me get back to that story.
They say now it's 70 million, but they have collected 100
Yes.
before.
Gunmen kidnapped eight, demand 100 million ransom in Edo State.
Yeah, Moses, I'm interested in that. In Edo State, because Edo State have been trending now for some time in this insecurity matter. I want to use this opportunity to call on our governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, to please wake up and trash out this insecurity problem in Edo State. Because we never had it like this. When the former governor was going, Godwin Obaseki, there were some structures that were on ground. Even if you want to hijack a state, don't play politics with people's life. Those structures were working. There was a security network that was working perfectly. There was this command and control center that was built by Obaseki that is regarded as world class. Where are those today on ground? IG came because they want to snatch Edo State from PDP. IG came and dismantled the Edo State Vigilante Group. Then said, and from after that, the governor, after his swearing in, abandoned the command and control center that at least for some days, no school is going on in the whole of Eastern Central. Edo Central has 5 local governments. As we speak now, school resumed in Edo State yesterday. The whole of Edo Central are still at home because of insecurity. 5 local governments. The Ambrose Ali University in my town is under lock and key now. Students are going back home. Those that were writing exams have been stopped abruptly. Those are on holiday, circulars have been sent to them that no schools have been closed down indefinitely. My son was showing me the circular sent from the school 3 days ago that we are not going back to school immediately. This is what is going on. I said I'm aware of what is going on. So a situation of this nature, how many people can afford 100 million in Edo State for ransom?
Yeah.
I mean, a state that is predominantly civil servant state and peasant farmers.
Probably the government will pay.
I was coming to that. Probably the government will pay.
If the government pays, it's encouraging the insecurity. So the governor must wake up. This one that he visited Ekpoma and he was saying there are strategies put in place. These strategies that he has put in place, let them be working. He has stayed there now for over a year. Let us see that Edo people can go over there.
You have forgotten what this man told you, that he will provide you insecurity.
Yeah, he says so.
He says so. People say he was a misstep.
What is
going on now? You said something and the thing is happening.
That's why they say West are powerful. West are powerful. That's what is going on now.
This was the same governor who ran to Kano to plead with them when some of their men were killed. Now that they are killing Edo people, who came to Edo to come and plead that or are they not aware of the people behind this killing and kidnapping? They don't know them. I mean, they have not identified them. They came from somewhere. What happened the governor of their state to come to Edo State to come and plead? You see, when I tell you that over here, some of us are mumu. I'm not. The leaders you have.
Our leaders are selling us out.
They are mumu.
They are selling us out.
Who have come to Edo State now to plead with the governor?
Nobody.
People, you know where they came from. They came from a place in the north. You know.
The most anointing, Moses. The governor cannot secure the state. Students went on protest. These students are ordered into the prison now.
Can you just imagine?
There are 52 of them arrested from their hostel because the government could not protect them. Constitutionally, it is the responsibility of the government to protect them. The government could not protect them. They now protested that this is not good. Let this thing be stopped. Yesterday, they were ordered into the prison. 52. Picked from their hostels.
You can imagine.
So, I mean, how will you react? Government is not protecting you. You cannot even speak and tell the government, this is what we are going through. But that same government was able to run down to Kano to go and start pleading. That same governor ran down to Kano. Now, SOS, I'm using this opportunity to send an SOS message to our governor. He should wake up and save Edo people. We need to be delivered.
They want to use them to complete their agenda. They will even use you to Islamize you. Whether you like, that's the trend. Maybe they will give you peanuts. They will give you some, little things, and you say they are yes, and then they will now invade your states and take it over. That is the trick they are playing on these people. Yet they cannot think. They don't know what is going on. How can you tell me that for you to do your business, you need the whole forest in Nigeria? The whole forest, you are all over the place. What kind of business is that?
They are the only one that are hunters now.
I'm telling you.
Hunting in all the forests in Nigeria.
You export hunters to Imo State, to River State, to Edo State. You know? All these tricks.
But they have a bigger forest, Sambisa forest. Can't they go there and hunt?
Baby forest that nobody have entered in the last 500 years.
Yes.
Where you see these big games, big animals. Because that's where they roam, in a very big forest, thick forest.
They abandon their own.
They abandon their own.
Come and start fomenting trouble in other people's states.
With the dot in a circle here. In fact, it's very annoying. We don't have leaders here, seriously. They are the ones selling out. How can I go and form a vigilante to protect myself from you? Who are you? I won't even allow. I will go all out for you. What are you? Why are you terrorizing me in my own home? Why? And then police and army will come and protect you.
Protect and start
shooting. And when we say that they are involved in this, people will say, why should you say that?
Just one-sided judgment. Students that are in school are not being picked up in their hostels.
Look, whether you like it or not,
the charges against them yesterday were really robbery. Children who went to protest are not being charged for robbery.
And you are telling me that these people, their men are on top of all the hierarchy of offices.
They can't go to lectures.
That is where
because of insecurity.
Issuing this.
They can't stay in their hostel. They are being picked in their hostel. They are being picked on their way to lectures.
When I tell you that the military and even the police are complicit in this matter, they are taking
100%.
They are taking side. The evidence are there. Who are protecting these people?
Traditional rulers. They are not sincere.
From what they are doing, who are protecting them? Because for you to have that impunity, that arrogance, that boldness, that means you have a godfather behind you. Whenever some of them are arrested, the police and army will come immediately and pack them. And before you know it, they will be set free. Tomorrow, they will go back again and start disturbing the same villagers. Why should that happen? Why?
We are no longer talking of the villages in the north now. We are not talking of villages in the south. It's this that's now snowball into the southern part of Nigeria.
In fact, it's very trickish. Then when you want to do, the north will say, after all, we have been living with insecurity. We are they are with the worst hit. It is what they are using to deceive you. They know what they are doing. By the time these jihadists and these people they call bandits or whatever, by the time they take over a place, their leaders will now come and administer the place and create emirate council. The moment they create emirate council in your zone, you are over. They are taking you over. In Kwara State, you have 16 local government. Out of that 16 local government, the Fulanis have only 4. It is from those 4 that the emir come from time immemorial. Those 4 local government controlling the other 12. It is from there that the emir is selected. Meanwhile, this is a Yoruba land. A Yoruba land. Go and look at the map of the Great Oyo Empire. Look, we are not serious here, seriously. What is wrong if we decide and tell these people, no, this nonsense, rise up one day, all of us. 1, 2, 3 million people gather and say, look, we are not longer taking all the problem. Go back to your place. Let us have peace. But you will not do it. It is them that will tell you, you will not rear pig in our region. You will not
drink beer.
You will not drink beer. You will not wear trousers. Dictating for you. But here they can come and do whatever they like. You left it and you are pushing politics.
Well, it's the onus really is on our leaders and the people themselves to hold their leaders
accountable at all times.
Their safety is, the responsibility of government to protect lives and property is upheld. Well, let's move on to another story now. This might also offend you, but we'll get around it. Presidency to spend 1.98 billion naira on fueling generators this year.
Moses, what do you want me to say about that? He has said if he doesn't give us electricity in his first tenure, we should not vote him in the next tenure.
I would like to
we should stone him and not vote for him. So now they are spending how much there? That means, and he has less than 1 year. He has less than 1 year.
That's beside the 7 point something billion naira
power grid
for mini power grid.
Mini power grid.
So that means That means,
Unisolar.
yes,
Unisolar
yes,
parks.
yes. That means he has failed.
And that also is beside the 10 billion
10 billion
last
last
year
year.
used in installing the solar grid.
Yes. Now that means
Meanwhile-
he has failed.
Meanwhile-
Then we should not be talking of voting for him in 20.
Meanwhile, Disco's record 92.93 billion naira shortfall in October as collection efficiency wanes.
Why won't collection efficiency
wait.
wane? Because power output is also
This
waning.
is waiting. We see collapse.
You see some
complete
parts of
collapse
the
every
country.
day.
You see some parts of the country where
Is it not when you have light?
that you pay.
When we are witnessing grid collapse all the time, why will it not wait?
That's why they don't
That shall
want
be
to give
stubborn.
them
And that also boils down to the
sometimes I
fact
like
that
what Nigerians do. You know, there was a certain community in Enugu State, certain locality, and they didn't have light for like 3 months. That transformer went bad. But naturally or normally in Nigeria, their bills were accumulated.
Of course.
So they restored light today, like on a Tuesday, and Thursday they came for
with their ladder
to collect this thing, and the youths gathered and chased them away.
Yeah.
Some of them,
But
where they
that's
were,
against the law now.
to chase them, Abi.
Yes. To harass them. To harass them.
Yes, against the law.
But they're coming to-
It's
they
not
want to
against the
come-
law to extort money from me. Abi.
Is it not against the law?
What is against the law? No, it is against the law to extort money from me. I will resist.
for a service you never
They
provided.
came to extort money
A service
from
you
me.
never provided, you came to
that is the meaning.
extort.
Yes. All this nonsense that 2 wrongs don't make a right. It's not when NEPA is involved. They know what they are doing. They know.
Is it NEPA? It's not longer NEPA, barrister. Barrister.
That is the easiest
Be
name.
modern.
That is the easiest name.
flow with the trend.
No,
Barrister
they have
is trying to
not-
ride it.
they have not moved on, so I will not move on with them. It's still NEPA. Never expect power always.
It has not. The trajectory has never changed, even when they said the name
Even
is
this one
changed.
is even worse. Sef. They call it power holding, Abi.
They are holding power.
They are
So
now holding
it has moved from power.
It has
holding.
even moved from power
It has
holding.
even moved from
They
power.
are not
holding. Now
dancing.
they are
They are not
discos.
dancing this way.
Now they are
They are not
discos.
dancing.
Now, as a matter of fact, it's a deeply troubling scenario that we have in this country. And after, this October 1 will be 66 as a country. And for those 65 years, we were unable to improve upon what the white man
left us.
left with us. Growing up
It's getting
as a
worse.
young man in high school, we didn't have a standby generator
At all.
We didn't need a standby generator.
There was light.
Because the moment they take light, before you say Jack,
Power is restored.
Light
power
has
is
restored.
restored. But it was when we got into the university that we started noticing the light will go, power will go off, and after like 1, 2, 3, 4
And
hours,
people
it
pay-
wouldn't be
and
restored.
people
It
pay
was at
their
that point
bills.
that students started agitating. What is the problem?
If you
Now the
see-
university authorities went and bought big generators. So when there is a power outage, we at least have light. But after graduation, I now came to society.
And that's the problem with Nigeria. Rather
don't
than
plan.
fix the problem, we
We
look
don't
for
plan.
something else. We look for something else and say, okay, let this, yes.
Shortcut, you know.
Generator
I
was not the
said
solution.
in those
It wasn't the solution.
in the 70s,
Sorry to
I used to
interrupt
No,
you.
no, it's fine.
I used to proudly and happily go and pay the NEPA bill of my family from Akerele where we live. Number 4, I'm the one who used to go and pay. From Akerele to Super Cinema, that's where the NEPA office used to be that time. I used to go. So people were happy to pay because light was coming.
Constant.
You don't need to. After you switch off your this thing, you are free. So is there a question that people are they getting the lights? How can I pay for something I did not use? That is the problem.
The negligence is too much. That's what we see here. When they talk of population projection, Nigerians don't do it. By the time that
we fail to plan.
We fail to plan. Yes.
When one of the politicians was talking about data.
How do we project?
So
That's it.
yes,
That's the problem.
when one of the
No
politicians was
accurate
talking
census.
about data,
Census.
and in the Western world, they work with data. They project the population in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, and they make provision. Here, one of the politicians was very tech savvy. And when he reading out all this data and all that, then someone will say, the other politician will say, share our data
will chop.
Meanwhile, it is private, it is the fulcrum of your developmental plan.
plans.
So if you don't factor it in, how can you make progress?
You know, after Festus Odumegwu, did his feat in Nigerian Breweries. They asked him to come to NPC
Nigeria Population Commission
and give us a
They chased him out.
And the man was like, look, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to do. And they discovered that he was going to do a very good
A good sensor.
What has been going on here?
They chased him out, and Jonathan brought into their idea because he was looking for a second tenor. At the end of the day, was he not disappointed? They chased him out. They even used derogatory language. Said it was the beer he was producing that he drinks that is intoxicating him. So that the derogatory language they used to chase him out. Where are we today?
The people with such mentality want the progress of Nigeria. Even the Bible says, do not be unequally yoked. If you don't have like minds in a journey you are going to, you will not make that journey. They will discourage you midway. I'm not joking. Except you have like minds who want to make progress, who want to go forward. That is the only way there will be success. Go to all these Western nations and all these countries that are borrowing us money. How did they make those money? Is there no unity of purpose? They gathered so that they can use it to make progress. But here, when you gather, some people will just be there thinking it's their right to eat the money. Is there any other thing they do? Look at how much each one of them used to make whenever they are in office. They are just, this feudalism has made them to be too lazy. That when you go into office, is now an avenue to amass wealth. Not to grow the wealth. That is why they don't want to contribute anything to the center. Their own is bring the money, bring the money. Where is the money coming from? You have been in government for over 50 years out of our 65 years of independence. And nothing to show in your region.
Prevalent in their region.
Nothing to show in your region. Are you not ashamed? And now look at this side. Look at this side.
That poverty led to this insecurity we have today.
Look at this side.
Children are there roaming in the street, not going to school.
I don't know why government is not looking at it. If I will call them and say, come, you're not a leader. Are you not ashamed? Why is this happening in your region? What have you benefited
any
to your
attempt
people?
to want to open their eyes for the children on the street to see their problem, they see you as an enemy.
That was one of the reasons why they changed Jonathan out of. Why did you build schools? And Nigerians, you and I here. You are looking at people. You are looking at people who want to drag you back. Somebody want to drag you back, and you are following him. You are following him. We are the greatest fool, if you ask me. I'm not joking. If we have sense, if we want to leave something for our children tomorrow, we should have said no. We want to move forward, but we hear run Nigeria. Till in the next 20 billion years. We cannot achieve that with these people. We cannot. Moses and Okoro, quote me. This thing you are looking for, I will always say that Nigeria is the geographical expression. Take for example of Zik. Zik did everything. He was even thinking Africa, Nigeria, unity. At the end of the day, Zik did not get the United States of Africa. He did not get the United States of Nigeria. He did not even get that of the Igbos, and he died. Mr. Okoro died. He thinking that all his dream will come to pass.
Well, Barrister, I think when we talk about what the role Zik and Awolowo played, I like to position it briefly, on their backgrounds. Zik has been schooled in the United States of America.
I know, the exposure,
So exactly what he wanted to replicate in Nigeria was...
When you are in Rome, you behave like Romans.
No, because it worked in the US.
Yeah, it works in the US.
When you are in Rome,
traditional
but Awolowo was more realistic because Awolowo was schooled in Europe.
In Europe, and he saw what
happened
in Europe.
How Europe split
It's a small segment as states.
Do you even know the irony?
As states, countries.
Awolowo made this statement in the Alexander Hall in UNN in 1964, before the war.
You mean the geographical expression?
That Nigeria is the geographical expression.
No, as a matter of fact, in 1947, his book, The Voice of Reason.
Can you imagine?
In 1947, we saw it way back.
When this thing was going on, I wonder where other people were listening and thinking, because the man was very factual. In Nigeria, they don't want the truth.
Not at all.
If you say the truth, you are an enemy. This thing is the reality. Face it. Look at what you have suffered.
It's even getting worse now.
Do you know that over 25 trillion have been spent on this insecurity? Are you aware? The National Assembly was reading out the figure, the money they have been bringing out to fight one useless thing or the other. The other day, I said, what? This amount of money that would have used to better our schools, our roads, our hospitals, we spend it.
And no solution inside.
No solution inside.
No solution inside.
So, a place to spend this kind of money, the people that are benefiting from it, you want them to stop it?
No, never. It's business to them.
Have you seen where we are going? That Nigerian government don't want to do anything. And cleverly, they impose Muslim tickets on our head. And we say, no problem. It worked with Adbiola and King Igbe. It didn't work. It didn't work. Oh. They have forgotten that the situation have changed. Right now, we are living with real jihadists there in Nigeria. From all over Africa, all over the Sahel. And you are telling me, you can see the result of a Muslim ticket. Can there ever be a Christian ticket in this country? Can there ever be? So. You can see where we are. You surrendered your rights. Meanwhile, you are the gift that led the golden egg. After suffering here, they will use you to go and service kidnappers in the north.
All right. Some other headlines here. Rivers crisis. This is from Vanguard newspaper. It says, Rivers crisis. Why Fubara is yet to receive impeachment notice. The writers to that one. Pandef inaugurates reconciliatory panel, gives it 2 weeks to broker truce. Temper justice with mercy. 2 Rivers lawmakers ask colleagues to halt impeachment. Your action, assault on Tinubu. Mosop tells Rivers Assembly. North Central APC Forum dismisses calls for Wike's resignation. And when you go to, if you flip the pages of the Vanguard, Ayo Fayose makes a statement here. He says, can Sanwo-Olu claim leadership in Lagos? Fayose queries Fubara's 001 stance.
Now that's a lot. Let me start with what Mosop has said. You know, part of the problems we have is that we like to outsource responsibility. Now, we like to outsource responsibility. Yes. Now, Mosop is saying that the impeachment process is an affront on Tinubu. What has that got to do with it?
No, it's the God of Rivers.
He sought truce.
But should it be? Why by Rivers elders?
It's the God
and
of
the Rivers people.
And Rivers
people that own
they have
Rivers
simply outsourced their responsibility, to take charge to the president. That is the way I interpret it. That's the way I interpret it. And it happens every other time. You have a local problem. Instead of you resolving it, you keep believing, oh, it's the president that is engineering this. It's the president that is engineering that. And we build up our federalism and concentrate the powers at the center, which shouldn't be. The subunits should be very, very powerful.
That is how it's supposed to be.
And even if you are not, you should start acting it out. We saw what happened. I'm sorry, Barrister. You saw what happened between Olusegun Obasanjo and Bola Ahmed Tinubu. One as president, one as governor. And Bola Ahmed Tinubu said, excuse me, sir, you are the president of Nigeria, but I'm the governor of Lagos State.
So do you blame the president then if people are, attributing too much responsibility?
My take-off point is when I said that we like to expose.
That was what he said at the beginning.
It's our problem.
We jettison our own right and now begin to look for somebody else to come and
help us.
For us.
Let me add to what you just said.
How many persons are disturbing Rivers State? How many?
Nobody.
It's just Wike. And who is this Wike? It's a citizen of Rivers State. With all the elders, let's even leave the federal government out of this first. With all the elders, Pandef and all the other, and Mosop and all, George Youth and everything. Can't they sit one person down and talk sense into his head and say, this is your state. No matter the position you have in federal, it was here that gave birth to you, that lifted you to that elevated. Then instead we are saying we are waiting for Tinubu. Tinubu will solve Lagos problem. He will solve Rivers problem. Look at when this kind of problem was building up in Lagos. When it was building up in Lagos, Tinubu came in because it's his state and said, no, Obasa should be restored. 3 months after Obasa got back to his office, can't they have elders who can talk to Wike and say, let peace reign? This man has 4 years. You had 8 years. Nobody interfered in your own 8 years. Let this man have his tenure. Because everything that is going on in River State now is the river people that are suffering it. Development is not going on. Nothing is, every time it's all crisis just because one person hurriedly left Abuja that day and remember that this is the time I'm going to do thank you visit after 2.5 years. Now he's now run around. After 17 days, he has caused the trouble down now. He went back to Abuja. Then that can is it bigger than Pandef? Is it bigger than Joy Youth Council?
And he has disgraced himself. Let me tell you what happened in Lagos here when you made reference to Obasanjo and Tinubu. When Obasanjo was riding roughshod over the southwest like a hurricane, when he came to Lagos State, they wanted to take Lagos State. Remember, Atiku had made reference to what happened. That he was the one that told Obasanjo, let's leave Lagos for Tinubu. Tinubu saw that they were coming to take Lagos State. You know what he did? He mobilized all the bad boys, gave them a jerry can of fuel all around Lagos. That immediately he gave order that they should burn down Lagos instead of these people to take it. It happened here.
Barrister, is this fiction or
what are you telling me?
When
Obasanjo saw the report from DSS, they say, everywhere they know, leave that way, they'll leave him or leave him.
Where is your source?
I said I'm in this Lagos. You are telling me
at that point, I was practicing, you know. I was a practicing journalist. And we got intelligence that at that point, you know, DSS or SSS then, as it were, was when they presented intelligence to Obasanjo, and they said, look, Mr. President, you can take every other state in Nigeria if you want, but leave Lagos for Tinubu, leave Abia for OUK. You know, as at that time, OUK was at loggerheads with Obasanjo. So intelligence report was that if you don't want to cause problems, you know, I leave Lagos and Abia. But the assessment level of that, of the veracity of that intelligence, is what I couldn't verify at that time. But after the elections, it played out that Lagos was left intact and Abia State was left intact. So that lent some credence to that intelligence report that we had at that time.
So that is what. So
why I'm relay this in some detail is because Barrister said that they had Jerry Khan all over Lagos. That's what I'm not doubting you. I'm saying I didn't hear.
I am telling you that was exactly why Obasanjo said, I'm not joking. And he was ready to do it. That is how to, you know, when you have balance of power. Oh my God, why Nigerians they are falling my hand, especially the people from here. Why can't we stand up one day and tell these people, look, you say this your nonsense. All of us are dying here today. I'm telling you,
Barrister,
they will go back.
Will you come out?
Again,
will you come out?
I will be at the forefront.
Barrister?
I said I will be at the forefront because you don't know how this is paying me that indigenous, Nigerian citizens and IDP camp and terrorists from somewhere have taken over their home. What if it is my own home? Mr. Okoro, have you just imagined that you are here and you are hearing that some people are taking over your family home in Abia and your people, your family are in IDP camp? How will you feel? No, how will you feel?
No, it's hurting.
That's what I'm telling you here. But here, government don't bother because nobody in the Benue State to talk and all that.
Unfortunately, the people that we even call government up north there, some of these people, they domicile in Abuja, they don't even go home. We hear about senators that stay for a term, you know, they don't go home. Why? Because they are scared. They can't go home because terrorists have, you know, more like enveloped their constituencies and all of that.
That is
but they are there collecting constituency allowances, you know, and we hear if you don't get up to 1 trillion. In fact, someone said, well, you people are talking about millions. I got 1 billion. And up until today, no questions answered, no questions asked, no answers provided.
Oh, my brother, we are too docile. Maybe they have hypnotized us.
It's even worse with
they have hypnotized us. I started Dokubo and they couldn't talk. But when he comes to the Igbo, they'll be running their mouth.
He's an Ijaw man, so he will stand by his Ijaw brother.
You can imagine.
But we can pay him a visit.
It's not about the brother.
After the visit.
Okay, after the visit.
It's about 7 rivers. It's not about your brother. It's about 7 rivers from external forces.
His friend. He will not go against the president.
Other ethnic groups.
These people don't have.
If it happens to the Ijaw, it will happen to the other ones tomorrow. Let the rivers people unite and
to tell these people in Rivers State that, in fact, when I said there's nobody, I used to say it on our show, that there's nobody in Rivers State. Ask yourself, with all that is going on in the north, with all this security, why haven't Tinubu put a state of emergency there? Please tell me. But in the Rivers State that people are just extending west, you impose river because you discover that there's nobody can challenge you, nobody can do anything. And it came to pass. And you are telling me that people are there.
people for my hand, honestly.
All right, let's go to New Telegraph. Let's just maybe touch on one or two stories from that paper before we call it a day. The big story on the cover page of New Telegraph says Nigeria at war, must change budgetary approach, retired AVM. 6 more spending in tactical fighter helicopter procurement. Chief of Army Staff will root out all local foreign threats to national security, commits to defense of democracy. And then other headlines here: 2 Rivers lawmakers urge colleagues to drop Fubara's impeachment. Abu Dhabi's Sustainability Week, opportunity to concretize pacts reached in Brazil's COP. Labour Party not for sale, Usman tells Abure. Says ex-chair misinterpreted Supreme Court's judgment. Here we go. Okay. Lagos monarch Akram Badagry dies at 89. Tinubu Sanwo-Olu, others pay tribute. And other headlines here as well. We have resident doctors to revive strike suspension in 2 weeks. Anesthetists demand role in Lagos probe of Adichie's son's death. And occupation of LG secretariats, illegal. Osun civil society groups tell APC officials, police. And back to Edo State. Gunmen kidnap 8 persons lodged in hotel. Demand 100 million naira ransom. All right. 2027 ADC risks irrelevance without Obi as its presidential candidate, Fayoshe. And yes, of course, those are the headlines there.
Nigeria at war, must change budgetary approach. Air Vice Marshal. We have seen for some years now, the defense has been taking the lion's share in the budget.
Yes, no
but
result.
Unfortunately, we have not been seeing the results. So this changing the budgetary...
go to overhead, actually.
Okay, even the soldiers at the war front, go and look at their welfare.
Okay, the overhead.
Look at their welfare. Where is that overhead?
Because
The boys at the war front,
foot soldiers
at the front line, go and look at the complaint. I mean, they are feeding and their allowances. So where is this budget that we see every year go to? We heard of Super Tucano jets last helicopters last time. Today that one is pushed aside. Now we are not talking about the new one we want to go and acquire. Why are we modeling up things? If we really want to solve this insecurity, is this how we are going to do it? Another year budget or 2026 budget is what we are talking about.
This year budget, they have the lion's share.
They have the lion's share. They've been having it for so many years now.
1
trillion.
Just for one second.
But a lot goes into security. Like the Minister of Defense.
We are not seeing results. We are not seeing results.
One missile is about 1 something million.
We are not seeing results. That is just the problem.
So how many missiles have they
shot?
I say we are not seeing results.
We only see.
How many?
We even saw a minister who told us that even our bomb cannot penetrate the forest of where the soldiers are living. This is a minister of defense.
And we also had a presidential handler who told us that they cannot track these terrorists
because they're using a different network platform. And that is the digital economy person.
Then somebody now told us yesterday that the Nigerian situation is irredeemable. A retired army man. That there's no need. That this is, we cannot solve the problem.
That's why we are saying. That's why we are saying Trump to come and help us to solve the problem now. That's why we are calling on Trump and other Western allies.
Nobody can save Nigeria the way it is. A retired army man is telling you this. I was shocked.
Yeah, because he knows what is going on in the system.
So why are we budgeting for you people? Since you cannot solve the problem.
Well, this would be a good place to end the conversation for today. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Marisa Darlington Agumbo, thank you for your contribution. Elvis Elimehele, thank you very much as well.
Thank you,
Moses. Okoro, well, thank you. And Hugh makes a comeback later tonight at 6 p.m.
Yes, and I'll travel around Nigeria with my guests to bring you interesting trending stories. Join me there, and it promises to be quite interesting.
There you have it, 6 p.m. later tonight. Political Lens takes the airways. But between now and then, we have other programs. Sports comes up next, and then we'll be going around Africa as well. So a whole lot more to come your way today on VOP Television. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Bye for now.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The 2564 is coming up on running 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, still basking in the euphoria of the Super Eagles qualification to the semi-finals of the ongoing African Cup of Nations in Morocco 2025. Of course, we expect the Super Eagles to do justice against the host nation tomorrow. On that note, I welcome you to this day episode of Sport Republic on Voice of the People TV. I'm Ikechukwu Ago. And of course, there's going to be a lot of conversation that we'll be having today. Myself, of course, my guests who eventually will join in the course of the show. We'll be starting with what's going on right there at home. And of course, it's going to actually be about what's going down right there after the game between the Super Eagles of Nigeria and Nigeria. As you know, the president of the Nigerian Football Federation, Ibrahim Gusau, has been talking in a spirited display of confidence. He actually been talking when he actually just, addressed reporters with a promise that resonated deep within the heart of football fans. The Super Eagles of Nigeria's pride were gearing up for a monumental semi-final clash against the AFCON host nation, Morocco, following resounding 2-0 victory over Algeria in the quarterfinals. The stage was set for an epic showdown on Wednesday in Casablanca, as we hope that the Super Eagles will do justice, like I said earlier on. Gusau's voice, filled with determination, echoed with unwavering belief he had in his team. He spoke of their focus, commitment, and unity qualities, and of course, deemed essentially for overcoming the Atlas Lions of Morocco. Drawing inspirations for the Super Falcons' remarkable comeback against Morocco in 2025 African Women's Championship late last year, of course, where the Super Falcons, did the La Decima in that very, very 3-2 comeback win against the host nation. Of course, you recall that the Super Falcons actually went down 2-0 in that particular game before the magic started and the girls actually came home with the tournament. He continued by saying, just as we saw in the Women's African Cup of Nations against the same Morocco, Nigeria emerged victorious, we believe the same will happen here, he declared with fervor. Gosal concluded with a powerful reminder that once the whistle is blown, it is 11 players against 11. All other factors, doesn't really matter. He was actually responding to the questions of home advantage and possible intimidations by, the North Africans in that particular game. Of course, these guys can actually have, this way of approaching games mentally, even before the players step on the pitch. They have this very uncanny or unusual attitude of, personal intimidation, fans intimidation, and this actually happened even against our girls. Perhaps that's exactly why these girls went 2-0 down before they actually came back, showing the huge spirit of Nigeria. But yes, I know that my guest is very much in right now. Pelumi, yes, Pelumi is good morning. Welcome to Sport Republic on Voice of the People TV.
Yes, good morning, Tiku, and good morning to everyone watching us right now. It's a great pleasure to join you on the show this lovely Tuesday morning.
All right, so I was just talking about the president of Nigerian Football Federation, Ibrahim Gosal, who was actually been talking about the Super Eagles and comparing this game against Morocco. You recall that the Super Falcons actually did the La Decima against the same Morocco who were the host of the Women Championship last year when the girls actually won 3-2 in that final when they had to come back from 2-0 down. And he's actually talking about the boys, talking about the unity in the camp, talking about how focused these guys were. But of course, looking at the quality of the Morocco and of course the Super Eagles, the Moroccans before this particular championship, a lot of persons were actually tipping them to at least get to the semi-final. In fact, good bookmakers actually said they're going to win it owing by last 3 years how they've actually performed in Africa as one of the very best teams. In the Olympics, they showed that they are best in Africa. In the World Cup, they showed that they're best in Africa. Now here in this particular tournament, they've also shown that they are giving one of those teams to reckon with. But do you really think the Super Eagles have a very good chance, or is just Gosal actually just saying what he had to say as the president of the Football Federation?
Well, I think that these stage of the competition, if you're still on the fight of the country, I think it's going to be at your own peril because that team has been doing really well since the start of the competition. And one interesting thing about all of their is, of course, they are the only team in this competition so far that have won all of their games up to this very point. And the interesting thing about them is that every of those games that they have went on to dominate every of those games. There's no single game where Nigeria struggled to win, or we say maybe they were a bit lucky, or maybe we say they were assisted by the rest and all of that. They have deserved to win every of the games that they have won so far at this stage of the competition. So I think they are very, very good contenders for the title. And the Moroccans also know what is up against even the Super Eagles of Nigeria tomorrow. Well, we spoke about the antics of the North Africans. Yes, we are quite sure we quite understand that, but even the Super Falcons also faced something similar to that the last time the World Cup final. They were intimidated with laser-like pointed towards them and all of that. And despite going behind 2-0 in the first half, they still came back to eventually win that particular one. Yes, I know Morocco are hoping to win, but then the Super Eagles are in this competition so far. We have seen Morocco, yes, they mostly good football, but then some of the games that they are going up to win have not been consistent in some of these games. I can say that with the Tanzanians that they won by goal to get the first set of games, it wasn't like the squad football that they played in that one. In the game against Cameroon, I also think that Cameroon could have had a penalty, and it was winning at that point in time. Maybe a penalty to Cameroon before this, and we might be talking about a different scoreline in there. But then, here we have Morocco and Nigeria. Nigeria would have on the back of their mind that they have defeated 2 North Africans in this competition so far. They beat Tunisia in the group stage, and they also beat Algeria in the quarterfinals and so on. So I think that is the good that Nigeria will be going into the right here. For me, I think the major issue lies Morocco because they are the ones that would be studying how to play this level of Nigeria right now. Like I said, that the Rebels have dominated of that game, and you see that there is a tactical setup working for this Super Eagles team. So I think the more pressure is definitely on Morocco. Like I said, they are hoping to win. They have invested a whole lot. The pressure is on the players, the pressure is on the coaches. They have achieved a whole lot of things, like in terms of winning the game and should I say that they are currently going on a run of games without losing in there. So I think they are also in very, very good form. But when they face Super Eagles, it's going to be a different ball game entirely in that particular one. So I think Nigeria is right going into this one, and it will be like a major upset in Morocco, despite the hostile environment. Yes, the environment is definitely going to be hostile, but these guys are professional. It trust them to handle the hostile environment that they will be expecting at the same play at the last region. So I think the Super Eagles are so it to go ahead and edge this one out.
Of course, thank you very much there, Palumi. Moving on, let's talk about Eric Shaw, who definitely will continue his role as head coach of the senior national team after the African Cup of Nations concludes, according to the source. Of course, he spoke to the chairman of Nigerian Sport Commission, talking about Shehu Goso, actually spoke to press. Of course, he said the decision comes ahead of the semi-final clash against Morocco. And it appears that Shell's future is secure regardless of the match result, because he already agreed to a new term, according to him, with a deal set to take effect automatically following Nigeria's impressive progression to the semi-finals, highlighted by a dominant 2-0 victory over Algeria, which followed an earlier 4-0 win against Mozambique in the tournament. Interest in Shell's services has been generated amid speculations from teams like Angola, Guinea, and Tunisia, all of them who are keen to capitalize on any uncertainty surrounding his position with the Nigerian Football Federation. A top official of the National Sports Commission also confirmed that he said, and I quote, "It is as good as done that he will remain as the coach of the Super Eagles. An agreement was reached in principle before the World Cup qualifiers playoffs in January, and it will come in full effect after the AFCON, regardless of what happens in the game against Morocco." The official further emphasized, "We have seen enough to know that he is the man to actually take us to the job. It's one step to shape the future of the team even before the win over Algeria. I believe Nigerians also recognize that as Nigeria prepares for the semi-final, Charles continue to actually lead the Super Eagles, and of course the confidence in the ability to guide the team cannot be overemphasized." I mean, looking at Eric Shaw, before he actually got the job, a lot of persons were actually saying, how can you wait for over 8 months to actually appoint a new manager? He came in, he did, his first 2 games was actually, neither here or there. Then we actually saw that, okay, perhaps this man has what it takes to actually lead us. And unfortunately, he failed to actually make it to the World Cup after the Nations Cup qualification rounds was concluded. And now we are here, playing the AFCON proper. How do you even rate Eric Shaw ever since he actually got the job, to be the Super Eagles gaffer?
Yeah, I think he has done absolutely well. Honestly, he has performed beyond expectations, because coming in, taking the job of President Nigeria, which I feel is one of the most difficult jobs that any coach would want to take. Not only because of what happens in the field of play, but then the shenanigans that happen off the pitch as well. But I think Eric Shaw has found a way to put all of this behind him, and has done very, very well. The numbers actually speak for this particular man. He has not lost a competitive game for the Super Eagles of Nigeria in 90 minutes. The only game he has lost was the GR Congo game. Lost on 10 houses in that one. I would say that is like the most crucial game that we ever played, because the World Cup qualification over from Nigeria were handling on that particular game. But we wouldn't fault him entirely for the Super Eagles not making the World Cup. One thing is certain, we could see the improvement in the Super Eagles of Nigeria. We could see the improvement in their quality of play, the style of play. Like I said, they've been playing playing football, and the fact that it's also trying to get the best out of some of these players, I think it is something that deserves kudos. Case in point, Alex Iwobi. Alex Iwobi has been one of the most aligned Super Eagles players in time past. I remember the last AFCON where he was bullied online at the whole level. Now, fast forward to a few years now, look at what Alex Iwobi is playing. I think the result has made him one of the most important players in that Super Eagles of Nigeria. Look at Awada as well. For years now, we are looking for a first partner for Victor. We have tried a couple of guys, Murphy, Victor Boniface, Tolu Arukodare, and lots of other guys. But look at Awada now. We just see penetration. It's like it's a match made in heaven. So I think all of these definitely need us to give kudos to Eric Shaw. It definitely cannot overlook what they are doing with this particular team. So I think the number definitely speak for him. And the only negative that I had in his career so far with the disaster that happened to the champion right there. And I really entirely fault him for that one. I think the quality of these players were also not good enough for a style of football. Now with Super Eagles players now we are seeing what it's actually doing. I talk about getting the best out of some of these guys. Look at the performance that Pastor Samuel gave in the game against Australia. Look at the captain Bruno in the match. Trying to this competition we're competing who would start at left back, if they can or is it Bruno? They played the game and then Bruno came into the village and look at what Bruno provided an assist for the man for the first goal against Australia. I think all of these you will see that these are coach effort in this particular Super Eagles of Nigeria. So I think the same thing to do, the right thing to do for the NFS is just to give him more contact, let him deal with the same. I can remember journalists asking him, like, what has changed between then and now? This is a thing that failed to pick up the World Cup ticket, and they are the ones now going away things that they have. But what has changed between these few months? I can remember his response saying that the team has had enough time to train together. Like, it's still the same set of players, but then they have had to understand one another better. And I think that is the effort of the coaching crew as well. So it definitely needs to be given more years, good distractions, and we also need to, when I speak about no distractions, I mean us not owing in. That is what I mean. Because, like you said, there would be offers from different places because of what he's doing. And now this is where we have to also make sure that his better is properly taken care of. Because if he gets a better offer from there, I wouldn't want him if he decides to do. So the NFF also has a job of their hands. The NFF has a job of their hands to make sure a girl stays with this particular thing. Yes, give him more years. Even if he does not win the last one, honestly, regardless of what happens at that one, give him more time. Let him see through the qualification for the next one and the competition proper, and even qualification for the 2030 World Cup as well. So to make it to the World Cup for 2 consecutive times now. And I think the coaching was one of the reasons why we didn't get it there. Now leave Rachel to actually handle this thing. Let us see what he can do with a couple of years to this particular Super Eagles of Nigeria team. So I would rate him with honestly. I think they have done very well. It's a big upgrade to the last couple of things that we've had, the likes of Maybe George, Ose Petero, Austin Eguava. Due respect to all of those guys, I think the Rachel is a little bit at home all of this. I love the things that he's on that. And then is someone who has always been playing that particular one. Purposely Diamond, he has looked for information that fits the Super Eagles of Nigeria side of play, and we can see that it is really working over for him and the boys as well.
Well, so definitely you're tilting towards what the National Sport Commission is saying, that Eric Chell deserves to actually remain on the job.
Certainly, yes. I think he definitely deserves to be there.
But a lot of concerns have been raised about Eric Chell. I mean, when he actually started, even this AFCON, the list, when he actually released the list, people were actually asking questions, is this man really in charge of this particular Super Eagles? Do you really think he's in charge?
Well, I do not think that you can take away influence from Nigerian football. It has been there since time immemorial, and I don't think you can take away that one. The NFF would have their influence, the NSC would also have their influence, and all of this starts from calling players off right here. I don't think NFF will give any coach 100% control of anything. But one thing I like Eric Chell for is that I think he wants to take control of what happens on the field of play. He has said it a lot of times that anything that happens on the field, he should leave the federation to be in charge of that one, control that particular one. But anything that happens on the field, that is what he wants to care about. That is what he wants to care for. Now, you say that in terms of player institution, maybe there are some influences right there, it's not in full control. But trust me, when it comes to setting up the players, when it comes to arranging players, Ericsson will definitely go with the players that he trusts, the players that he knows. And we can actually see in this AFCON. Yes, build up with the AFCON, they had the provisional, then we had the eventual federation list, and we saw strange names in there. Names that have played for Nigeria before and then they disappeared, even some names that the other people do not know. Now tell me, how many of these guys have we seen in the Super Eagles of Nigeria team now? How many of these guys have we seen actually play? A couple of them are getting just a few minutes when the game is almost done, and those that is when they is changing some of these guys team. Aside that a certain analogy who started the game, and I think that inclusion is definitely justified in that particular one. So one thing about it is that it goes with the guys itself, it puts them on the field of play, it gets the results, then maybe it gives these relatively young guys a couple of minutes as well. So I think the fact that it is not a focus, so I don't think that would be a problem. At this stage, I think it is still manageable until maybe we hear that the NFF or the NFP as interfering in what happens on the field. I think that is when maybe there's a problem. But for now, all of those guys that are playing, I think these are excel players. These are excel guys. These are the guys that are doing the World Cup qualification. These are the guys that still keep using, barring any injuries to any of these guys. So I think that is one positive that people take away from this particular one as well.
Absolutely. Still talking about AFCON. Yes, and moving on, the journey to 2027 African Cup of Nations is about to unfold. A thrilling chapter in African football that promises excitement and first competition. It all begins today when the Confederation of African Football will conduct the draw for the preliminary rounds of qualifiers, setting the stage for teams across the continent. In anticipation of the momentous event, CAF took a significant step on Monday by releasing the official ports for the teams participating in the preliminary stage. This announcement laid the groundwork for what will be opening fixtures in this critical qualification campaign. In Pot 1, a mix of determined teams awaits their fate. Lesotho, Burundi, Ethiopia, Eswatini, South Sudan, and Mauritius. These nations are eager to showcase their talent and secure their place in the tournament. On the other side, yes, Pot 2 features the challenges like Chad, Sao Tome and Principe, Djibouti, Somalia, Seychelles, Eritrea, all ready to rise to the occasion. According to CAF, the guidelines, each team from Pot 1 will be paired against team from Pot 2, with the first leg of each side to be hosted by the lower-ranked nation. This structure adds an intriguing twist as the lower-ranked teams will have the moments to shine on their home turf. The matches will be contested over 2 legs, heightening the anticipation for fans and players alike. From this stage, the 6 winning teams will advance to the group stage draw, joining Africa's top 42 ranked nations in exhilarating rates for a spot at the continent's premier football tournament. As the countdown to the draw begins, the air is charged with excitement, hope, and dreams of glory as teams prepare to fight for the chance to etch their names in history of the African Cup of Nations. Palumi, the 2027 African Cup of Nations is, within us right now, and as we, about to conclude in 2025, I mean, we saw an expanded format this particular time, and a lot of goals has also been seen. I mean, what can you say so far, ever since you've been following the championship? In terms of development, what do you expect to see in 2027?
Well, I think we'll be improving year by year, but I say competition by competition, and this particular edition is one of the most interesting editions, and one of the reasons why we have this because of the level of infrastructure that we're actually seeing. Now, I think Morocco has set the standard for every other edition who wants to host the AFCON again. There is even saying that Morocco put in the work to host the World Cup, not the AFCON, because normally the standard to host an AFCON tournament is 6 stadia. Now Morocco presented 9 top-class stadia right there that are doing very, very well. And even despite the heavy rainfall in all of the centers in Morocco, you can see that the playing surface is still very good. And this is one of the reasons why we are even having the top teams get to the latter stages of the competition, because there is no time for difficult football again. If you play good football and you definitely win, you definitely progress. I think the quality of the pitches is definitely what is contributed to this particular one. Now the next edition, yes, interestingly, will be hosted by 3 countries, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. You need to do better. Although I'm not saying they will be able to surpass what Morocco has done in terms of the infrastructure. But then there was these 3 nations hosted the CAN tournament last year, which will serve like a security mode for them to host the AFCON. And I think they would have seen some of the last week in there, and they will be working on all of these things to make sure that we have a very, very fantastic one. And now with the confirmation of past president that will be having the tournament played every 4 years now, I think these are 4 nations that will be hosting a lot of fans to actually prepare for this particular one. Yes, like I said, the topic is really good. The organization is also very fantastic. But one thing I think staff and the whole team nation needs to work on is the crowd. I think mobilization of people to the stadium is also very important. That is one that's a shortcoming of this particular action. We are seeing empty stadium. In fact, there was a time there that the gates were open for free after 20 minutes for people to actually come in so that people will see a proper option for the World Cup so that they will see the stadium being filled. And despite that, we are still seeing 30,000, 30,000 people coming to watch them. I think only Morocco games are in over 60,000 in there. So I think staff needs to do something on that particular one. They need to make sure that people are interested in watching not only the games of the host nation, but the games of other nations as well. One of the ways to achieve this, I think, if we have a proper inter-travel like system where people can travel easily from one country to another within Africa, if you can have all of this, I think it will be easier. Someone in Nigeria can easily want to go to Morocco just to support the president of Nigeria just for one day. So I think this is one of the things that we need to look forward to between now and the 2027 election. Although I think that there might be a case of them playing the 2027 election in 2028. Now that remember the I don't think it's to have one in 2027 and have another one in 2028. So I think the 2027 election will be moved to 2028. And that will afford Kenya, Uganda, and Ghana a lot of time to actually prepare for this one.
Absolutely. I mean, still talking about the African Cup of Nations, you recall that, one of the, still talking about the African Cup of Nations and, of course, development in African football, you also recall that, in the aftermath of the AFCON 2025 quarterfinals, Nigeria against Algeria, the Football Federation of Algeria actually officially filed a complaint with both Confederation of African Football and FIFA, alleging bias officiating in a 2-0 defeat to the Super Eagles. Held in Marrakech, the match ended with Nigerian securing 2 goals scored by Victor Osimhen and Akko Adams. However, the post-match atmosphere turned chaotic with heated arguments involving players and officials, and attempted pitch invasion as well further marked the frustration of the Algerian side as they actually voiced their displeasure over the officiating by Senegalese referee Issa Sey. In a statement, the Algerian FA expressed their concerns over Sey's decision, stating that they have compromised the integrity of the match, damaged the trust in African refereeing. The Federation called for an immediate investigation and demand that Sey be banned from the tournament. In response to the complaint, CAF has announced that it will open an investigation and has referred the matter to the disciplinary board. As the situation unfolds, the controversy surrounding the match continues to raise questions about the officiating standards in African football and the implications before that tournament. I mean, Pelumi, we're talking about development in African football and, of course, how AFCON has actually developed over the years. You recall that last AFCON, one of the major talking points was the fact that this is arguably the best tournament in terms of, officiating, that Africa has raised the standard so high. Now, what we're witnessing right now, particularly what happened in the Nigeria game, also you recall that there's also reports before the Morocco and Cameroon game, the FECAFOOT president talking about Samuel Eto'o also said that there seemed to be this undue favor or undue advantage has been handed over to some North African teams, particularly the host nation Morocco. Now we are seeing the Algerian football association actually filing a complaint to FIFA and CAF. Now, with all of this report, for me, I don't know what exactly you think, but does it look like there's a sort of campaign or an agenda to actually reduce the quality of African football, or is it really that African football at this time around officiating has not really been top notch?
Yeah, well, I think I would agree with what you said, and the fact that the level of officiating at this AFCON has not really been top notch. Honestly, I think we have to admit that there have been several controversial decisions here and there. And just like you said, one of the things where that we were happy about at that factor in our report was that the education was really the fact. It was a time where the VAR and the fact in England was very controversial then. And they were even compared that the PGA come and then how they are using here in Africa and education and all of that. That that is one of the steps that we get to this stage. But right now, I think the level has actually set. Maybe because we were out of the Christian and the last of the Son, and that is why they are feeling all of these things in this particular thing. I don't think it's still about, and I think the what brought about this particular the problem was technical. I think it was technically about the DR Congo and the Republic game, where Jonathan felt like he think it had a penalty, and the VR was not working at that particular point in time, and they roughly thought with it until the second of the penalty. And we saw a play that penalty that started in Beba actually empty the ball and penalty to that mention. So I think that technical fault there has actually delayed everything and set a bad precedent for the officiating going forward. And before then, and after then, it was every strong power, every available weapon right there. So I think it is not really much impact, and the rest are that all of it is actually coming up. Like I said, I'm looking at the low path. For example, the most of that I think I'm going to have how to that particular one. Egypt, South Africa as well, the world is the penalty that was there's not for South Africa. And even the most of that I said earlier on, things down in Peru, they have won the penalty for Cameroon. So there are different instances like that. And Nigeria game as well, the penalty incident against Brazil and Cameroon. Several cases like that. They are getting 5, 6, 7 cases or 4 is taking all. That's a controversial situation. I think we had a stability of the European Affairs Committee, it is an isolated case, like the case the way they are getting more than 5, 6 controversial. It is not difficult for this particular committee. And now, I think look at the system. They are now starting to use their instance. And this that is something that you can see them better than every of these things are very stand found. We don't want to every percent before several states, before the
Belumi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
There seems to be a callback from your sound. I don't know if you can actually sort that out. There's a sound that's actually disturbing. I really cannot hear you what you say. But please just actually look into it and join us right back. But then moving on to another story, and of course this one concerns the head coach of the Super Eagles and the national team. I'm talking about Eric Shell, because 2 key players of the national team, talking about Wilfred Ndidi and of course Taniam Nwabali, will not be part of the team. But the biggest concern for the coach is actually Wilfred Ndidi, as the coach is currently deliberating, I beg your pardon, on the idea of replacing the captain, who will be suspended for Nigeria's semi-final clash against Morocco in the ongoing African Cup of Nations. Wilfred Ndidi actually received the second yellow card during the quarterfinal match, where Nigeria secured a 2-0 victory over Algeria, leading to his suspension for the upcoming game. The potential replacement could be Rafael Onyedika, or talking about the man who a lot of Nigerians seem to have forgotten, Moses Simon, in that particular midfield. However, Chelsea is considering alternative strategies. Chelsea is actually contemplating shifting Frank Onyeka to the base of the diamond midfield, a position typically held by Ndidi, which could allow, which would definitely allow him to actually move Ademola Lookman from the forward row, with Simon actually potentially filling one of those 3 attacking spots. Team strategy, of course, the coach staff has engaged in extensive conversation and discussion about the team, and of course, the strategy against Morocco, I beg your pardon. A final decision on who will be replacing Ndidi is expected to follow before the game against Morocco, and that's definitely following last session training yesterday. It seems like it's most likely going to be Moses Simon stepping in the ranks, but a lot of questions have actually been raised. A lot of persons really cannot fathom why the coach cannot just go for like person to actually step in for Wilfred Ndidi to actually balance the midfield, and then let's get the same Iwobi that we've been getting. But because the big question here is, if he eventually decides to actually throw in Moses Simon into the Wolves, he's definitely going to first upset the attack, which as far as I'm concerned, they form a very good synergy. Victor Moses, Aqua Adams, Victor Osimhen, I beg your pardon, Victor Osimhen, Akwa Adams, and Ademola Lookman have formed a very good trio. And then if he decides to actually pull, one of them out, talking about Ademola Lookman, and throw him right there, somewhere in the midfield, it's going to actually affect, how the attack will move, and definitely also affect how the midfield will move, because Ademola Lookman will also need a little bit of time to actually blend into that mix. And against a high-profile side, a side that is technically gifted, a side that has top midfielders like Amrabat in the heart of the midfield, you don't want to actually start experimenting with people who are not core midfielders, and that's where I think it's going to be real big problem for us. But it's Pelumi back. Let's get to take a response from him. Of course, it seems Pelumi is still very much struggling with his connection right there. But then, if you ask me as the coach of the Super Eagles, I think the very best alternative for me here is to actually see Rafael Ndika actually sit deep and play the Wilfred Ndidi role. We saw him actually step into the plate for Wilfred Ndidi in the last game against Uganda, and it was awesome. It was very fantastic. And I mean, why wouldn't he? Why can't he just continue in that particular order and allow him enjoy himself in the heart of the midfield? Palumi, are you there?
Yes, I'm with you. I'm with you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think it's better now. The whole back is not coming out. So I'm asking, right? We have a very big issue in our hands. Two of our key players will not be part of this game against Morocco. Stanley Nwabali, yes, we can actually find a replacement. A lot of persons have been crying. I mean, Uzoho, but then we can actually do with that. But in the heart of the midfield, there's a very big problem. We're playing against a side that is very tactical. A side that has top midfielder like Amrabat in the heart of the midfield. A side that has players who can actually win game on their own, likes of Hakimi, Ibrahim Diaz. And of course, a team that's actually shown that, in the last 3 years, they are actually the best in Africa. Now stepping into this particular ring, there's no Wilfred Ndidi who has shown that he is the commander-in-chief of that particular team. Who do you think? Because Eric Church is actually contemplating between, moving Ademola Lookman into the heart of the midfield and then bringing Moses Simon to actually join the try on the attack, or, playing Rafael Ndika, in the base, just as, like for like, as we saw against Uganda. Who do you think should actually step in to the plate for, for that particular game against Morocco?
Well, first off, I think Stanley Nwabali will play. I don't think he's suspended for that one. I think that is just his second yellow card, and the first one came in the group stage.
There are reports he will not play. There are reports he will not play.
Yes. Yeah, of course. So let's focus on the one who is confirmed that he would not play, which is Wilfred Ndidi. I think it's going to be a big miss for the Super Eagles of Nigeria in that one. And not only because of what he brings to that team in terms of his style of play, but then I think his leadership is also one thing. The driving force that he has got is one of the key players that have been driving these particular players to want to do more. And to importantly state that is one of the reasons why Alex Iwobi is actually flourishing in this tournament. I think the fact that we have Frank Onyeka and Wilfred Ndidi sitting at the base, that affords Alex Iwobi time on the ball, and he has time to pick out his passes and pick out the attackers. But for me, I think I will be surprised. Now that Wilfred Ndidi is out, I will be surprised if Elchel decides to go with Moses Simon. I will be very, very surprised, because that's kind of changing the formation. That's kind of deploying a different player in a different type of role. If you want to play Moses Simon, just like you said, it means that Ademola Lookman will be dropping into the midfield. And whatever would change that attacking trio, I think nobody should tamper with it. They should not even think about changing the attacking trio of Victor Osimhen, Akwa Adams, and Ademola Lookman. This trio have been the best so far in this competition, and the goal contribution are definitely there to speak for them. I think that should alter the particular attacking trio. I think the same thing to do is just put Rafael Onyedika in that particular position. Yes, there might be problems because Rafael Onyedika is also a player who wants to dictate play. He's more like a tempo dictator as well. But right now, I think he's going to need a whole lot of coaching before that game tomorrow. He needs to understand some of these rules that, okay, you will be with Alex Iwobi that we are playing through and not himself. He's not so much of a ball winner like Wilfred Ndidi in that particular position. But I think he's also a very, very good player He understands the position, and it will be very, very good not to take a risk with putting an attacker in that position. Just put a midfielder in there and not to upset the balance in that team, just like you said. So I think Rafael Onyedika should definitely come into this particular play. They just need to tell him not to, he doesn't have to hold on to the ball so much, and he's also a very, very good ball progressor. I think that is one of the things that we could actually bank on in that game, because the strength of the Super Eagles of Nigeria is the fact that their attackers are very, very fast. That is one thing that the Super Eagles of Nigeria have relied on in that one. And Rafael Onyedika can actually help in transition because he moves the ball fast in that particular. So I think it will be a very, very useful one in that game. But maybe not a very good marker, like I said. But then I think.
So Pelumi, is it possible we see, a Frank Onyeka actually drop into the base of the midfield, and then Rafael Onyedika, who is actually a very good, ball carrier, move into his role? Is it possible we see that?
Yeah, that is most likely what's going to happen. Frank Onyeka will be the one to sit at the base. I don't think Eriche would want to risk putting Rafael Onyedika at the base of the midfield, shielding the centre backs. I don't think that's going to happen. So it will be Frank Onyeka that will be sitting really, really deep. So I think Onyedika and that will just kind of play in front of him like that.
All right, so thank you very much. Let's move on to another story. And of course, this one actually caught, the attention of the world yesterday as Real Madrid officially parted ways with Xabi Alonso as manager following disappointing 3-0 loss to Barcelona in the Spanish Super Cup. Alonso exit from the Santiago Bernabeu comes just 7 months into his tenure, with the decision announced one day after a trailing Clásico defeat, highlighted ongoing concerns regarding the team's performance and struggles. Of course, the struggle during his tenure as the manager of Real Madrid. Of course, the manager actually faced a rocky start with issues from previous season continue to actually affect, the clubs from Real Madrid. Hierarchy released a statement on the official X handle confirming Alonso's departure. And of course, the statement reads that by mutual agreement between club and Xabi Alonso, it has been decided to end his time as coach of the first team. Xabi Alonso will always have our affection and admiration of Real Madrid fans and of course the board, because he is a legend of Real Madrid and has always represented the values of our club. Real Madrid will always be home, to him. And of course, they also acknowledge gratitude to Alonso and his technical team for their efforts during his technical team, I beg your pardon, for their effort during his time in charge of the Los Blancos, wishing them success in future endeavors. Despite winning 24 of 34 matches, the team faced backlash from fans after a defeat by Celta Vigo last month, leading to an emergency meeting around the club hierarchy. And of course, you recall that was the very first step before eventually it fell to Hassan Flick's men, and officially right now he's off the hook by the board. Let me just ask you this very straight one question, Pelumi. Does this come as a surprise to you that Alonso will be leaving a job after the loss to Barcelona? Does it come as a surprise? Just one question, one answer.
Right, I'm surprised. Yeah.
You're very surprised?
Yes, I am.
Knowing how Madrid do their things.
Yes, of course. I know Madrid do their thing, but then I don't think it was because of the results. I think that is the second time in Real Madrid history that they will be sacking a manager after losing a Clásico. The first one was a 5-1 loss of Lopetegui in 2018. And this manager lost 3-2. Yes, we know that it was a final and he lost 3-2. It was still a very, very close game. But I think it was a political play that happened. They were just looking for a high-profile game for him to lose, and then he left. I can remember people saying before the game against Man City that if he loses, he's going to be shown the exit doors after that one. But then he wasn't sacked. But right now, I think he just had to leave. The disrespect was too much. I think he was pressured into leaving. Madrid is a huge political club.
And of course, the man who actually replaced him, Alvaro Arbeloa, do you think he's going to actually turn things around?
Well, there's a big task ahead of him, but I'm very, very sure he's going to face the same problem that Xabi Alonso faced with this Real Madrid side. Majority of the players are definitely not going to be on his side. That is one of the reasons why Xabi Alonso has to leave.
Of course, from the capital or the heart of Spain to already, of course, the heart of the UK and the heart of England. One tournament, the oldest tournament in the world, the FA Cup, the road to Wembley is getting more interesting as the draws for the oldest football tournament were made yesterday. As we look forward to who will replace Crystal Palace as champions. There are lots to actually talk about when that draws actually came up. But let's look at the draws, on the screen, and also let's talk about, the pairings. I mean, looking at the teams that qualified already, of course, Liverpool already defeated Barnsley in that particular one, so it's going to be Liverpool against Brighton Hove. But let me ask you, looking at the pairings, which of these games, I'll just be asking you, I just need a straight answer. Which of these games is going to be an easy road, for, either of the sides from this pairing?
Yeah, well, I think Man City have always got easier run, and they're going to be facing, I think, Sweden or Oldham. I think it's a very, very easy one for Man City. So they're definitely through to the next round, in my opinion.
So which is going to be the one that you say easy to call?
I already spoke about the Manchester City game. I already said it. I think Manchester City.
I mean difficult to call.
Oh, okay, the difficult one to call. Yeah, I think it's going to be the Aston Villa Newcastle game. I think the Aston Villa Newcastle game is definitely very going to be a tough one.
So which of these fixtures are we looking at? A fixture that is going to produce likely upset?
Well, likely upset. I don't know. Maybe Liverpool against Brighton. Yeah, I think Liverpool against Brighton. Brighton might just get the better of Liverpool. Yes, I think so.
So in this round, which of these teams are we looking at as the potential dark horse?
Dark horse now. Interestingly, maybe Marcus Feed. Marcus Feed will beat the defending champions. Now they're up against Brentford. So I think that if you can beat Crystal Palace, you can also do it against certain Marcus Feed. But we should not also forget Grimsby Town as well, who beat Manchester United in the EFL Cup. They're up against Wolverhampton Wanderers now, and Wolves are definitely a beatable opponent.
So which do you categorize as a Cinderella team that might actually go all the way?
Yeah, maybe a team that could do what Crystal Palace did last time out.
You said what?
I said Sunderland. Okay. Maybe.
Yeah, Sunderland has really been showing, they've got some very huge tricks in their back. But let's move away from football entirely and go straight to boxing, as the Nigerian Boxing Federation has revealed plans to conduct open trials for boxers as part of selection process for the national team heading to 2026 Commonwealth Games. The trials will be accessible to pugilists across all weight categories, with specifics regarding the date and venue to be disclosed once logistics arrangements are completed. Honorable Omole Imadu, Vice President of the NBF, just talking about Nigerian Boxing Federation, emphasized that the selection process will be transparent, credible, and merit-based. He assured athletes that they would have equal opportunities to secure position on the team. And of course, he said, and I quote, "I make bold to say that the days of impunity in the selection process for international competitions are over." And of course, he said, "We have put a lot of mechanism in place to actually ensure that every athlete is given a fair chance to make the final shortlist." I mean, talking about boxing, we've got huge boxers that are doing so well outside the shores of Nigeria. We can talk about the likes of Okole, talk about Ifeanyi Jagba, talk about Ituama, talk about, the world already know him, Anthony Joshua. Why is it that we really, really struggle with this framework, talking about what Imad is talking about for the MBF? Is it going to change things locally? Are we going to see the very best of pugilists come out of the country? How much of this particular, reform will change the boxing world for the country?
Yeah, well, we are looking forward to that. We are hoping that we get to produce fantastic boxers. In times past, I think boxing is always one of Nigeria's strong sports. But then the story have changed in the past few years. Right there, we have not even been able to pick up medals from boxing like we always do before. I think the federation, there's a lot of work in their hands. They need to do a whole lot to make sure that they actually produce credible boxers. And just like they said that they hope that they are assuring that this process will be transparent. I think that is the first step. If the process is transparent enough, then we are able to produce very good boxers. And I think training and exposure, these are one of those things that some of these federations actually lack, some of these boxers actually lack. If they're able to get all of this, I think we'll be able to return to the glory days. Like I said, providing transparency to make sure that we produce credible boxers, then the training needs to be top notch. and we should make sure that they are also exposed to international competitions.
And of course, away from boxing, let's wrap up with that. As Luke Littler, I don't know if that guy is actually little anymore. The two-time World Dart Championship winner has secured a groundbreaking £20 million deal with Target Dart, referring his title as sport. Of course, the historic contract for the 18-year-old darting sensation who recently made headlines by winning the first £1 million prize at the World Championship has renewed his contract with the dart supplier for a duration of 10 years. The deal includes potential earnings and bonuses, along with a percentage of sales for products and equipment, marketing, and of course, the most lucrative contract in dart history. Supported by Dart, of course, Target has delivered in me one day, and of course this is a lot to actually wrap around. In the world of that, £20 million, I mean, I can wrap my head around a lot of sports in this country that cannot even make up to £1 million, and these sports are way more popular than that. Man, tell me what it makes of the man. I don't want to call him Little, but of course, unfortunately, that's his name, Little Littler. Of course, he's 18 years old and £20 million in his pocket.
Yeah, well, I think he's going to dominate the world of that. I think he's going to dominate until he's very tired. Someone that is 18 and doing all of these stuff, I think he's here to definitely stay. He's the current youngest world champion in that. He won that one, I think, when he was 17. The current world number one, 2 PDC World Championship in 2025 and 2026. I think he deserves everything that he's getting right about now. He's dominating that one. I think he's going to do that for a very long time. I think it's the best. It's the best around that particular sport and at this particular point in time, and that is why he's enjoying all of the benefits that are coming from it right now. Yes, it's something that you cannot deprive him of. I think he has earned it. Yes, he has earned it, and I think there is still more for him to be earned right there. I think maybe this would open a lot of people's eyes to this sport as well. Maybe not only football, basketball. Now seeing people make money from that, like maybe we know that, okay, maybe there are some other sports that are very lucrative as well. So I think that is another angle that we should be looking at this point in time.
Thank you very much, Pelumi, and that's exactly where we'll be wrapping up to this episode of the Sport Republic. It's good to have you join me this morning.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
All right, of course, one day we'll be mentioning or talking about, the greatest dart players. Definitely Luke Littler. Maybe he won't be little anymore at that point. We'll talk about him definitely. And that's exactly where we'll be drawing the curtain on today's episode of the show. Do well to actually join Sport Republic tomorrow as Kizike, the voice of the mark, will be here to do it himself. And of course, later this evening, do not forget to actually join Locker Room, because that's exactly where you get the most informed breakdown analysis of football show. Of course, up next is definitely News Hour. Of course, you want to call it the media news. And I am Ikechukwu Aguagu. Stay tuned.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
My name is Michel Dele. I'm the Consul General of the Netherlands in Lagos. Keep watching VOP, Voice of the People TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of Shine Bridge Global Incorporated. And guess what? You are watching the Voice of the People television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The 2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
I'm Mr. Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned. Do not.
Welcome and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Federal government meets KPMG officials amid new tax reforms controversy. Atiku, PDP, CUPP condemn crackdown on dissent ahead of 2027 elections. Bandits kill 5 in fresh attack in Benue's community. Burantai says military's internal security role with police. Falana demands detained officers release or trial. NOA warns Nigerians to take precaution. In business, customs unveils new regulatory framework for career firms. In sports, 2027 AFCON preliminary round draw set for Tuesday. In the world of entertainment, Rema, Burna Boy, Shali Poppy, others win big. Now the news in full. The federal government has met with KPMG officials in Abuja to address concerns over Nigeria's new tax laws, which have sparked intense debate within the business and professional community. KPMG Nigeria had expressed concerns over aspects of the laws, including taxation of shares, dividend treatment, and foreign exchange deductions, warning they could affect businesses and taxpayers. The firm called for a review, citing errors, inconsistencies, gaps, omissions, and lacunae. The Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee Chairman Taiwo Yedele defended the Nigerian Tax Act, stating KPMG misunderstood the reform. However, NRS Executive Chairman Zach Adedeji clarified concerns and KPMG expressed regrets over misunderstandings. Both parties acknowledged interpretation differences contributed to taxpayer confusion and agreed on sustained dialogue to address emerging issues. Meanwhile, food prices remain a major concern for many Nigerians, especially market traders who say basic staples are still too expensive. Despite slight reduction in the cost of rice and other items, sellers and consumers say more must be done to make food affordable and reduce poverty. Voice of the People TV's Matthew Oguswada reports from Daliko Market.
Third week of the new year, and economic activities are gradually picking up across major markets in Lagos State. Following the holidays, many markets experienced a slowdown as traders and buyers took time to return. However, indications here at the Daliko market suggest that activities are slowly returning, although not without challenges.
I am at the Daliko market in Mushin, one of the busiest hubs for food production in Lagos State, to assess the level of business resumption after the New Year's celebrations.
To get a clearer picture of the situation on ground, I spoke with traders to understand when they resume business, how trading has been so far, and how this period compares with the same time last year.
You see, in this market, there is no price control because
we are all wholesalers. We buy from different vendors and we bring it here to sell it at our own opinion price. So there is no price control here. There's no price control, and the price that we sell it in December is the same way we sell it in this January here. Now the price has not even go down or go up. It's still the same thing.
nǹkan tá a fẹ́ níbi ọ̀rọ̀ ráìsì làwọn ń tà a fẹ́ kí gbogbo nǹkan kó lẹ́ẹ̀kí ráìsì di 20,000 àtọwọ́ kẹ́fìtì nǹkan nàìjíríà ní jíjẹ kó lẹ́sẹ̀ oúnjẹ ní kókó tó jẹ́ wá ti tọ́nu ìṣẹ́bùṣe nǹkan tá a fẹ́ nìyẹn. láàsì ata ráìsì 52,000 53 yìí ní oṣù yìí sìn àti ń ta 50,000 51,000 so kò tí sí difference kó di 20,000 òun la fẹ́.
òní last year a ṣì ta 52 55 all depends lórí nǹkan tí customer bá béèrè. We have long grain and we have short grain. Now à ń ta 50,000 a dẹ̀ ń ta 49,500 so all depends lórí nǹkan tí customer bá béèrè.
kò síbi tẹ́ máa dé kí ìjọba jẹ́ kó ń jẹ́ pọ̀ náà ni tó ń jẹ́ bá ti kó òun ìṣẹ́kù díẹ̀ o irú rice tá a tà ní ọdún ní last year ní ká sọ pé last year ni irú price yẹn àtàrí kí ni nǹkan tá a fi tàrí pé ó wálẹ̀ kò wọ́n jara lọ oníkálukú rà wọ́n gbádùn ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n kó túbọ̀ wálẹ̀ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn lọ.
The Dalecom market also extends to the automobile industry as traders within this industry share their expectations as the new year begins.
On our own, my own line precisely, which is motor spare parts. You know, it is normally we buy with exchange rate. Before the spare parts or anything, buying with exchange will come down. It must be as a result of exchange rates. When the exchange rate comes down, automatically the spare parts and other things that we import will normally come down. As also in foodstuff, because I almost close to the Dalecom market here, where they sell foodstuff, rice and gari and other beans. Mostly the price system, understand? Before things will get down a bit, like foodstuff, will be as from next month or next 2 months. March precisely.
And like before, like as from last 2-3 years ago, the part I used to sell about like 80 tana, 70 tana. But now this year I sell 120, 130. The original one. So now, like other customers say that it's too cost them to buy. So I said it's not my fault. It's the importer that used to import it from abroad increase it for us. That is the reason why we are selling it at that price. So for me, for my own prayer, I pray government to lower our economy so that the price will now come down, so that it will be easy then to buy.
From Dalecom market, traders say activities are gradually picking up in the third week of the year, although rising cost and low purchasing power continue to affect business. While urging the government to address inflation, many traders are hopeful that the weeks ahead will bring better patronage and improved market conditions. Matthew Okunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Well, thank you so very much, Matthew, for that report. In other development, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and the Coalition of United Political Parties (CUPP) have expressed concerns over the alleged tightening of Nigeria's democratic space, warning that sustained crackdown on dissent could undermine the credibility of the 2027 general elections. Atiku cautioned that Nigeria risks heading into the next election circle under a climate of fear and repression, stating that no election can be free or fair where citizens and opposition voices are routinely intimidated. This follows the arrest of Abubakar Salim Musa, a young Nigerian whose detention was disclosed by Amnesty International Nigeria. The PDP and CUPP echoed Atiku's concerns, describing Nigeria's democracy as being under siege. They called for the immediate release of Musa and other detained for exercising their constitutional rights. Moving on, suspected bandits have killed 5 persons, including the former House of Assembly candidate Igbabe Ochi, in an attack on Otobi community in Otukpo local government area of Benue State. The attack occurred around 1:30 a.m. on Tuesday morning, following a fraud kidnapping attempt on Sunday night. The community has been targeted by suspected headsmen with previous attacks claiming 13 lives on April the 15th, 2025, and 3 more in May 2025. The Benue State Police Command has yet to comment on the incident, but a member of the Benue State House of Assembly representing Otukpo Akpa State Constituency, Kennedy Angbo, has called for increased security measures, citing ongoing threats to the community. Meanwhile, former Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General Tuko Burantai has warned that the military's increasing involvement in internal security duties is weakening the Nigerian police force and other civilian security agencies. Speaking at the 2026 Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day lecture in Abuja, Burantai said the military's widespread presence across the country is eroding the growth and effectiveness of the police and internal intelligence institutions, which should lead internal security operations. According to the former Army Chief, military personnel are currently deployed nationwide, including in the Federal Capital Territory, in support of internal security duties. He added that these provide short-term stability, but undermines the capacity of civilian security agencies in the long run. Moving on, there are reports that says rising insecurity in Ekpoma is sparking concerns across Edo State following weekend protests over kidnapping in the university town. In Benin City, residents fear the situation could spread if urgent action is not taken. Voice of the People TV's Rhoda Johnny in Benin City says residents are calling for stronger security to protect lives and property in this report.
The weekend protest by youth and residents in Ekoma over rising cases of kidnapping has continued to generate reactions across Edo State, with residents of the state capital expressing concern over the worsening security situation in the university town. In street interviews, respondents described the Ekoma situation as alarming, warning that the web of insecurity is creating fear and could spread to other communities if urgent action is not taken.
The ex-military men, ex-policemen, those people that have retired, they should ask them questions. Because most of the kidnapping going on, you will just hear after the police checking point, you will see they will kidnap. After the police checking army point, you will see they will kidnap. So they have to do a thorough investigation of those ex-servicemen.
What they are experiencing in Ekpoma is too bad. The kidnapping is too much. These terrorists, they don't know anywhere. We are bad to ourselves. If I'm in my village now, anybody that comes, I know my village people. They collaborated with all these people. They take ransom from them. They show them road. After ransom, or they go and pay homage to these people. That is all we are lacking now. We are killing ourselves.
The government is trying, but they cannot be using insecurity to fight insecurity. The governor himself, Senator Modokebo, have tried to fight insecurity as far as Edo Central and Edo North per se. It's not much in Edo South. But what they have done is not expected of such students who are mature. You are correct, because if you don't stay here, nobody will say there you are. Because the people there, it seems, I don't know, I can't fish out them, I cannot suspect them, but everybody there is a suspect. Actually, it cannot be happening Ekpoma every now and then. So I don't know. They should at least appreciate the governor for now. That's what I mean.
The governor has assured that measures are being taken to tackle the menace and strengthen security in Ekpoma and surrounding communities.
We have been doing a lot. And before this ugly situation happened, we had planned something. Security is secret, and I'm not supposed to say it to anybody, and we are still going to carry it out. These people will leave our forests if they are there. Ekpoma, Ishan will not be a safe place for them. We will leave no stone unturned. We have technology. The first one we carried out was very successful. The next day, they came up with sentiment, protest, looting. This is not acceptable. We must make sure that we bring these people to book.
Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Meanwhile, a Benin High Court has remanded 52 individuals, including students of Ambrose Ali University in the Ubiaja Correctional Center, for malicious damage and armed robbery. The individuals were charged after they were accused of participating in a peaceful protest over insecurity that turned violent on Saturday. The suspects were arraigned by Police Counsel P.O. Odion through an ex parte motion. However, many of the arrested students said they were not part of the protest. Justice William Aziagbemi, who presided over the case, cited lack of jurisdiction and advised the defendants' counsel to file bail application at the Ubiaja High Court. The case has been adjourned to February the 26th, 2026 for hearing. Moving on, human rights lawyer Femi Falana has raised concerns over the prolonged and continued detention without a formal charge of the over 40 military officers alleged of coup plot against President Bola Tinubu in October 2025, while still denying them access to legal counsel, stating that they were presumed innocent until proven otherwise by the state, asking the federal government and military authorities to release or formally arraign them. Falana stressed that while he opposed any unconstitutional attempt to overthrow the government, the law requires that if there is evidence of their involvement in the coup plot, they should be arraigned before a special court-martial or general court-martial in accordance with the relevant laws. According to reports, about 16 senior military officers are being interrogated over the allegation, even though the Nigerian military has denied the coup report, claiming that the arrests were part of a routine exercise to address indiscipline and service breach. Also, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, affirmed the government's confidence in the military, dismissing the coup reports as false and praising the armed forces for their commitment to national security. Meanwhile, the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development plans to expend 91.7 billion naira on capital projects out of its total allocation of 97.077 billion naira for the 2026 fiscal year. According to the ministry's budget estimates, the Renewed Hope Housing Scheme was allocated 8.05 billion naira, while 3.7 billion naira was earmarked for the ongoing national housing program across the country. Other projects covered by the capital allocation includes the construction of prototype housing units in Suleja in Niger State and Ikorodu in Lagos State, for which 2.1 billion naira was approved. Also proposed, among others, is 1.6 billion naira for the inner roads and building infrastructure for the Ladoke Akitola University of Technology, LAUTECH, as well as solar power provision and connection to selected flood-ravaged areas in Itire, Nguyen, Olude Okuta in Lagos State. In another development, the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, says the total rehabilitation of the third mainland bridge in Lagos will cost 43 billion naira and an additional 2.5 billion naira for its closed-circuit television camera, that's a CCTV center. Umahi, who spoke to newsmen in Lagos, disclosed that the scope of work covered total rehabilitation of 2 carriageways of 14 kilometers by 14 meters width. He explained that the work also includes rebuilding and repainting some concrete works and replacing expansion joints and installing solar lights. According to him, the establishment of the CCTV center was part of the bridge rehabilitation contract. He stated that at the inception of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration in 2023, the government met the third mainland bridge, Kata Bridge, and Ido Bridge in terrible state on the pavement, surface, infrastructure above and below the water. Just a watch on the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Barrister Darlington Agumo Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, David, and how are you?
I'm fine, very well, thank you. How are you doing as well?
I'm okay.
All right, then we have also joining us virtually is Ismail Ogunshola Oladare. Ismail is a public affairs analyst and former House of Assembly candidate under the AAC. Mr. Ismail Oladare, thank you so very much for joining us, and good afternoon to you as well.
Yeah, good afternoon, David, and everybody, and thanks for having me again.
Thank you so very much. Well, let me start off with you, Mr. Oladare. Interestingly, the federal government has clearly stated in figures how much it will cost to install the CCTV center and also the rehabilitation work. Plus, again, interesting part of the conversation is that a total rehabilitation of the third mainland bridge in Lagos would cost about 43 billion naira and an additional 2.5 billion naira for the closed circuit television camera center. That's the CCTV camera center that is also going to be inaugurated also in Lagos. First off, I want to find out from you, what's your position with this kind of development, particularly the fact that, yes, this rehabilitation is clearly a work that has taken a bit of toll on some Lagos residents, particularly on the fact that the rehabilitation, 2 carriageways of 14 kilometers by 14 meters width is what we're talking about here, that will gulp these amounts of money that I mentioned earlier. What's your position with this development?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think in all honesty, it's a good development that, even though it's coming decades late, but it is still a good development, right? Because in 2026, we shouldn't just be talking about camera on our highways now. I mean, this should have been something we've done many years ago. But then it's never too late. But the problem has always been that after the end of the said contract, will they be able to achieve what they are proposing? And, your guess is as good as mine. And I believe that every other Nigerians too will also have that sentiment that it is most likely not. Going by the fact that, we've had many promises of such from these governments and the ones before there over the years. And at the end of the day, they don't deliver. And when they deliver these projects too, they deliver subpar. So from the government that is giving out the contract, to the contractors that are carrying out this project, and to the agencies that are in charge of monitoring and supervising, they failed Nigerian people over the years in terms of world standard infrastructural development. Okay. So we hope that this one won't be another case of abandoned project or a project that was delivered subpar. Well, we'll keep looking.
Well, I'm still going to stay with you, Mr. Oladare. One conversation that has been ongoing is the fact that, yes, the minister also laid out figures, and that clearly was, of course, speaking to credibility of how much will be expanded on this rehabilitation of the third mainland bridge. But the question that a lot of persons have been asking again would be, will the Works Ministry also publish the full bill of quantities, unit costs for joints, concretes, lights, and of course the CCTV hardware, softwares as well? So Lagosians can also verify that, of course, the 43 billion naira plus, of course, the 2.5 billion naira matches market realities, because sometimes we see these bogus figures and we kind of wonder, is it the same CCTV that some persons are selling in the market that we're talking about, or something else? What's the position with this fact that these questions are being asked by some Nigerians, clearly stating that will the ministry also publish the full bill of quantities in terms of unit cost of the joints and, of course, concrete and, of course, the lighting as well?
Yeah, of course. I don't have problem with Nigerians asking that question. It's just that some of us are tired of all those questions every now and then. Because I'm very sure, we are very, very sure, And this has been the case over the years for every kilometer of road they've been constructing, even the still ongoing coastal road. You know, it has always been times four of the real amount that is required to do all this road. This one they are calling for the 3 billion now. Don't be surprised that it might not even take up to 20 billion to construct that road, right? But then these are things that we don't even pay attention to again, because we know that it is their stock in trade. That's what they do all the time and time again. But the problem therein is also that even after inflating these figures, this budget, they still don't deliver the said project. And for people like me, that's exactly where the problem lies. I mean, a lot of people might even forgive you if you pad the budget, if you inflate the price, but you deliver quality and solid work.
So you still have a problem with the fact that it might not be delivered?
Of course, they don't deliver, even when they collect times 3, times 4, even times 10 of the required amounts. They still don't deliver. And for me, that's where the problem really lies. Although I don't have a problem with people asking for the figure, even though we know that they won't give you the figure. And, over the years, when we ask about these figures, what they will tell you is you are not an engineer, you don't know, But then people should ask,
Okay, let's bring this conversation back to the studio. Barrister, the Minister of Works clearly stating our figures. And one interesting part of this conversation was the fact that the minister also mentioned that at the inception of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration in 2023, the government met the Third Mainland Bridge, the Qatar Bridge, and of course the Edo Bridge in this terrible state. Of course, making those bridges inevitable for rehabilitation. What's your position with the fact that the presidency, because here the Minister of Works is also speaking on behalf of the presidency, stating that they met these bridges in a terrible state, the 3 bridges in Lagos?
It is not true. It is not true. If you want to do amendment, that does not say that everything is bad or everything has collapsed. By the way, what is the meaning of that reference? Infrastructure has to be maintained all over the world.
Okay.
So what is the strange about maintaining a bridge whose alignment is no longer, solid and all that? I don't see how that is coming up, telling us that you met what? So other things we met on ground, what happened to them? This economy was number 1 before APC took over. What happened to that number 1? That number 1 is now number 4. Why can't they give examples of what they bet? Why can't they give examples of the very good things they met on ground? And gullible Nigerians now will run with it. You see why they are going into infrastructural development, David. That is the easiest way to make money. When Fashola was the governor of this state, he never had any commissioner of works because himself and Tinubu was dragging it after Aregbesola left. The easiest way to eat government money is through infrastructure, roads, all these things that is the best and easiest way. And so when they are doing all those things, it's not for your own interest. So.
Now, Barrister, in one word, are you kind of aligning with our veteran girls who also said that sometimes even these figures are being over-bloated, but yet they are not completing the project?
That is what I'm telling you. Abandoned projects as at today, APC was able to at least say it. Abandoned project, we are looking at over 3 to 5 trillion naira. Was money not paid for those projects? That is why one project is awarded more than 10 times. Because when the government comes, they will collect the money for that project and then walk away. Another government will come, the same project, like Lagos-Ibadan Express Road. Look at how long they've been building that road. Look at how long. These are the issues. So I'm not amused when they say somebody is constructing road. Let them give us the accurate amount of money they are spending on those projects. For us to know. for us to know if they are actually telling us the truth. That is the easiest way, the easiest avenue to chop money.
Well, Barrister, some will want to say at this point rehabilitation is also needed on some of these bridges. I mean, would you want to concur to that as well?
Yes, well, I said it here, all over the world. All over, maintenance is key. But the question is, at what cost? David, the ICC Center in Abuja was constructed at the cost of 200 and something million. By the time Wike finished rehabilitation, they didn't lay any foundation, they didn't start any reconstruction, just to, maintain it and then put a few things here and there, like the AC and the ties. That was what Wike now spent 39 billion.
But don't you think the cost of equipment are much more exorbitant than what we have?
With the equipment, I don't understand. Even the
prices of things, Barrister, the price of things have skyrocketed. Is it visible?
That is not the reason why.
So what do you think is the reason, Barrister?
That is where to chop money. Yes, I just told you here. That is the avenue to eat money. That is it. Like this project they did at ICC at Abuja. Engineering experts, people who know about construction, is telling me today that the rehabilitation of that place cannot take up to 5 billion. No matter what they want to put there, no matter. It cannot cost up to 5 billion naira if things are properly done.
Well, still talking about reconstruction and, of course, building, the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Barrister, is planning to spend 91.7 billion naira on capital projects out of its total allocation of 97.077 billion naira for the 2026 fiscal year. Now, interestingly, Barrister, the ministry, budget estimates the renewed Hope Housing Scheme, which was, of course, allocated at 8.05 billion naira. And, of course, 3.7 billion naira was earmarked for the ongoing National Housing Scheme. Now, the question now would be, how many habitable title units will the 91.7 billion capex actually deliver in 2026?
Nothing will be done. David, nothing will be done.
Why are you so strong in your belief?
Because of past experience. Somebody has cheated you once, twice, third time, fourth time, fifth time, and you are still expecting that he will change. How can he change? Since that is the avenue of making money for him. No, tell me. How can he change? I told you that is the easiest way of making money by government. That's why the due process office, they have closed it down. The office the Obasanjo created and handed over to what is that her name? Ezekwesili. Madam Due Process. Is that not true? Where every contract is vetted and Did you hear of such a thing again?
All right, Barrister. Before I go to my virtual guest, interestingly, Falano SAN has also asked that the army takes these people who they believe were, according to them, coup plotters, take them to court rather than have them in detention without doing anything. But of course, the army have said that, look, this is a normal process that is being carried out. It has nothing to do with coup. These are just people who have gone through a process that they, in their words, clearly are being interrogated for part of the disciplinary service of the army. What's your position with this?
I disagree with them. You see, one of the things about this government and all the institutions that are working under this government, I think when they came in, all of them were tutored on how to tell lies. All of them. From from the executive to the military to a national assembly.
You think the army is lying with this statement?
Hold on, I'm coming. When this news broke, David, what was the first thing they told us? That some people wanted to carry out coup and all that. All of a sudden, the silver, Timothy silver they were looking for, they now turned into money laundering. Meanwhile, his house was ransacked. Oh. They cordoned on the place. So they have taken over the house. And, then two, Christopher Musa, who was said to have leaked the coup and all that, was, released or shown the way out, the military.
And later brought back.
And later, the same man was brought out as the Minister of Defense. David, please, how do you add all these things together?
Now, Barrister, with these conversation that we are getting right now, in maybe 10 seconds, is it possible that the lacuna between government and the people when it comes to trust deficits can ever be closed? Because the military is saying these guys are clearly brought out for indiscipline and, of course, service breach. But on the other hand, the Femi Falana SAN is saying that these are guys who were picked because they were involved in the alleged coup that was forwarded by the military. How do we bridge this gap of information?
No, maybe when another government come in, but this particular one, they were founded on the what? On the foundation of lies and deceit and propaganda. And so, even when you build a house with such a thing, lies, fraud, propaganda, lies, so the house is still there and you are living there. So that means until you leave office, that thing will follow you. Maybe when another government comes back, we may have a change.
All right then.
But this one, the foundation is bad. So I'm not expecting anything good.
All right then, Mr. Ladari, quickly, let's have your position also on this particular matter. The army is saying as it stands, these guys were just taken for indiscipline. And of course, Femi Falana is saying, look, even if prosecute these guys rather than keep them in detention and of course not making any of the family members get contact to them. What's your position with
this? Yeah, Bruce Femi Falana is quite right. Because we know that this government, whatever they say, if they tell you that it is morning, you have to quickly go and outside to check by yourself because you can't even rely on whatever they say, especially regarding a coup against their own government. So we talked to many officers, and we've seen many officers come outside in time past to say that they've been trying for mutiny, they've been doing homely disorderly for them and all of those things for different things. And you even see officers that when they complain about any wrongdoings of their superior officers, what follows is detention. So this has always been the case with security agencies, and it's quite sad. At the same time, Barrister Falana is right. If you want to try them, try them. Stop keeping them perpetually.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Ismail Ogunshola Oladari, Public Affairs Analyst and former House of Assembly candidate under the AAC. Thank you so very much for being a part of
Thank you for having me.
News Analysis. Thank you so very much. Also, Barrister Darlington Agbomo is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, thank you so very much for being here.
It's my pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the media news will be up next. Please do stay. Glad to have you back. It is still the media news right here at Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. The National Orientation Agency has warned Nigerians to be cautious amid the current dusty weather, an extreme form of air pollution that poses risk, including reduced lung function and respiratory infections. The agency advised the public to take severe precautions, wear nose masks, drink plenty of water, cover food and water wash fruits thoroughly, and stay indoors, especially the elderly. The situation may persist, and Nigerians are urged to stay safe and share the information with others. The warning is coming amid concerns over the impact of air pollution on public health. And in Lagos, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and residents of Lagos State have mourned the passing of the paramount ruler of Badagry Kingdom, Oba Babatunde Akran, who died at the age of 89 during a brief illness. The death of the monarch and was also the permanent vice chairman of the Lagos State Council of Obas and Chiefs marked the end of a 48-year reign, making him one of the longest-serving traditional rulers in Lagos State. According to the palace, traditional burial rites commenced after medical experts pronounced him dead. In a statement by his special advisor on media and publicity, Boyega Akosile, Governor Sanwo-Olu described Akran's passing as a significant loss to Badagry, Lagos State, and Nigeria in general, in view of his remarkable impact as a respected traditional ruler. According to the governor, the late monarch was known for his wisdom, courage, cultural preservation, development, advocacy, and selfless services. He commiserated with the people of Badagry and the bereaved family. Meanwhile, the driver has been arrested by the Airport Police Command in connection with a fatal hit-and-run incident that killed a 19-year-old pedestrian at Airport Bus Stop Ikeja, Lagos. The incident occurred on Friday involving an Ashok Leyland Lomata bus with registration number MUS 19139YL. Preliminary investigation revealed that the bus struck the victim shortly after she alighted and was heading towards the airport. The victim was confirmed dead on arrival at the hospital due to the severity of her injuries. The driver fled the scene but was tracked down through a coordinated manhunt with Lamata. The suspect, identified as Mr. Adewale Abiodun, has been taken into police custody and is making a statement. The Commissioner of Police Airport Command has reiterated that acts of negligence and reckless driving will not be tolerated. Moving on, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has reported that 33 persons lost their lives and another 33 sustained injuries in power-related accidents across the country in the third quarter of 2025. According to next quarter 3 2025 reports, a total of 57 power-related incidents were reported, with Ikeja and Kano electricity distribution areas recording the highest number of incidents. 10 accidents each. Ikeja reported 6 injuries and 4 deaths, while Kano reported 6 deaths and 4 injuries. Other affected areas include Abuja, Jos, Aba, Port Harcourt, Enugu, and Yola. The accidents were largely attributed to wire snaps, illegal access, vandalism, and unsafe conditions. And from that particular story, we'll go straight talking business, where the Nigerian Customs Service, NCS, has launched a new standard operating procedure, SOP, to regulate courier companies operating under the delivered duty paid regime. The SOP provides an unified framework for registration, manifest submission, declaration, valuation, clearance, delivery, and compliance monitoring, aligning with global best practices. The NCS says the framework aims to streamline courier operations and enhance custom control. The move is also expected to improve efficiency, transparency, and security in the courier industry. The service advised courier companies to familiarize themselves with the new SOP to ensure smooth operations. And from business to sports, where the Confederation of African Football (CAF) will conduct the draw for the preliminary round of the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations AFCON qualifiers today, marking the beginning of the qualification campaign. The draw will pair teams from Pot 1, which includes Lesotho, Burundi, Ethiopia, Eswatini, South Sudan, and Mauritius. And Pot 2 includes Chad, Sao Tome and Principe, Djibouti, Somalia, Seychelles, and Eritrea. The lower-ranked team will host the first leg. The 6 winners will advance to the group stage draw, joining Africa's top 42 ranked nations, including Nigeria, which is already seeded into the group stage. The 2027 AFCON will be co-hosted by Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. In the meantime, the 2025 African Cup of Nations has reached the preliminary stage, with Egypt, Senegal, Nigeria, and host nation Morocco securing their places in the last 4. That's the semi-final scheduled for Wednesday. In Wednesday's matches, Egypt will take on Senegal in Tangier, while Morocco, host nation, will lock horns with Nigeria in Rabat. The Atlas Lions are seeking the first continental title in 50 years, while the Super Eagles aim to claim their 4th African title. And to wrap up the media news, we go straight talking entertainment. Nigerian Afrobeat star Rema was the biggest winner at the 9th All African Music Awards Afrima at the Eco Convention Center in Lagos on Sunday, winning the Artist of the Year award, Best Male Artist in Africa, and Best African Artist in R&B and Soul. Other top winners includes Burna Boy for Album of the Year, Charlie Puppy's Lahore as Song of the Year, and Phyno for Best African Hip Hop Artist. Regional and continental awards went to artists across Africa, including Cote d'Ivoire's Milo and Morija for inspirational music, Guinea's Namamba Kante for Africa's pop, and Nigeria's Queen Madi as most promising artist. And with that particular story,
it was all glitz and glamour at the 9th edition of the All African Music Awards, which kicked off in Lagos, Nigeria, from January 7th to January 11th, 2026, drawing Africa's music elite and global entertainment figures to celebrate the continent's creative talents. Afrima is a prestigious annual awards event that celebrates outstanding musical talents from across Africa. Originally scheduled for the late November 2025, the week-long event was rescheduled to January to ensure broad participation and a world-class experience, with support from the African Union Commission, the federal government of Nigeria, and the Lagos state government as hosts. The award ceremony was co-hosted by Nigerian rapper and actor Fawz the Bad Guy and French-Senegalese media personality Liliane Morne, bringing energy and flair to the red carpet and live broadcasts to audiences across Africa and beyond.
I expect Charlie Poppy to win. I expect Rema. I expect Davido. I expect even Wizkid to win for best choreographed video.
Yeah.
Davido to win best African collaboration. Burna Boy best album or best artist.
It's what I'm giving out that matters to me. Because I want to show it to them that this is Africa.
Yes.
You know, I have a home advantage. People like 99% of your crowd knows your songs.
Yeah.
You give it to them fully.
Yeah.
That's it.
Great moment, great experience from all performers and nominees. You know, another moment to escalate or elevate African music to the world, and we're here for it. You know, shout out to all the media teams, all the bloggers who are carrying our messages outside of the continent into the world. So you don't know, Afrima 9th edition, I'm out here for it. I'm like a let's say like a pro of Afrima, you feel me? So some of us are here as enablers to the scheme, not only nominees, you feel me? Like having won 4 times in reggae dancehall category and being nominated right now as well. Our best African music is just like blessings, you know, to still be here and doing it and contributing to the to this effect.
Music is moving, music is evolving. You are seeing it. You saw it with what we did with No Turning Back. Bring something like really old, bring it into this generation and make it connect with children as young as 2, as 1, are chanting the chorus, chanting the hook. We're grateful to God for that, and we're not going to stop. we're not going to stop.
Well, AFRIMA, as you know, is simply African Musical Awards. And so I expect the best of the best to be awarded. I expect a salute to hard work, a salute to tenacity of purpose, a salute to resilience, a salute to creativity, a salute to culture and tourism, and a salute to the promotion of our economy. I expect a lot.
Well, thank you so very much, Precious Aguman, for that particular coverage. And with that, we've come to the end of the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
The 9th edition of the All Africa Music Awards, which kicked off in Lagos, Nigeria, from January 7th to January 11th, 2026, drawing Africa's music elite and global entertainment figures to celebrate the continent's creative talents. Afrima is a prestigious annual awards event that celebrates outstanding musical talents from across Africa. Originally scheduled for the late November 2025, the week-long event was rescheduled to January to ensure broad participation and a world-class experience, with support from the African Union Commission, the federal government of Nigeria, and the Lagos State government as hosts. The award ceremony was co-hosted by Nigerian rapper and actor Faust the Bad Guy and French-Senegalese media personality Liliane Morne, bringing energy and flair to the red carpet and live broadcasts to audiences across Africa and beyond.
I expect Charlie Poppy to win. I expect Rema. I expect Davido. I expect even Wizkid to win for best choreographed video.
Yeah.
Davido to win best African collaboration. Burna Boy best album or best artist.
It's what I'm giving out that matters to me. Because I want to show it to them that this is Africa.
Yes.
You know, I have a home advantage. People like 99% of your crowd knows your songs.
Yeah.
You give it to them fully.
Yeah.
That's it.
Great moment, great experience from all performers and nominees. You know, another moment to escalate or elevate African music to the world, and we're here for it. You know, shout out to all the media teams, all the bloggers who are carrying our messages outside of the continent into the world. So you don't know, Afrima 9th edition, I'm out here for it. I'm like a let's say like a pro of Afrima, you feel me? So some of us are here as enablers to the scheme, not only nominees, you feel me? Like having won 4 times in reggae dancehall category and being nominated right now as well. Our best African music is just like blessings, you know, to still be here and doing it and contributing to the to this effect.
Music is moving, music is evolving. You're seeing it. You saw it with what we did with No Turning Back. Bring something like really old, bring it into this generation and make it connect with children as young as 2, as 1, are chanting the chorus, chanting the hook. We're grateful to God for that, and we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop.
Well, Afrima, as you know, is simply African Musical Awards. And so I expect the best of the best to be awarded. I expect a salute to hard work, a salute to tenacity of purpose, a salute to resilience, a salute to creativity, a salute to culture and tourism, and a salute to the promotion of our economy. I expect a lot.
I will sing Jesus tonight, so I think it will be a good time.
So how do you see African music, gospel music in all aspects? How do you see gospel music in the future? Right now with this event going on, how do you see gospel music moving forward?
Yeah, me, I really know French gospel music. And it's like we are going upper and upper and upper. And this kind of event is to show what we can do. So I'm really happy to be nominated. And we know that next year we will have a lot of gospel francophone people who will come in Lagos to sing the gospel.
Okay, so thank you so much and do have a lovely and beautiful evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
How do you feel?
I feel excited.
I feel good. So good. So tell me, can we meet you please?
Yeah, my name is El Nayan. I'm an artist and I'm out for one of the biggest awards in Africa. Yes, I'm excited.
Of course. And so it's the 9th edition of this Afrima.
Yes, consistently.
You could imagine.
Shout out to you, Afrima.
So what are your expectations this evening?
I want to see that tension where they're saying, and the award goes to, you know, the tension. I want to just see. I want to experience that.
Oh my God. So what would you say about African music on the whole?
African music. Man, like for the people that have been doing it before us and all of that, it has been so encouraging. And we that are coming, I'm sure them Wiz, OBO, everybody, they've told you that there are people coming. We are coming. Because they did 1, we are doing 10. So you guys just chill. African music, you've not even seen the best of it yet.
Of course.
It's just starting.
All right, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How do you feel? Tell me.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling
Really
normal.
vibes, oh?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling normal.
So you know the song, I feel good.
Ta-da-da-da-da-da.
So good.
I know that is.
So please, can we meet you?
Hi, my name is Angel.
So who is Angel? We like to know who Angel is because all this spice is not.
Okay, Angel is the stylist. The stylist for tonight, the host. Fowl's the bad guy. So yeah, stylist to the hosts.
So tell me, you styling the host, how has it been for you?
I think this is my third time on Afrima as a stylist, and it's a great feeling to be called back again. And also the host tonight is also a long time client. You know, so yeah, so it's a great feeling to be working on this.
Right? Yeah. All right. So what are your expectations for this evening? Like it's the 9th Afrima Awards night, and it's already buzzing, and everyone is happy, excited. So what are your expectations this evening?
I think I am expecting to see a lot of surprise right tonight because in the African space in the last 1 year, there's been a lot of surprises, a lot of surprising features. There's been a lot of people you don't even expect to see doing some certain kind of music. So I'm expecting to see a lot of surprises tonight and new great talents as well.
All right. Yeah. I forgot actually to tell you that you look amazing, by the way. All right. Okay, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Hello, what's happening?
How do you feel?
Ecstatic.
Ooh. You know the song, I Feel Good. Ooh, so good. All right, so please, I would like to know you.
Yo, my name is Embrayo, aka The Pen. Singer, songwriter, producer.
So we are here at the Afrima Awards. Yeah. What are your expectations for this evening? Because it's all buzzing already. So what are your expectations?
Yeah, I'm just here to have fun, just enjoy the show. Yes, I don't know if you know, I was nominated for the Songwriter of the Year.
Of course.
Yeah, so that's why I'm here. Hopefully we take that home.
All right, and that's why I asked, how do you feel about this? Your expectations for this exactly?
I just want to have fun. There are not really any crazy expectations so far.
You don't want to have the victory?
Definitely, everybody wants to win. I want to win, though. Yeah.
All right. So, can you tell us about music? How do you see music generally right now? African music, basically.
Okay. We're at a place where the world is not watching us right now, and it's the best time to be alive. Yeah. Being, a musician and a songwriter, creative in this space, coming from this part of the world. Yeah. So I'm just really happy, and I'm optimistic to what the future holds.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, and do have a blast.
Thank you so much.
This evening. Hi. Good evening.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm good.
How do you feel?
I feel so good. Yeah, it's amazing.
But you know the song, I Feel Good.
Okay, I think I forgot it, but I remember it.
Oh, okay, that's cool. So please, we'd like to meet you. Who are you?
Yeah. My name is Imo. I'm a piano all the way from South Africa. Yeah.
We have the South African, the vibes from South Africa. You know the dance? How do they do it?
Which one? There are a lot of them. Dance moves.
So we have a lot of them, right?
Yeah.
So yes, we are here at the Afrima Awards night. Yeah. So what are you a performer? Sorry.
Yeah. I'm performing.
Ooh, nice. So how do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's the first time, obviously, so I'm kind of nervous, but we're gonna get through that. Yeah. So yeah. I'm just so excited to be here. Yeah. It's a dream come true.
Oh, wow. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Just good vibes. Hopefully we win something because we nominated also. So yeah, let's hope for the best.
Oh my God! So you just are you also want to also have fun about for the African?
Yeah.
All right, so tell me, how do you see music in Africa now? You're a South African, and how do you see music generally, African music?
Yeah. I think right now it's taking over globally. It used to be a thing of a country has its own sound.
Yes.
Yeah. So now I think Amapiano and Afrobeat has united the Africans, the musicians. So yeah, I think it's doing very well right now, and it's globally now taking over. So hey.
We comment there.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, and do have a beautiful evening. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. How do you feel?
I feel good, but everywhere's humid. Jesus.
My God.
Still air.
All right. So please, can we meet you?
Shegoranzo is the name. Simple. Actor. Nothing more.
So we are here at the Afrima Awards. So what are your expectations this evening?
I just want to have a lovely evening, enjoy myself, have fun. I was in the music scene before, then I left and started acting, but I still monitor the music industry, and so.
Wow, so being in the music, how do you see African music in general?
Great, we've done so well, taking it to the next level. The whole world is all about Africa. It's good. When we started, nobody even gave us that thought. Nobody even thought we were going together. But I'm so proud of the boys right now. So proud of them.
So the nominees, what do you wish them this evening? Because
All the best of luck. Everybody's a winner. I mean, getting to the level of being nominated means it's important.
So tell me, what kind of genre of songs you like to listen to?
I like Afro-pop, I like hip-hop, and I love ballads.
Ooh, nice. All right.
I like it cool.
The blues. All right. Thank you so much. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. How do you feel?
Great. Great. Super great.
So I'm so excited already to see you. So, but then you look amazing.
Thank you very much.
Please tell us, is Mama the style? Do you
My wife is my stylist.
Ooh, you see? All right, so please, would like to meet you.
Yeah, okay. This is Pastor Bless, president of Gentle Nation. Gentle means grace and truth. Yeah, Gentle Nation is a ministry that has the music, part of it. Yeah.
So tell us, we are here at the Afrima Awards this evening, and it's the 9th of its kind. So tell me, what are your expectations for this evening?
Well, honestly, this is actually my first time for attending an award ceremony, really. And I'm looking forward to a great time. I read about it and I see that Afrima Award is a very prestigious award. So I'm honored and privileged to be here. So I'm looking forward to a great night. And I came with my friend Frank. He pulled me into this. He's my media advisor because he's advising me what to do because this is not my space. So I'm getting comfortable now. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to a great time. And, God is good. I see the goodness of God everywhere.
Okay, so I'd love to ask this question because I know your wife has been into the music industry and getting the songs and everyone giggling, dancing about that. So tell me, how do you see African music?
African music has been divinely positioned by God to take over.
Yeah.
And anyone who is not connected to African music, I don't know. If you even look at from the secular space into the gospel, African music is it's taking over. God is doing something with Africa. God is doing something, and Nigeria is at the forefront of it. So I see African music, I see awards like Afrima Awards and expanding, not just an African thing, the global thing. Everyone getting involved in what God is doing. I see growth, I see expansion, I see increase. That's what I see.
So tell me, as a pastor, because we all know, how has this, basically combined with your faith? How do you see music, with your faith?
Music is amazing. Music is, I'll tell you. Sometimes people ask me, why do you support your wife a lot? I'll tell you, matter of fact, she's my wife that I want the best for her. The Lord told me something. You know what he said to me? He said, if you support your wife, wherever her music gets to, your ministry has gotten there. So there are some places that your message may not get to, but through the music. So you pastor one to pastor many. And you reach so many souls, yeah.
Right, thank you so much and have a beautiful evening. Hi, good evening.
How are you doing? You look beautiful.
So how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling excited. Looking forward to the awards.
Yes. So please tell us your name. We'd like to know you.
Yeah, my name is Mad Jamie. I'm an artist. I sing. I make music. Yeah, yada yada yada.
All right. So tell us, what are your expectations for this evening?
Honestly, let the best man or woman win. And let good music be appreciated. Yeah, that's what I look forward to.
So how do you see music in general, African music in general?
I think African music is evolving. I watched old clips from old awards that we used to have back in the day in Nigeria and how blurry it was. Imagine this is happening now and we are celebrating music, and I'm speaking to this beautiful host and, we're evolving and everybody's taking it seriously. The industry is rising, more jobs, more opportunities. I love it. You can't hate it.
All right. So you want to have a blast this evening?
Yes, of course. I want to have fun. I also want to get inspired. It's good to see good work rewarded. So yeah, that's it.
All right. Thank you so much and do have a lovely evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
How do you feel? Tell me.
I feel great.
You feel great or you feel excited? Which one? This is in 2 weeks. How do you feel?
I feel excited. I feel all together.
So please tell us, can we meet you?
My name is Obawale.
Oba what?
Obawale.
Ooh, So, and who is Obawale? Tell us.
I make music, songwriter, musician, all around.
So, yeah, we are here at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So, what are your expectations for this evening?
I want to see the next up for the superstars, and of course, I'm part of them, but I just want to be inspired by the kind of people that will be awarding tonight. It's always a great thing to experience.
All right. So, by the way, who styled you? Because I actually wanted to ask.
Actually, I'm a fashion stylist myself.
So there are some hidden skills
But
out there.
this particular brand, I got
Yes.
it from my friend Ip Style. So yeah, I just told him what I need and then he gets it fixed up.
All right. Okay, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
How do you feel?
I feel good.
I feel good. So good. All right, so please, can we meet you? Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Coach Bar, CEO, Coach Bar Management, Talent Management, Event Producer, and a Creative Technologist.
Somebody clock it. So tell me, we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So tell me, what are your expectations this evening?
Well, first of all, kudos to Mr. Mike for this, like doing this consecutively for 9 years. First of all, kudos to the team. And my expectation for tonight is just basically to connect and network. I mean, I came all the way from Abuja for this, so.
It came all the way from Abuja to
the ABCA, the Buj, you know, I'm repping the capital, you know what I'm saying?
All right, so you just want to vibe, you like the environment, you love the vibe and everything.
I love the host.
Ooh, all right, thank you so much. You have a beautiful evening.
You too, and enjoy your evening.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Please, can we meet you?
Yeah, I'm Charlene Frey. I'm a manager in Ivory Coast.
Ooh, nice. So we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So tell me, I know you're looking happy, excited already. So what are your expectations this evening as the guest?
We expect to see a nice show with all the artists on stage. And of course, I hope my artists will win all the prizes for which they are nominees.
Oh my God. So how do you see African music on the whole?
I see African music as a music that is getting more and more important on an international level. And this is something that I really appreciate.
Okay. All right. Do have a beautiful evening and enjoy yourself.
Hello.
You know when someone is so fine, like you get the vibe? So you know the song, I feel good. So good. So please tell me your name. I would love to know your name.
I'm DJ Zani.
Ooh, DJ Zani. Somebody, you get what I'm saying? So we are here live at the Afrima Awards evening, awards night. So what are your expectations for this evening?
I'm expecting good things, like artists are trying, like everyone is trying, so I'm expecting good things from there.
So how do you see music? How do you see music in Africa on the whole?
Making music or what?
Yeah, like music, African music on the whole.
African music is so great, like, because I sing.
So how do you
too,
see it in the future? With this event going on today, how do you see African music in the future?
I see African music like going, like is I don't know,
but it's going to be great.
It's going
All
to be
right.
100.
Okay. To have a beautiful evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
How do you feel?
Excited.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine a light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, trust me, I know we've all seen what's going on right now, and it's actually beautiful. And yes, I'm your special baby girl. Call me Prezi, and I'm Precious Agumanu. And yes, get ready, everyone, because we're about to ride together through stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. So yes, we're actually talking about the Afrima Awards, which was held recently in Lagos, and it's the 9th of its kind. Yes, the 9th edition of the All African Music Awards was recently held in Lagos, Nigeria, marking a major celebration of African music and culture. The event took place as part of a week-long series of activities from January 7th to January 11, 2026, with the grand award ceremony held at the Echo Convention Center, Echo Hotels and Suites. So the award, organized in collaboration with the African Union Commission,
brought together music stars, industry stakeholders, makers, and fans from across Africa and the diaspora. So the ceremony featured electrifying performances and recognition of outstanding talents across various categories. Nigerian Afrobeat stars Rema emerged as one of the biggest winners of the night, clinching the prestigious Artist of the Year award alongside wins by other notable artists, including Burna Boy, Yemi Alade, Fino, and Shali Poppy. So the successful hosting of the ninth Afrima further reinforced Lagos' status as a leading hub of African entertainment and highlighted the growing global influence of African music. Trust me, it's actually beautiful seeing people come around for the All African Music Award. It's actually lovely. You see Shali Poppy, seeing Rema, seeing Fino. It's a lot. Music on its own, our celebrities are doing the most. They are really doing the most, because talking about music right now, it's something that keeps on evolving and new things, trends, a lot of people, bringing out the sound. And trust me, music is good. I have a lot of things to say about music, but trust me, it's like a healing to the soul. So where there's a country without music, how do you want to cope? But trust me, it's actually beautiful seeing all this, and a lot of people, coming out with the best awards and a lot of things. And we had a lot of guests. Yes, people smiling, excited, and the rest of them. It's actually beautiful. And trust me, our celebrities are doing very well. Yes, because when we talk about music all the time, it's something that keeps on going. A lot of people bringing up their vibes, bringing out good music, and they are doing their best to put out something out there. And yes, it's a shout out to them, because it's a good one. They put out this, and this is actually good. And talking about Faz the Bad Guy, hosting this, it was really, really spectacular. It was something to talk about. And trust me, the ninth Afrima Awards was something very beautiful to see. We could see more of people, coming out to say a lot of things concerning this. Let's see some of the things people have actually come out to say.
You can get a lot. I have a farm, yeah. I have a big farm, okay?
So please, can we meet you?
Yeah, I'm Boy Smart. I'm an Afrobeat world music artist. I just dropped a new song called Fly. You guys should go and listen to it.
Yes. All right, so we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
So many expectations tonight.
Yeah.
But the most important thing is congratulations to every winners, to every nominees. We're just here to have some fun, yeah.
Ooh, I'm here to have some fun too.
We have to have some fun with VOP TV, okay?
Of course. So how do you see music, African music on the whole?
I see African music as a very global stuff, yeah. Yeah, and this is just the beginning. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah.
This is just the beginning. Yeah.
So as a musical artist, how do you see music, African music in the future?
I see African music in the future in a way that even the Grammys, even the Oscar, we put Africa on. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you so much, and do have a blast this evening. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening.
Good afternoon.
For this time, God, I better go.
Okay, good morning.
As far as a good day inside, we will accept it.
Okay.
All right, please. You look amazing, by the way. Before I even start,
Thank you very much.
Who styled you? Tell me.
Well, I'm being styled by my very good friend Ayo Balogun Couture.
Ooh, he did a really good job.
Yes.
So tell me, can we meet you, please?
Well, my name is Ambassador Cornelius Udofia, the CEO of Cornell Entertainment, convener of the CMC Africa Award for Excellence, PRO, Actors Guild of Nigeria, Lagos State Chapter, and of course the CPS to the immediate past president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Dr. Emeka Rolas Ejezie, and of course the publisher of the Gladiators magazine. I'm a proud Nigerian, a proud African.
People that are proud of Nigeria, we are all proud of Nigeria. So tell me, we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards. So what are your expectations this evening? It has been happening since Wednesday, so this is the grand finale for the awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
Okay, if I have to take it back, I was one of the coordinators of Afrima, right from the time we started at Ikeja with Mr. Mike. And I was one of the coordinators that was actually sharing the invites. And it gives me a very big pleasure to see that Afrima has come to stay. Because in our continent, for you to sustain a business for 9 good years is not an easy task. And I want to say a very big thank you to the Lagos State government in conjunction with African Union for actually supporting this event. Afrima is Africa. Africa is Afrima. So I'm very happy to be part and parcel of history.
So I heard when you said you're one of the coordinators. Yes. So as one of the coordinators, like, what would you say about this year's Afrima, the ninth? For we're speaking because you have had previous, Afrima's events. So what are you going to say about today, the ninth of the ninth Afrima Awards night? What are you going to say about it?
Okay, being one of the coordinators, my job specifically is to make sure that those superstars, because I control superstars, those top celebrities are given chance to attend. So my job is just to invite those stars, both in Africa and of course in diaspora, for them to attend the event. I've been doing it, like I said, when we started, and that was the reason that this year Mike said, Cornell, you are part and parcel of the history. I want you to come on board. And we were giving about 50 VVIP to share to the stars. And some of the stars are all around. As a matter of fact, one of them is there, Tina Newman, one of the celebrities we invited. We have my cousin too that came in from UK, Auntie Eno. We have Queenette Agbo. We have Jim Ike. Jim Ike is around. Let's see how it's going to go.
All right. Thank you so much. And do have a beautiful evening.
Good evening.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling so good.
Ooh, you know that song, I feel good.
See, music is something that we all need. I love music. And trust me, a lot of people who came there were excited to see there are people win. And it was just, beautiful to see a lot of people, Shali Poppy, Chella, see a lot of gospel artists and the rest of them, from the Franco-speaking people. A lot of people were around, and it was actually something beautiful. And yes, that's it for that. I always say music is good, and to all our artists, to all our celebrities, you people are doing the most, and continue doing what you're doing because it's actually beautiful. And yes, the next gist we're talking about right now is a tragic incident of alleged domestic violence has thrown residents of River Valley Estate, Ojudu, area of Lagos State, into shock and mourning after a man reportedly killed his wife during a violent domestic dispute. So the victim, identified as Anya Wale Ayobami, a mother of 3, was said to have been fatally stabbed in their home following an argument with her husband, Ayola. So neighbors reportedly heard distressing sounds from the apartment before the woman was later found lifeless, with visible injuries suggesting a violent attack. The incident, which occurred in the early hours of the day, sparked panic within the estate as residents raised alarm and contacted security operatives. Actually, this is actually bad. And following the incident, the husband was alleged to have fled the scene, prompting a manhunt by security agencies. The Lagos State Police Command has reportedly begun investigation into the case, while community members and social media users continue to call for justice and renewed action against domestic violence. The tragic event has once again highlighted the growing concerns over spousal abuse and the need for early intervention and support system for victims of domestic violence in Nigeria. So my question is, why would you keep staying? You already know that this person hits you all the time. So why would you keep staying in a marriage that is not convenient for you? A lot of this is stories we talk about since 2025, and this is 2026. So you hear stories that violence, it's not good, and you keep staying in relationships that they hit you, and you're telling me that yes, because of your child. Why would you stay in relationships that are it's a lot of things. And trust me, I don't know why people feel so comfortable doing that. Yes, well, ladies especially, because they feel that they can, they fall in love too much and without putting their own self in check. Yes, because if they really love themselves, they won't even stay in this kind of relationship. A lot of ladies do this, and I keep asking the question, why?
Why would you be in a relationship, an abusive relationship at that? All right. You see, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this because this is not even something to be happy about. You know, it's high time our ladies, start standing up for themselves, speak up for themselves, because it's a lot of nobody will come save you. It's you that will make that decision for yourself. Exactly. So let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this, because it's not a happy thing. And for people that are in relationship, please, I keep saying this all the time, choose yourself first. Not being in a relationship where they hit you and you feel so comfortable and feel everything is okay. All right, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say. All right, and Dala said he's not wanted anymore. He's dead. He drank as well. And Sugar 8 said, I've read on Lyndon Cages now that he has killed himself. So Bright Cake NG said, why is it always the one that do PDA? Okay. And Chairman said, he is not my student. Otherwise, why killing while you can walk away and marry 3 to 7 women more? It's a pity they pushed you to this level. So, and I am Dolly Pezu said, make them ban this marriage thing. Make everybody rest. See, it's not possible they can ban marriage. How if you ban marriage, people will want marriage. See, my own is the thing I always keep saying is, why would you want to stay in a relationship that it hits you and you feel comfortable? And secondly, if you're not okay, marriage is not by force. Someone else hurt you, you move out. It's not something you must stay there and kill yourself. Now you've drank, you've taken sniper and you're dead. So what will you go and tell your maker in heaven? I think people really, jump into conclusion and they are so quick to react to certain things. I feel when you have issues like this, you move out. Marriage is not by force. A lot of people have divorced. Yes, we can count a lot of divorce we've had, like 2025. And this is 2026. It doesn't make a difference because, yes, more will still come. People you might love somebody today and the next day you're not so good with the person. Yes, a lot of things happen. Life happens, actually. So why would you want to be in that position where you hit someone and then kill yourself? It's a lot of things. All right, let's take more comments of what people are actually saying about this. And we have a lot of comments. And somebody said, not all men, but always a man. And Olayi Martha said, God, I don't even know what to say. Well, and if he said, this is so sad, very sad. And another person said, the delicate line separating love from hatred is far narrow than most people realize. And Ada Nado said, you must see signs before wonders. And Miss Benny said, the moment you don't reach slapping and beating, please leave. Don't let any beast waste and make you loved ones cry over you. All right, it's another thing because I'm basically talking about the men hitting their ladies, but let's come to think of it, because it's not only the men that face the ladies that face the violence and the abuse. Men do too. There are ladies that beat their husbands, and it's not something to be so proud of. Because I'm like asking the question, why would you? The men are always just strong people. You get what I'm trying to say? They are always the strong people, and you as a lady now coming to fight with a man is actually it's so appalling. It's not something to look at. And trust me, to everyone that does that, I feel this 2026 should be a new leaf for you. Because why would you want to always hit your wife, and why would you always want to hit your husband? If you're not okay with the relationship, why don't you walk away peacefully without inflicting pain on other people? It's just so simple as that. I know that divorce right now, it's a lot of things, and a lot of people are going into depression because of that. So, but we've had people, talk to people, and even depression. Yes, a lot of people face depression, but you have people to talk to, and you can actually move and have peace of mind than putting pains, fighting, and the rest of them. It's not really something to be talked about. So let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. We have a lot of comments, and let's take more comments. And yes, somebody said, God, I don't even know what to say. We have a lot of comments. Marriage is not by force. If you feel that you can go into marriage, and yes, you can, you feel comfortable with it, fine. A lot of people are still not yet married, but it's best that you have your peace of mind than staying in a marriage that you're being beaten all the time and every day. So yes, another person said, the moment you don't reach slapping and beating, please leave. Don't let any beast waste and make you love ones cry over you. Trust me, Marriage, we always talk about relationship and love and the rest of them. In as much as we have bad people that wouldn't really love you the way you want to be loved, we have people that doesn't even care about you, but they want to see you that you are in that relationship while you are not okay. Do you get what I'm trying to say? In as much as we have bad people, we have good people that are so intentional about you. So don't let anybody, tell you that love is not a beautiful thing. Love is a beautiful thing when you're with the right person. Yes, love is a beautiful thing when you're with the right person. And those of you that want to go into, you want to get married, I've always keep saying this thing all the time. I said, please watch out for the person you're to spend the rest of your life with, because it's very important. Not later you come and start saying, I'm divorced. Later you hear stories of, he's beating me and I'm not okay. She's beating me. She doesn't respect me. All those things are supposed to be put in check. These are things you discuss. Yes, while dating, while courting. It's very important. You pray too, because a lot of people go into relationship. I always say, I said it's more spiritual than the physical we see. A lot of people see it as something that, okay, I'm just going into marriage. I just want to get married and that's the end. I'm so sorry to let you know that doesn't just end it. It's more spiritual, because a lot of people will go into the relationship with what they see. And maybe when they're into the marriage and they see some characters they are not used to, because this is someone the person you're spending the rest of your life. You've never lived with the person before. This is a total different person. You're supposed to learn the person's character, know the kind of things the person does, if it's something that you can actually stay in. Do you get? So I think this 2026 is time that some of our ladies and our men have to, you not supposed don't they get sense, because 2025 don't pass. This is 2026 where everybody supposed don't they put their head. You have to be so intentional about this year. Yes. It's a lot of things. I keep telling you, see, all these things where they happen, Nana, because of negligence of the way you wanna done the date, wanna not see all those kind of things. But maybe wanna they see them, wanna not still put eye all those kind of things. And that's why all these kind of things they happen. But as well, let's take more comments and see what people have come out to say concerning this. And yes, somebody said, you all men can see, if a woman now takes a bold step to move out of that thing called marriage, you guys would be dragging and shaming them, single mother, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And Modella Blessing also said, ladies, must you all stay in abusive marriage all in the name of society pressure? Actually. And somebody said, it be like, say, I know go they blame single mothers again. At least it's better for them to be alive than say person by them because of marriage or relationship. And Mercy Talk said it's happened in our estate, River Valley, Ojedbega. That man is an animal. Okay, let's take more comments of what people are saying concerning this. But trust me, I think marriage is something you should be so mindful about. Yes, put all your, because a lot of people will just want to say, like I actually met someone that said, oh, I just want to get married because I'm 40. Does age really matter? Yes. A lot of people want to get married because of the pressure and everything, but it doesn't work that way. Yes, it doesn't work that way. You might still get married at 40 and still not end up with the love of your life, because it's going to be a total disaster. Yes. So please, this sentence is make everybody just they put their head down. It's very important. Know the kind of person you want to date, you're dating. Know the kind of person you ask questions. It's very important. Know the person's lineage. Know things about this person. It's not just for you to just stand up one day and say you want to get married and jump into marriage. The way you take jump in, so you can take jump out. It is how life is. All right, and that's it for that. I pray that the family of the lady seeks justice, and I pray that God strengthens them, actually, because this particular time is something not to be. It's a crazy thing, and a lot of people are not are into this kind of relationship and they don't speak out. But it's also good as a lady and as a man, if you're going through an abuse, you always try to speak out. And that's it for that. And yes, our next gist, we're talking about popular Nigerian music video director Thank God Omori, has widely known as TJ Omori, has revealed that the kidney transplant he recently underwent was unsuccessful. So the award-winning creative made this known via his social media platforms, where he emotionally disclosed that the transplant, which took place at St. Nicholas Hospital in Lagos, did not work as expected. So despite his younger brother donating a kidney in a bid to save his life, TJ Omori's revelation sparked an outpouring of concern and prayers from fans, colleagues, and celebrities across the entertainment industry, so many of whom commended that the selfless act of his brother and encouraged the filmmaker to remain strong. So the video director, who has been battling kidney-related health issues, described the experience as both physically and emotionally draining, but assured supporters that he remains hopeful and resilient. He called for continued prayers as he navigates the next phase of treatment and recovery. So the disclosure has once again drawn attention to the challenges faced by patients with kidney disease and the emotional toll of organ transplant failures organ transplant failures, while fans continue to rally around Chinji Omori's with messages of love, support, and encouragement. It's actually a sad news because trust me, I think people that go through these kidney issues, disease is a lot. Because I remember when he mentioned that please stay away from drinks that are fake. Yes, fake drinks. I think part of all these things that causes all this disease, know what you eat. It's very important that we as human beings, we need to work basically on our health. In as much as we want to stay, yes, we want to stay alive, work. Most times it's not about to work. It's about to take rest, things that you know that will be good for your body. Your body, you're overworking it and it needs some time to be checked, some time to be rested. You understand? So it's a lot and this is really sad. I'm so sorry for what's going on. And, with everything, the processes of his brother trying to, support him with another kidney, because definitely it's also a failure. So it's something to be, we have to, our prayers actually are for him. And I pray that God helps him and heals him because it's a lot. And please, to all those people, that, like to drink outside, like to consume a lot of alcohol and the rest of them, I feel, and I say again, please, we have to be watchful of the kind of drinks we take. Yes, because we have a lot of fake drinks, a lot of fake foods, and you will just feel that, okay, I can just feel relaxed and take all those kind of things. And you don't know that there are also things that damage the body, the system. So we have to be very, very careful for the things we put in our mouths. It's even foods we eat outside. A lot of people eat outside and it causes food poisoning. And you see yourself, throwing up a lot of times, getting sick. It's a lot of things. So as I'm always saying this, we have to be very careful what we eat, what we put in our body, what we even use in our bodies. It's very, very important. All right, a lot of people have actually come out to say, pray for TG Omori because it's really something we have to put him in our prayers. So let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, Miss Oma said, you in my prayers, honey. All right. And Cherry Bay said, it's well. You are healed in Jesus' name. And Ami K said, may Almighty Allah heal you. My dad went through hell. I don't wish anybody to go through it. It is well. I miss you so much, Babami. May your soul continue. All right. That's not it. And TOF Sulex, Luke said, celebrities no go hear this one now. God forbid something happen now. They will be the first to repost. I pray God strengthens you. Amen to that. And M. Okafa said, I know a woman of God in Ghana who can help this young man. Okay. All right. We have a lot of comments. A lot of people are coming out to pray for TG Omori. And at Boy Director, please try as much as possible to attend the next healing stream with Pastor. Okay. And Chinelo Joy said, divine healing in Jesus Christ's name. Amen. And I am alone said, God will heal you, bro, I pray. And somebody else said, God has the final say and do, long as you've done everything medically to your best, Jesus will step in now as long as you don't lose hope and your faith in him stays strong, bro. It's actually a lot of things. I keep saying this, please. It's very important that we know what we're eating, what we're drinking. A lot of people are doing things right now. And yes, are people that don't even care about anybody. Because yes, how would you, produce things that are harmful to the system and, set it out just to make money? It's a lot of things. And I still tell people, please be mindful of what you eat, what you drink, what you do. And always take time to rest, exercise, drink a lot of water, rest. It's very, very important. A lot of, I basically, put it for our celebrities because all the time they want to work out, they want to rest, they want to work and then put all their energy in their particular work, but they don't have time to, exercise, no time to rest, no time to take time to check their system, no time to go for health checkups. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's a lot of things. So it's not even about the celebrities, but basically for everyone that, goes outside, tries to work from the weekends to rest. No rest. It's very important. You could see some people, putting all those work and one day they just slump and faint, die, and it's over. So it's not about this. It's about trying to check your body all the time. in as much as we put all the whole work on the body also needs to rest. The body also needs good food. Your body also needs good things to sustain it. It's actually very, very important. And trust me, we still have more comments. Let's take one more comment and before we call it. We have a lot of comments and people are talking about this, about how to take care of your health, about how to the kind of things you take, the kind of alcohol to take. Because a lot of people, want to have fun, they take alcohol and the rest of them. Yes, we're not saying you shouldn't take, but be mindful of what you eat, what you drink. It is very, very important. Let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say. And yes, somebody said, I believe sometimes God intentionally wants me to be seeing posts like this so I can be grateful of my life. Make it be na money I don't get. But as long as I go good health and my children are okay, waiting remain. All right, it's actually true that people underrate the life we actually have. And yes, somebody said as a kidney and liver transplant recipient, he's 101% correct. And if anyone he claims he or she have the cure, I won't pray you have this disease. So you can use the cure on yourself because you people, it's well. All right. That's it for that. I pray that God, healing, my prayers for healing for TJ Omari because it's actually a lot. And this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. It was really a blast. And yes, if you're going viral, and please don't forget to tell your story with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet. So please, till next time, bye for now.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
My name is Michel Dele. I'm the Consul General of the Netherlands in Lagos. Keep watching VOP, Voice of the People TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People. Don't touch that dial.
My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of Shine Bridge Global Incorporated. And guess what? You are watching the Voice of the People television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
It was all glitz and glamour at the 9th edition of the All Africa Music Awards, which kicked off in Lagos, Nigeria, from January 7th to January 11th, 2026. Drawing Africa's music elite and global entertainment figures to celebrate the continent's creative talents. Afrima is a prestigious annual awards event that celebrates outstanding musical talents from across Africa. Originally scheduled for the late November 2025, the week-long event...
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they...
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from Uganda, where Uganda's government has ordered two local right groups, Chapter 4 Uganda and Human Rights Network for Journalists Uganda, to halt their work days before Thursday's election. The move has been criticized by the United Nations Human Rights Office, which says the election is taking place in an atmosphere of repression and intimidation. The suspension is part of a wider crackdown on opposition supporters, with hundreds detained and allegations of torture and arbitrary arrest. 81-year-old President Yoweri Museveni is seeking to extend his 4-decade rule, having changed the constitution twice and removed age limits and term limits. The government has defended its actions as a response to lawless conduct by opposition supporters. However, right groups say the move is a clear attempt to suppress dissent and intimidate voters. Still in Uganda, the as Ugandans prepare to vote this Thursday, UPC party president candidate Jimmy Akena has urged citizens to reject violence, saying that elections should not be driven by hatred or political antagonism. Akena encouraged voters to turn out in large numbers, vote responsibly, and remain respectful throughout the process. He also advised citizens to stay vigilant and protect their votes. While distancing himself from other presidential contenders, Akena said none of them reflect his manifesto or political vision. He, however, stressed that peaceful participation remains more important than political rivalry. Still in Uganda, opposition candidate Robert Gyangulai, popularly known as Bobby Wine, says he has been beaten, tear gassed, and attacked with tear gas and pepper spray while campaigning against long-serving President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Popular as pop star Bobby Wine and nearly a decade into his political career, violence on the campaign trail comes as no surprise to the 43-year-old, as he has built his political identity on uncompromising opposition to what he calls Museveni's dictatorship. Wine is not widely thought to have any chance of winning Thursday's election against a president who has been in power since 1986, while Wine was just 3 years of age. However, by mobilizing millions of disenchanted young Ugandans in the second bid for the presidency, Wine has emerged as Museveni's most formidable challenger in years. At the time, the 81-year-old Museveni is thought to be planning his succession. Still in election stories, and now in the Benin Republic, vote counting continues in Benin Republic following late Sunday's municipal and legislative elections, with results expected in the coming days. 5 parties, including former President Boni Yayi's Les Democrates, are competing for seats in the National Assembly. The elections were held a month after a failed coup attempt on December the 9th, which was followed by loyalist troops with support from Nigeria. Observer Group, the coalition of civil society organizations for elections and peace, said voting was peaceful and orderly. However, the group urged Benin's Electoral Commission to ensure an independent count free from outside influence and called for the systemic posting of results at each polling station. About 8 million voters were registered to elect lawmakers to the 109 seats National Assembly and 77 municipal representatives, according to the National Electoral Body. Analysts expect President Patrice Talon's ruling coalition, which holds 81 seats in the outgoing parliament, to retain a majority. Earlier, Electoral Commission head Saka Lafia said all measures were in place to guarantee a free, transparent, and secured vote. And in Sudan, Prime Minister Kamel Idris has announced the government's official return to the capital, Khartoum, since the outbreak of war with the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, that's the RSF, in April 2023. Speaking to a crowd upon his arrival from Port Sudan, where the government had been operating as a temporary capital since the conflict began, Idris described the move as a turning point for the country. He promised improved services and a better life for the people, stating that with them returning a government of hope to the national capital. Idris pledged to enhance health and education services, rebuild hospital and rehabilitate schools and universities, placing particular emphasis on the University of Khartoum. He also vowed to improve security and living conditions for the citizens. According to the Prime Minister, the government has submitted the 2026 state budget without imposing additional financial burdens on the public and aims to reduce inflation to 70%. And from Sudan, we'll move straight to Somalia, where the Somali government has cancelled security and defense agreements with the United Arab Emirates linked to several key points, citing alleged breach of the country's sovereignty, national unity, and political independence. The move followed an investigation by Somalia's Immigration and Citizenship Agency into the alleged unauthorized use of Somali airspace by the head of Yemen's Southern Transitional Council, Aidarius al-Zubairi. Announcing the development, the Prime Minister's office said the ministers at the cabinet meeting agreed to annul all agreements and cooperative agreements and arrangements concerning the ports of Berbera, Busaso, and Kismayo. The statement noted that the decision was based on reports and strong evidence regarding wrongful actions that undermine the sovereignty, national unity, and political independence of Somalia. According to the statement, the cabinet also approved a draft law on protecting Somalia's sovereignty and territorial unity, along with an arbitration bill. The sovereignty bill would bar regional administrations and private entities from entering into agreements with foreign parties without prior notification to and approval from the federal government and oversight by the relevant ministry. And in Kenya, the new United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, Barham Salih, has praised the country for its integration efforts after he visited Kakuma refugee camp in northwest Kenya. The camp opened in 1992 to welcome people escaping problems in countries including South Sudan, Ethiopia, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Salih said the camp offered an important example of inclusion and generosity on the part of the host nation. According to him, it's a model that stands out as a pillar for protection and also inclusion, and for creating sustainable solutions that can see refugees beyond dependency on humanitarian assistance for long periods of time. Salih also lauded Kenya's effort to integrate refugees into local services after visiting the settlement's health facilities and schools, saying that refugees deserve inclusion and the ability to manage their situation so that they can become productive members of the society. Though it remains under the United Nations management, in April 2025, Kakuma was redesignated a municipality, one that local government officials later will run. And from Kenya to Rwanda, where Rwanda's government has said it will back its former foreign minister, Louise Mushikiwabo, for a third time as head of a global institution that fosters cooperation among French-speaking countries. The announcement by the country's top diplomat, Olivier Ndonglougireri, comes 10 months ahead of the next summit of the organization's International de la Francophonie, scheduled for November in the Cambodian capital, Phnom Penh. Mushikiwabo has headed the global institution which unites 88 member states, governments, and observers since 2019. Kigali says she has overseen a structured and coherent transformation of the organization, strengthening its political credibility, institutional clarity, and operational effectiveness. Kigali has also stepped up efforts to support Francophone candidates seeking leadership roles in international institutions, including the African Union, the African Development Bank, and UNESCO. Away from that report, Nigeria public government has revoked the licenses of some 30 transport operators and truck drivers for refusing to carry fuel to neighboring Mali, which is facing shortages due to a jihadist blockade. A transport ministry statement said the ministry revoked the licenses of 14 operators and 19 drivers for refusing to transport the fuel, while another operator was handed a one-year suspension. According to the minister, Abdulrahmani Amadu, this refusal constitutes a serious violation of the legal and regulatory obligations in force. Niger and landlocked Mali, ruled by juntas, are allies along with military ruled Burkina Faso, and all three are grappling with intensified jihadist attacks. Mali experienced a severe fuel shortage in October and November after militants from the Al-Qaeda affiliated group for the support of Islam and Muslims, as the JNIM, cut off fuel supplies to several cities in the arid West African nation. The oil producing Niger wanted to send 82 fuel tankers to the Malian capital Bamako, covering the 1,400-kilometer route under military escort. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more is in the studio with us, Barrister Darlington Agumo. Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs commentator. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you and welcome to the African News.
Once again, good afternoon, David. How are you?
I'm fine, very well. Thank you, Barrister, and thank you for being here. And we have joining us virtually all the way from Uganda is Barrister Edward Omatukie. Barrister Edward is a lawyer in Uganda and also a human rights activist as well as a business associate. Barrister Edward, a very good afternoon to you as well. Welcome to the African News.
Very good afternoon, David and Senior Counsel Agumo in the studio. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. Also joining us virtually all the way from Kenya is Honorable Messi Ngota. Honorable Messi is a candidate representing the Nairobi women's seat in Kenya. Honorable Messi, a very good afternoon to you and welcome to the African News. Well, I think Honorable Messi is still going to join the conversation. Let's start off with the situation that we have uncovered. And I'm going to start from the studio here. Barrister, there is, well, what a lot of persons around Africa is calling an unfair treatment on the part of the Niger Republic, clearly revoking the license of 30 transport operators and truck drivers for refusing to carry fuel to neighboring Mali, which is facing shortages due to a jihadist blockade. Well, interestingly, as it stands, these licenses have been revoked, and of these licenses, one of these operators, I beg your pardon, have a 1 year suspension. Barrister, what do you make of this situation where Niger will be revoking licenses, even though, yes, Niger is landlocked with Mali, but at the expense of the lives of these drivers, why revoke the license of operators, transport operators in the country?
David, a country had every right. A country have every right to defend their interests, either by citizens or by external forces. Niger, Mali, and I think Burkina Faso, yes. They are a group now in the Sahel region. They are like a block, you know, and they are watching each other's back.
Okay.
And so, if there is this cooperation agreement between them, an ordinary driver will not truncate it. No. The drivers have no right to do what they did, since they are going to be escorted under military excursion. They didn't say they should go alone. Maybe that is the only thing I'm sure they are afraid of.
Yes, and the fear for their lives.
Good. And you are being escorted by the military. So, on what ground will you refuse? It's not as if they have even attempted before and something happened, or that their members that tried it before, they died. There is no excuse, since you are going to be escorted. So, why did you refuse? Because you are threatening the interests of Niger against Mali, who is a brother now. They are in a cooperation agreement. So why won't you help them when they needed the help most?
Well, then again, Barrister, these drivers clearly are afraid of an ambush by Al-Qaeda group within the axis of that particular border of Mali and Niger. But the question now would be, will Niger in any way try to maybe have a state-backed insurance scheme for these drivers that might give them some level of insurance to lifting this fuel tank to Mali?
They may not even be after the drivers. They will go after the security agencies that are escorting them. The drivers have nothing to lose here. If the Al-Qaeda or whoever want to attack, they will attack the soldiers and not the drivers. So this driver, they didn't give any clear reason why they should not obey their government. And it's not as if the thing is free.
Why is that there have been reports that about 300 tankers have been attacked thus far, even before now? Isn't that a concern on the part of transport operators who are also businessmen in Niger Republic?
Maybe they went on their own. But in this
without
case,
the backing of the military?
I think so. They went on their own because they cannot attack a tanker driver and leave the soldiers that are with them. They went on their own, and maybe that is why the thing went sour. But in this case, the government is organizing it. And the government is not oblivious of the dangers on the road. So why would they refuse? That's the question. There is no need. In that case, I won't blame the government.
All right, then.
Yes.
Let's take this conversation to Uganda, where Barrister Edward is also standing by to chime in this conversation. Barrister, questions have been raised about why is the government of Niger revoking the licenses of 30 transport operators in the country. And of course, Barrister here have also said that there is this alignment of interest of both Mali and Niger, which is what is playing out here. Thus, the reason for revoking the license of this transport company. But from your perspective, what do you think might be the consumer price impact in Bamako? Do emergency convoys actually lower pump prices, as it were? Because if Niger has more fuel and, of course, want to ship it down to Mali, how much of an impact would that have in Mali?
Thank you, David. Obviously, economically, you get that there's much impact on the side of the loss, which is going to actually be realized on the other part of the country. But nevertheless, I can't speak this. I can speak the same language as my senior counsel in the studio, Mr. Gumo. Every country has always gotten laws regulating and actually managing this kind of stuff, meaning that where you go beyond some limitations, then obviously strange rules have to be introduced. So in that case, I don't see the side of drivers probably needed to actually to explain much, give a reasons why. That is what I think. A country to a country, there must be bilateral agreement in economic issues. So I believe there must be an agreement between these two countries, so which they would have actually adopted and see whether it was going to work, or they have gone against that kind of a bilateral agreement. Yes.
All right, then. Well, let me stay with you, Barrister Edward. Some of these conversations surrounding the revoking of the license clearly is also on the economical part. Now, Niger, as we speak, is also one of the states that has been managed and, of course, led by the juntas. Economically, they also are trying to get their flow together. 30 transport companies license being revoked. How much of an impact would that have on the transport system in Niger Republic, owing to the fact that they also have to still stay in solidarity with the bilateral agreement that they have with Mali?
You see, David, one thing I need you to realize, some of these things are things negotiated. And depending on what type of agreement was negotiated, how it was negotiated, otherwise you cannot impose your own kind of rules in what the other party has negotiated. So whatever the government is losing, they are also trying to calculate the kind of the laws if they had allowed the 30 are not being revoked. So you need to weigh both sides. So I don't think whether you can blame the other side of the party who has revoked. You need to look at the reasons and why they have done that.
Now, let me stay with you. The question now I want to find out from you, on the part of this jihadist group that have consistently blown tankers before now, what do you think they're trying to achieve? And then how can both Mali and Niger have a holistic approach to ending these jihadist operations around the border areas of the both countries?
I think the best is the governments to come together and now work on get the framework which can actually benefit for both sides. That is the only way of getting a solution. You might say that Mali is being a landlocked country or whatever. It may not be good on their side, but also should also benefit on the other hand if they have their own oil. So I believe it is good to sit the countries to negotiate in the right way so that they can benefit all sides of the divide.
All right, then let me bring this conversation back up to the studio here and, of course, jump to another story. Barrister, a very interesting conversation just popped up just yesterday where the Prime Minister of Sudan, and I'm talking Sudan now, Prime Minister of Sudan has announced that the government official have returned back to the capital, Khartoum, a place where have been ravaged before now with several war. And as it stands, they will also be trying to gather themselves together, of course, economically and infrastructurally. What do you make of this story? And do you think this peace, relatively, like some would say, in Khartoum, seem to be a long-lasting peace that would yield for the Sudanese people?
Yes, David, before I answer this particular question, let me round up with the former this thing concerning Niger and Mali. Those transport countries cannot be the only one in Niger.
Oh, definitely, they're not.
Good. So it means that this one that refused they still have alternative. So when they sanction this other 30 transport to move around Niger for the citizens, and somebody had to carry it.
Right.
Then, in that of Mali, they have alternative. They can now mobilize their own tankers with the heavy military support to come to Niger and pick it up. You see, this thing about terrorists in the Sahel region, they should think outside the box, because I am suspecting strongly that their colonial masters are behind this terrorism. Having left them the way they did, they cannot be happy with them, so they will keep them busy. All they needed is to liaise with Russia and their Wagner brothers. With a serious mobilization, let them come together, all their military forces. Let them move into Mali. By the time they rout them in Mali, they will now come back to Niger. Anywhere they see them, let them collaborate. Let them mobilize, collective action now. I don't think the jihadists will stand a chance.
But some have also said that the Wagner brothers, of course, inclusive of Russia, do not just come into your country and go for free. Something have to give.
Whatever had to give is better than this thing that is happening now. They cannot take everything now. They can't. It's a question of negotiation. It's to their credit that they brought peace in your country. It gives them more credit. So let them liaise with them, because this nonsense must stop. If they succeed in that, they will now bring it down to our own country here. But when they rout, degrade and decimate them, they will not have a chance of moving to another country. Is that not true? Good. That's what I suspect they should do. Then what you are saying about Sudan, David, I've always told you here that Sudan will get tired of war. Is that not true? They will get tired of this war, this ego war. Are they not getting tired now? With this sanction against Dubai and all that, and all the agreement with them. That is what a country should do. I've said this here severally. There's no way this war will continue forever.
But with so much loss.
But is it not better than the thing continues? Is it not better? At a point, it must end. I learned that Salva Kiir is on trial now with some of his loyalists. They went to court the other day.
Yes.
Yeah, so it will definitely come to an end. I'm not, nobody will tell me that. I know that at a point, one party will have the upper hand, and it must be the party in government. And that is it.
All right, then.
So I'm not surprised that the thing is coming to this
point. All right, then let's take this conversation to Uganda. Well, Barrister Edward, push have come to shove, and there is relative peace in Khartoum. And of course, the Prime Minister has clearly said that this is about time for us to find ourselves again. In fact, he did say that hospitals and schools will reopen pretty soon into full operations. But the questions are being raised. How very possible would that happen? I'm talking about full staffing and equipment within 90 days, which again is what the Prime Minister did mention. How very possible and realistic is bringing Khartoum to full operation again?
David, it may not be as quick as we might be thinking, but one thing I like is that there's at least some kind of a positive sign showing that this is now what the leaders have decided to agree and work on. And I'm hoping it's at this time, let the internal issues be handled by Sudan, not again allowing the external forces to come and interfere with whatever they are trying to build. Okay. Because really, this is a country which has dragged behind due to this kind of civil wars, due to these small issues which they would have actually ironed. So that's my prayer, to avoid opening doors for the external friends who actually, talking about RSF, these are people supported by, in East Africa. You get the Kenyan government was backing. So we don't need people from outside to come and interfere with the issues concerning the country. Let them handle it and it will be successful. And it can even succeed succeed as quick as they want without those external forces.
Now, I'm still going to stay with you, Barrister Edward. What legal guarantees, truly, do you think can be put in place for displaced residents returning to Khartoum and, of course, from property seizures, which we've experienced over time in the same capital? What legal guarantee does the government have for them?
You know, a country is built by its own citizens, and that is one of the legal bases. If they have decided to build, you know, you cannot start by putting storages of buildings. You can always build your house as small as it is. So that is as long as the assurance from the government to get Khartoum where it's supposed to be, then it will be with the support of the citizens. I believe that is enough to show a goodwill to bring put the idea on board.
All right, now let me bring it back to the studio before I come back to you, Barrister Edward. I'm still talking. Let me bring it to the studio here. Barrister, interestingly, this conversation about returning back to your ancestral home is one that is critical, and a lot of Sudanese who left Khartoum are planning to possibly return back to their homes. But if Port Sudan, I want to stay with Port Sudan, that was, of course, used as the capital at the time when this situation was going on. If Port Sudan kept the state functioning, so to say, why centralize again without codifying contingency plans, clearly, on the part of the government? Because they are returning Khartoum to be the capital of the country without considering the fact that Port Sudan have really gained so much in terms of development.
The original capital had been at Khartoum.
Yes.
So if it is not safe, they will not return there. That's just the simple truth.
So is that a possibility that we're seeing a dual hub system resilience on the part of government? Because Port Sudan also is still operating as it stands at the capital.
Until they move into Khartoum completely. When they move into Khartoum, then the development that Port Sudan have experienced will still remain. Maybe as one of the developmental hub in Sudan. Some countries used to have 3 or 4 cities, you know, that are development hub.
Yes.
So you can still operate, but the capital should go back to where it used to be because of what had been there before. I don't think they built anything in Port Sudan. It's just that the place have a semblance of development, and so they decided to use it.
Well, there were some developments made by the government since they started using it.
So it's still in favor of Sudan. And that's the fact. So if it's not safe, they will not return back to Khartoum.
Now, Barrister, before we go to Uganda and, of course, talk about the elections that would happen in a couple of days from now, the part of consistency when it comes to these peace that have been seen in Khartoum, do you think that the actors who consistently made this situation, I'm talking about the war, continually happen? Is there a way or a lesson that you think they've learned from this going forward?
They must go to jail or to ICC. They must go to jail or to ICC as a lesson.
Because the UN declared the situation as the deadliest humanitarian crisis.
Yes, the worst humanitarian crisis in the history of the world.
Yes.
Now, they will pay for it because there was no reason and no need for that war. Have I not been saying it here? So you can't do all these things and then they will just give you a slap on the wrist. No, you will pay for it. And for the government of Khartoum, they have done what I've already told them to do. Mobilize forces and go against these people. You are the authentic and recognized government in Sudan. Some riffraffs will call RSF. Because their source of supply have been cut off. Is that not what happened? Remember, all the deals with the UAE and other countries, the government of Sudan has cut off from them. So no more source of supply. And that is what degraded them. And so now the government should take charge and then rehabilitate and then, begin to rebuild their country and bring back their people.
Right,
no matter how bad it is, life must go on.
Well, very true. I mean, that is basically what is supposed to happen. Well, let me go straight to Uganda where we'll wrap up the analysis segment. Barrister, elections in about 2 days from now. First off, what's the situation around Uganda right now, particularly the part of the electorate and the electoral body in preparation to the election?
Uganda, as we speak, is actually not in a mood of elections. Instead, people here are just in a panic because of the actions, the way the government is doing things so far. So I don't know whether it is the people who are in panic or the government is the one in panic by now introducing so many issues. You have heard of human rights being deregistered, being actually removed from the country. Actually, these are some of the intimidating kind of tactics the government is trying to show the opposition, which is not right. But I want to send information to the government is that it's not actually Uganda which is going which is actually doing the elections. The world is watching. We are watching as citizens. So we shall judge at the end of the day. That is what I think.
All right, then. Well, I think, again, one thing I want to find out again from you is the fact that the Ugandan government clearly has ordered two local rights groups. I'm talking about Chapter 4 Uganda and, of course, Human Rights Networks for Journalists Uganda to halt their work days before Thursday's election. What do you think is the reason for this move? We've heard the United Nations clearly, I beg your pardon, United Nations Human Rights Office clearly say that as it stands, the atmosphere of repression and intimidation is what is being seen in Uganda. Take us through this major accusation from the Human Rights Office.
You know, the fashion Uganda is using is exactly the fashion we saw in Tanzania. This is one way of showing the chest stamping by telling you that I'm powerful than any other person. By actually now suspending the two human rights activists, it's a show that the sitting government, the sitting president, does not want to leave power. Is doing this purposely to intimidate the electorate and also the opposition, because it is worrying as we talk. The prisons in Uganda are full, totally full. I'm worried whether they will get another space where they will actually fill these people, because I know the arrests are continuing and it is going to continue even at the date of election, which is remaining actually 1 day as we speak, not 2 days, because just only tomorrow. So the military, the police are in very strict orders to make sure that the sitting president must win, which is not good. There is no right, there is no human rights, which is actually being allowed to look at the elections, which we call free and fair in Uganda. So we expect the president to be announced at the end of the day. So President Museveni is actually expecting this to happen. But it is unfortunate that a country like Uganda, which has all the values of democracy, which just one dictator called Museveni has come to spoil. Sorry to say that.
All right, then. Let's bring this conversation to the studio. I'm still going to come back to you, Barrister Edward, on the statement made by Bobby Wine, but let me come back to the studio. Doctor, the UN Human Rights Office have clearly said that while Dan crackdown on opposition, clearly, and of course opposition supporters and hundreds being detained, is a total voter suppression that is being found in Uganda. I mean, Barrister Edward in Uganda also just alluded to that fact. Looking at the coming election, Barrister, do you think that that election would reflect the choices of the people?
In the first place, I've told you the last time you mentioned this election, and I told you clearly that there is no election coming up in Uganda. It is a selection of the king. They want to crown him on Thursday. That is when they announce him as the winner. It is never an election. Then too, yes, the Human Rights Commission of the UN is a very critical and very important arm of that body. They view what is going on as an aberration. In fact, the UN is very particular about that human rights section of the organization because it hinges on the right of the people. And any right that you cannot uphold is no right. You cannot do anything and suppress the right of the people and you expect the UN to close their eyes to it. No. That is why they monitor every country that is a signatory to that body. And now that right is being violated in Uganda. Do you expect that body to now validate that election? No, look at it yourself. You see why I told you that it's a selection in most African countries. David, I've told you, what we have in Africa are local champions. And the facts are there. Take, for example, Donald Trump, with all the powers he's displaying and exhibiting, with all the bravado, with all the stubbornness, please, can he try this type of nonsense in America during election? Be sincere to yourself. Can he? The institutions will clamp down on him.
I like the fact that you mentioned the institutions.
I am telling you.
Let's talk about the legislative.
They will get him down.
The legislative powers
it
of
can
the
never
legislators
happen.
In Africa. We keep seeing the fact that just like in Uganda that we're talking about, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni has changed the constitution twice, and of course taken off the age limits and of course term limits in the constitution. Since that was done, the legislative houses also consented to that kind of move. These are people who are also elected. Should we consistently blame just the president and not talk about the legislative powers in the country? Because we see that happen almost all across Africa.
Illiteracy. Edward, David, illiteracy and poverty is the driving force here. Look, when you can afford to drink a cup of tea in the morning, maybe eat shawarma in the afternoon, and eat a continental dish as dinner in the evening, that does not make you a rich man. All right, you may have all these things, but mentally, you are the poorest human being on earth. Because if these people know their rights, if they are intelligent, politically intelligent, and know that their future, the future of the country is at stake, they will not compromise to this extent.
All right then. Let's round up this analysis by taking maybe 30 seconds from Barrister Edward Omatakinye. Barrister Bobby Wine clearly has also stated as it stands, he is not afraid of whatever comes from President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni going into this election. Some have also said that Bobby Wine is very popular within the city and not the rural areas. Help us through this, maybe 30 seconds while we wrap up this conversation, please.
Those are very false allegations. Bob Wine is a very popular candidate all over the country. But I want you just refer you to the campaigns of Bob Wine where police has prevented Bob Wine to meet people, to meet the electorate. So that alone can show you that Bob Wine is a very popular candidate. Then I want to remind you, David, that the system of Museveni's role when he was coming to power, he actually categorically said he wanted to rule a country of poor people, uneducated and sick people. And that is exactly what Museveni is doing, to make the people in the country to be poor, to be uneducated, and to be sick, so that he can manage them well. So I believe the institutions in Uganda are already captured by the president. We are talking about freedom of speech is no longer there, freedom of movement. So in actual sense, there is no election in Uganda. This is a captured country, and we are praying for Uganda one day that we shall come to our light so that we can have our rights. That's what I'm praying for.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Barrister Edward Omate Kenya. Barrister, want to say something?
Yes, I want to say something. Whenever Museveni leaves office in Uganda, either by death or by resigning or by leaving office voluntarily, there will be problem in Uganda. You know why?
Why?
All the people he suppressed, they'll be scrambling for position. It's like a breath of fresh air. Everybody, just look at Libya. What happened in Libya? That they now have two governments in Libya. This thing he's creating is a problem that is going to live with Ugandans for a very long time by suppressing people. Whenever they have a breath of fresh air, you will see them scrambling. There'll be squabble. There'll be, just for, to realign themselves and then have a new beginning. It is not going to be easy.
Barrister, thank you so very much for lending your voice as well. I want to say a big thank you to Barrister Edward Omate Kenya all the way from Uganda for chiming in on the conversation today. And we hope that Ugandans also get their votes to be counted, hopefully. That's one thing that we are hoping for Ugandans. Thank you so very much for being here, Barrister Edward.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Barrister Darlington Agumore, legal practitioner right here in Nigeria, and also political and, of course, public affairs analyst. Barrister, thank you so very much.
It's my pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, we'll be looking at the business and sports stories from Africa. Please stay with us. Some business stories. Morocco's Minister of Digital Transition, Amal Shangourchain, says the country is targeting a $10 billion boost to its gross domestic product from artificial intelligence by 2030 as the country steps up its investment in training programs, sovereign data centers, and cloud services. Shangourchain told newsmen in Rabat that Morocco, which current gross domestic product comes to around $170 billion, plans to invest in artificial intelligence centers linked to universities and the private sector and to integrate AI solutions into public administrations and industry. According to her, the GDP boost would largely come from expanding domestic data processing capacity through sovereign data centers, scaling up cloud and fiber optic infrastructure, and building an AI-skilled workforce to support the development of AI solutions across industries and government. Well, from that particular business story, we're wrapping up the African news with some sports stories. The police in Mali have arrested for fraud a self-proclaimed traditional folk healer who collected 33,500 euros, promising victory for Mali in the African Cup of Nations, AFCON. Mali's national team was eliminated last Friday in the quarterfinals by Senegal 1-0. Identified only as Sian Yogo, associates said that the man reportedly collected over 22 million CFA francs in donations. Following Mali's defeat, an angry mob showed up at his house before police intervened and removed him. Sian Yogo was arrested in the Malian capital, Bamako, and held at the cybercrime division. According to an official from the division, charlatanism is punishable by law in Mali. The source added that arresting man while the national team was still competing would have been difficult in the heat of the African Cup of Nations. Well, again, we cannot go away from this particular entertainment news where Nigerian Afrobeat star Rema was the biggest winner at the 9th All African Music Awards, AFRIMA, at the Eco Convention Center in Lagos on Sunday. Winning the Artist of the Year, Best Male Artist in West Africa, and Best African Artist in R&B and Soul. Other top winners include Burna Boy for Album of the Year, Charlie Poppy Lahore as Song of the Year, and Fido for Best African Hip Hop Artist. Regional and continental awards went to artists across Africa, including Cote d'Ivoire's Milo and Borija for inspirational music, Guinea's Namamba Kante for African pop, and Nigeria's Queen Madi as most promising artists. Voice of the People TV's Precious Agumano has more in this report.
It was all glitz and glamour at the 9th edition of the All Africa Music Awards, which kicked off in Lagos, Nigeria, from January 7th to January 11th, 2026, drawing Africa's music elite and global entertainment figures to celebrate the continent's creative talents. Afrima is a prestigious annual awards event that celebrates outstanding musical talents from across Africa. Originally scheduled for the late November 2025, the week-long event was rescheduled to January to ensure broad participation and a world-class experience, with support from the African Union Commission, the federal government of Nigeria, and the Lagos state government as hosts. The award ceremony was co-hosted by Nigerian rapper and actor Fawz the Bad Guy and French-Senegalese media personality Liliane Morine, bringing energy and flair to the red carpet and live broadcasts to audiences across Africa and beyond.
I expect Charlie Poppy to win. I expect Rema. I expect Davido. I expect even Wizkid to win for best choreographed video.
Yeah.
Davido to win best African collaboration. Burna Boy best album or best artist.
It's what I'm giving out that matters to me, because I want to show it to them that this is Africa.
Yes.
You know, I have a home advantage. People like 99% of your crowd knows your songs.
Yeah.
You give it to them fully.
Yeah.
That's it.
Great moment, great experience from all performers and nominees. You know, another moment to escalate or elevate African music to the world, and we're here for it. You know, shout out to all the media teams, all the bloggers who are carrying our messages outside of the continent into the world. So you don't know, Afrima 9th edition, I'm out here for it. I'm like a let's say like a pro of Afrima, you feel me? So some of us are here as enablers to the scheme, not only nominees, you feel me? Like having won 4 times in reggae dancehall category and being nominated right now as well. Our best African music is just like blessings, you know, to still be here and doing it and contributing to the to this effect.
Music is moving, music is evolving. You're seeing it. You saw it with what we did with No Turning Back. Bring something like really old, bring it into this generation and make it connect with children as young as 2, as 1, are chanting the chorus, chanting the hook. We're grateful to God for that, and we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop.
Well, Afrima, as you know, is simply African Musical Awards. And so I expect the best of the best to be awarded. I expect a salute to hard work, a salute to tenacity of purpose, a salute to resilience, a salute to creativity, a salute to culture and tourism, and a salute to the promotion of our economy. I expect a lot.
Thank you so very much, Precious Agumanu, for that report. And of course, congratulations to everyone who did participate in that awards. This is where we have to draw anchor on the news, the African news. I want to say subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Education is the surest path to economic growth and social stability. This powerful statement by Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General of the World Trade Organization, underscores the critical role of education in shaping individuals, communities, and the nation. Good afternoon and welcome to another beautiful edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, where we explore ideas, policies, and initiatives that drive learning and development. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Today on Edu Dialogue, we focus on self-improvement and financial planning for the new year. Also on the program, we turn to the federal government's new measures to curb examination malpractice in the West African Examination Council, WAEC, and the National Examination Council, NECO. But first, let's begin with our conversation on self-improvement and financial planning for the year ahead. As we step into a new year filled with expectations and renewed hope, conversations around self-improvement and financial planning have taken center stage. Self-improvement remains the foundation for progress. Developing new skills, improving existing capacities, and embracing lifelong learning are essential in adapting to today's fast-changing world. When individuals invest in themselves, they become better positioned to seize opportunities and remain relevant. Financial planning, on the other hand, helps individuals move from uncertainty to stability. In an economy challenged by inflation and rising living costs, setting realistic financial goals, budgeting wisely, saving consistently, and exploring legitimate income opportunities have become more important than ever. However, experts argue that combining personal development with sound financial planning allows individuals to live purposefully, avoid unnecessary debt, and build a more secure future. Now, joining me to discuss the practical steps individuals can take to improve themselves, plan their finances effectively, and position for a productive and financially stable year is Dr. Joshua Oyeniyi, the Principal Consultant and the Chief Executive Officer, Amborian Consulting Limited. He's also a business consultant and also a life coach. And virtually, I have Olushola Edema, who is a chartered banker and certified cryptocurrency compliance specialist. Let me begin with you, Dr. Joshua. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for coming to Edge Dialogue.
Thank you, Matthew, for having me.
We are very glad to have you join us on the program. Thank you so much. And it's not too late to say Happy New Year.
Oh, no, it's never. Happy New Year to you too.
Happy New Year, sir.
Merry New Year.
Thank you, sir. So we are looking at personal development, especially as the new year begins. So why do you think self-improvement is important? Why is self-improvement an important foundation for success, especially at the beginning of a new year?
So it's a new year, and you know the usual atmosphere is people wanting to draft new plans, resolutions. They want to do new things.
Yeah.
But particularly, the approach should be not doing new things, but doing the same thing in newer ways, right? For example, somebody has been maybe trying to run a business.
Yeah.
And then, there is a way to run a business. If you've been running the business mixed up with your personal life without having distinct, separation of those entities, you will be obtaining the wrong results. So maybe it's doing a similar thing in a different way. And that's where self-improvement comes in. You want to be better, you want to be different, you want to have growth, whether your finances or your business or your personal life. There is always that gap that must be filled. And one of those ways to do so is for you to plunge yourself into knowledge, plunge yourself into learning, which is, encapsulated in self-improvement and self-development.
So how do we plunge ourselves into learning?
So basically, you can start with taking courses, right? For those of us, I watched, I listened to somebody say in 2025, he spent $120,000 US dollars on self-improvements. Taking courses from Harvard, to Watson School of Business and all the other places, right? Somebody else came and said, I didn't spend so much, but I spent 30,000. Now, why are they spending this much? It's because they're basically trying to learn, from the best in the field. So you might want to go to, take courses. If you don't have this much money, you can go to YouTube. You can go to Coursera. You can go to, to EDX. You can take some of these courses for free. Whilst if you have the money, go to school, maybe grab an MBA or grab a master's in something and make yourself better and expert.
I want to be a doctor like you.
You want to.
You want to be a doctor. Okay, yes. I think that's a challenge for me. And you're challenging me right now.
Yes, you should. Yes, you should get it.
Okay.
It's an amazing leap, for the personal development as well.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Okay, so still talking about personal development, a lot of people set goals and resolutions that do not last. So what practical step can individuals begin to invest in that can turn to daily habits? And apart from that, how can young people and working professionals realistically assess themselves and identify areas they need to improve on in 2026?
Okay, so say for example, as a career person, you're working in an office, and then at the end of maybe a 3-month period or a 6-month period, there's an appraisal done. And the appraisal shows that, number one, you were not very punctual in the last 6 months. Or number two, it showed that you were not delivering your work on time. Or it showed that, you were coming into the office very tired. right? Those are areas you may want to look into and say, okay, how can I make myself better for this new phase of appraisal?
Yeah.
So one of the things you want to do is you want to imbibe the culture of discipline, right? What is discipline? It means, say, for example, you're back from work, rather than go all the way and start surfing the internet till 10, 11 p.m., why not hit the bed at 9 p.m., right? So you're up at 5 a.m. and then you go to the office at 7 a.m. That way you are able to start a routine of punctuality to the office. And for many of us in this side of the world, we do not appreciate time enough, and that's something we must change. I remember an incident. I had my first opportunity to travel to the US. I had my mentor coming over to the house. It was an American, broadcaster and author coming by the house. And then my colleagues who were Nigerians, in Washington said, Joshua, you must be ready before the man comes around. I said, why are you so insistent on the time? They said, because these people, they take time very importantly, right? And we are Nigerians. We have this African timeism, of a thing. So, but you must be ready. You must make sure he sees you ready by the time he arrives. And true to it, I think that meeting was for 7 a.m. By 7 o'clock, that man was at the door. So it sent the message that we must make sure certain bad characters and habits are broken. Number two is that, say, for example, you are not really reading in the previous year, right? And you want to grow, and you don't have the time to maybe take a course at maybe any formal institution or privately. Why not take a book and, say, for example, change your approach? Have it in audio format. If you're driving to work or you're itching a ride to work, listen to it and begin to grow your mind with the knowledge that you're learning while you're going. So those are approaches that you can actually put in place to make sure that you're a better person. Maybe, for example, again, maybe I'll say somebody is having, several issues with colleagues and bosses at work. They say you don't have, your attitude is not very good. You're not very, cheerful. You're not very up and going and all that. You may want to tell yourself, okay, what are the reasons why I'm acting this way? Is it because I'm usually very tired the night before?
Yeah.
Or is it because, I'm having some personal issues? You deal with those at the fundamentals, and then you come back to, to become a better person.
Then how do we actually deal with fundamental issues?
So fundamental issues, number one, if it is financial, because some of these issues are connected, they're interconnected.
That's true. And it weighs people
yes,
down.
it can weigh you down. So you can tell yourself, okay, I see that I get weighed down by my financials by the 20th of the month, by 15th of the month. So how can I avoid that? Number one, I have to cut down on unnecessary spending, right? Maybe I hit the movies every weekend, and I spend 10K per ticket. No, I say no for now. Or maybe, I do some charity. I mean, for that Christmas, I give this one, give that one, and then by 10th of the month, your salary is gone. No, I have to reduce on that so that you have financial buffer that can carry you through, and then you're not worked up, you're not stressed. Because when you're stressed, you give up the wrong vibes, to people around you without even knowing. So you cut on that. Sometimes when a man has money in his pocket, right? When he has money in the bank, there is a way he reacts differently to things. He's not worked up unnecessarily.
Yeah.
So those sort of things can help you, right? So if you are able to manage your finances, you're able to manage, if you're a married person, you're able to manage your marriage. You don't get yourself thrown in an argument all the time. Hey, your spouse says, you offended me, I'm sorry, can I be better? Better approaches can help you have, a brighter life on the outside, So all of those things are issues that you must resolve, at the basis, at the foundation, so that your life on the outside is better, is seamless, is easy.
Better approaches can help you have a better life on the outside.
Absolutely.
Beautiful. And talking about financial independence, let me get to Olushola. Olushola, good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining me on Edge Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. You can please unmute your device. All right, I am really struggling to hear Olushola. I don't know if you can hear me. You can please unmute your device. Thank you so much for joining me on Edge Dialogue. I can't really hear you, but I'll come back to you in just a jiffy. So, Dr. Joshua, you talked about emotional intelligence right now, which, of course, do not even intertwine with the topic. But, a lot of people struggle with one thing or the other, especially when they are going through one thing or the other, which financial challenges is also involved. Apart from finances, what other thing can weigh individuals down, and how should they overcome those barriers in 2026 and beyond?
Yes. So for some, it's a sense of dissatisfaction. Some people they don't feel a sense of fulfillment in their calling, in their craft. And so because of that, their minds are wired differently. And, so all of these things can affect you. For some other persons, it's maybe unattained goals. For some other persons, it could be, you know, family issues. It could be health challenges, right?
Yeah.
Some are dealing with health challenges, and these challenges have a way of affecting your moods, your hormones, and all the rest. So you might want to take yourself, you know, for a proper medical check. You say, for example, you say, hey, my company offers me HMO. Can I hit the hospital and get a comprehensive check so that I'm able to know what's going on in my body, and I'm able to address those issues so that I can live a better life, I can live a quality life. So all of those things are very critical. They help you to be able to give your best, you know, and the world around you can feel that you're really a part of the system and you're giving quality work. So they're very key, they're important. And I'll say, you know, very importantly as well, for the new year, for example, you're having a new beginning, you're having a new start. A lot of things are going to be happening newly. You want to tell yourself, what are my goals for the year? What are my aspirations for the year? You pen them down. It's important to write some things down. Write them down. I want to be able to do this. I want to take this certification in March. I want to be able to attend this number of conferences by April. I want to be able to visit this country and get this exposure, you know, to this way of life by July and all that. You put all of those things down and you begin to work with them. Say, for example, I want to be able to save 20% every month of my salary. That way I'm able to have, you know, better financial, prospects for any project I want to do and all that. So you begin to do all of those things at the beginning of the year. And what happens is that the more you attain certain milestones, the better you become, the better you feel, the better you're able to approach other challenges and projects in your life, and you're able to ace them and get a huge success.
The more you have better certification, the more you are able to attain better heights. Beautiful contribution. So I want you to touch on skill acquisition. How important is skill acquisition and multiple streams of income in achieving financial stability?
Cannot be overestimated, cannot be overemphasized. You cannot. It's, you know, all over the time we've had people say that you need to have this number of streams of income, you need to have this, you need to have this skill. Let me tell you, I read mathematics at the university, right? But before I went to the university, I started learning the skill of writing, the skill of public speaking. I used to be very reserved and reticent, right? But I started learning the public speaking, writing. And then by the time I was in my year 1, year 2 at the university, I was already becoming a freelance contributor for about 8 Nigerian newspapers, including the big names, right? And all of those things ultimately, culminated in charting a new course of financial stream for me in a couple of years, even while I was still at the university. With that skill, with my skill of writing, with my skill of public speaking, I was able to start a business in the university, that got my first trip to the United States, and got me my first grant from Tony Elumelu Foundation, got me several other awards and opportunities. So, those skills cannot be overemphasized. You need money to live life, whether you are married or not. You need money to run things. You want to travel, you want to see the world. Like you mentioned, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala said, education, is the pathway. It's one of the best things you can do for yourself. And sometimes education does not mean go to school. It can be get a new skill. It can be learn a vocation, right? It could be, attend a course on the side and grab something. Maybe digital marketing, for example. Maybe learn how, like my brother, the cryptocurrency specialist, maybe know how you trade, those elements. Some other things are skills that you can grab on the way. You have them and you can make money from them, build up your finances and be able to do bigger projects that you'll be very happy, with yourself for.
Build up your finances and be able to build up bigger projects that you'll be able to be happy for yourself for. Well, I'm still coming to Dr. Joshua in a bit. Good afternoon, Olushola. Thank you so much for joining me on the program again. You can please unmute your device. I am really struggling to hear Olushola. Can you hear me, Olushola?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you so much.
I don't know if you can hear me.
I can actually. Hey, good afternoon. It was actually technical issue, and that cannot be overstated, actually. Thank you so much for joining me on the program once again. Actually, the physical guest here has praised you, saying you're a cryptocurrency specialist, but let me just not digress. I think after the conversation, it will be a great time for you and Dr. Joshua to actually meet. But let me ask you, in today's economic climate, why is financial planning no longer optional, but it is necessary? And then what are the basic financial planning steps that everyone should take at the start of the year, regardless of income level?
Oh, great. So when we talk about financial planning, think about it as a survival skill. Um, just think of any other survival skill that you know. That is even one of the top up the shelf survival skills that any individual human being, as far as you are existing, need. And it has always been paramount. Maybe what has been missing is the discipline to carry through with it. You can't be earning certain amount of money, no matter how little, and you just squander it away. Then what that means is that it shows a man who has not that has not set clear objective, a man that does not have a set goal. And so, well, even when you have real things to achieve, without financial planning, you are unable to achieve it. And then for me, basically, I bucket the approaches to financial planning into two things. It's first about setting goals. You can't plan when you don't even have something you are aiming to achieve. So you are first looking at these XYZ are the things I want to achieve. So every year or at the beginning of the period, even companies do it. So we can apply to our individual selves where you are looking at your new year and they are saying, this year, these are the things I want to do. You list them out, your objective, why you want to do them, why it is important that you achieve them, and timelines, and probably hold yourself accountable to those timelines. Now, what that helps you do is then the next one, which is budgeting. It helps you budget based on your projected finance inflow and outflows. And you are then looking at, okay, by so and so time, I should be able to do this because I will be able to. Now, so there are two things for me: setting the objectives, setting your goals, and secondly is a clear budget. You must plan your resources. You must plan the utilization of your funds. You must plan the utilization of any money that comes to you. Thank you.
All right. Talking about planning and, of course, effective budgeting, how can individuals effectively budget and save, especially when income is limited and expenses keep rising?
So budgeting is not a respecter of income levels. I don't think it has anything to do with your income levels. It is something that you should do no matter whether you are a low income earner or a high income earner. It should be part of the system that guides you as a person. So for me, I do not think that you need to limit your budgeting or make it a case of it has to be something that you do based on your income levels or what you earn, but it is actually what you must do as far as you earn. So whether you're a low income earner, you budget based on the resources that you have or the anticipated inflows of income. Basically.
All right. So what are the common financial mistakes that people make at the beginning of the year? Not only at the beginning of the year, but generally, and how can people avoid them?
Okay, so one of the few or the critical ones for me is that people plan, right? You actually see a lot of people plan, but they set unrealistic targets. And yes, it's good to be ambitious. It's good to be you're thinking, oh, I want to achieve X, Y, Z, I want to do this. But then instead, like I said, and I mentioned something around timeline, if your timeline is for achieving a particular set goal is not feasible. So there are so many elements that go into that plan. You must then begin to say, what do I need to do now to get to this, to achieve this goal? Is it achievable within this foreseeable time? So for financial planning, the most common mistake and error, and that's why people get frustrated along the line, is that we are unrealistic with our plans. They are too ambitious. Why is it good to be ambitious? You have to also be able to recognize the effort and time resources that you need to achieve certain financial goals or set goals generally, and then break them into maybe short milestones that you can appraise yourself and know whether you are on track or not, so you don't get frustrated about it.
Thank you so much, Olushola, for that wonderful thought there. I'll come back to you in a moment. Doctor, even as we wrap up this conversation on personal development for the new year and of course saving, financial literacy, what key mindset should individuals adopt this year to achieve both personal growth and financial stability?
So I have this event, this conference I'm speaking at on Saturday, and the theme is anything is possible, right? And I'll say that that's the key term for those who want to have a mindset change. You believe within yourself that anything is possible. It doesn't matter the number of times I failed. It doesn't matter how many times I tried to save 1 million naira in 2025 and I could not achieve it despite making, a significant amount of money every month. It doesn't matter how my business did not do well. I believe anything is possible. And you look at that term from the positive angle, which means I can build a solid structure for my business. I can save 1 million naira, in the first 6 months. I can get a new degree. I can get a master's in 2026. I can travel to a country of choice in 2026. I can have a stable marriage in 2026. I can learn 10, 5, 7, 3, personal development courses online in 2026. So all of these things are possible, and it's a mindset. Once your mindset is aligned right, you'll find yourself, gravitating towards, attaining your set goals. Like Olushola put it, you are able to, and you break it down. It's not I'm saying anything is possible means I can become a billionaire, in January, right? So it has to be like they call it the smart, metric. It has to be specific,
measurable,
it has to be achievable. So all of those things are key while you're, working towards the anything is possible mindset shift.
All of these things are key, especially setting smart goals, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound goals. Well, you're still watching Edgy Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break now, and when we return, we'll turn our attention to the federal government's new measures to eliminate examination malpractice in the West African Examination Council, WAEC, and the National Examination Council, NECO exams, starting 2026. We will discuss the implications, challenges, and what it means for students and the education system. Please stay with us.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
On Edgy Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
You blessed the boy, the girl is fine, of vice and beauty. Hello everybody, my name is Mike Abdul. Keep watching VOP TV. God bless you real good.
Hi guys, my name is Abiojola, also known as Minister Abe. I just want you to keep watching VOP TV. God bless you.
Oretolu Amishe is a banger. My name is Yomi Olabisi Yomi Akpala. Keep watching VOP TV. Bàbá ti sọ̀rọ̀ mi dayọ̀, ẹ wá bá mi yọ̀, mo more. Thank you, Daddy. Mio. Hello, guys. My name is Tosibi. Keep watching for TV, VOP TV. God bless you.
Mo gbé ọ̀gá o, mo gbé ọ̀gá o, olódodo lọ́nà gbogbo. Mo gbé ọ̀gá o.
Hello, people of God. This is your favorite girl, Mosu Exalta. Keep watching VOP TV, and you will be blessed. Love you.
Etobi gan, Etobi Olua. Hello everyone, my name is C Praise and I'm here telling you, keep watching VOP TV. Don't change that dial. We are here. Jesus is here. Glory. How glory. You see ways. Sure, don't mind my voice. I've gone so many places today. Girl, feel. Okay, oh la la. Okay, wait. Hello, Lagos, Nigerians. My name is Minister K Wonder. Please keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that out.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
We are very glad to have you join us on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. In case you are just joining us, this is Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, where we explore education, personal growth, and ideas shaping Nigeria's education sector and beyond. The federal government has announced new measures to eliminate examination malpractice in WAEC and NECO examination from 2026 and beyond. The Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Tunji Alausa, alongside the Minister of State for Education, Professor Suwaiba Said Ahmad, said the reforms are aimed at strengthening credibility, transparency, and public confidence in Nigeria's education and examination system. Key among the measures is enhanced question randomization and serialization. Although candidates will answer the same questions, the arrangement will differ for each student, reducing chances of cheating and collusion. The ministry also restated its ban on the transfer of students at the senior secondary school 3 level to curb examination malpractice. In addition, new national guidelines for continuous assessment have been introduced and will take immediate effect. All examination bodies, including WAEC and NECO, are required to comply with standardized assessment and submission timelines. The federal government says the measures are part of sustained efforts to protect the integrity of national examinations. And still with me to unpack this discussion is Dr. Joshua Oyeni, the principal consultant and the chief executive officer, Amborian Consulting Limited. He's also a business consultant, author and life coach. And virtually I have Olushola Edema, who is a chartered banker and certified cryptocurrency compliance specialist. Let me begin with you, Olushola. How do you see the federal government's new measures to curb examination malpractice in WAEC and NECO? And do you think this is coming at the right time?
So yeah, I think it's a good one. Even though I personally don't think it's new, so to speak, because and I know Doctor right there will probably understand what I'm saying around some of the things that have actually been in place. It's maybe not publicly documented or dead as they are trying to do now. But then, if now is the time to drive it and reinforce it, so be it. I think it's laudable because you would educate the academic levels over the years. We have seen it go up, go down, and at some time it's just at the level where you don't know whether it is up there or down there, and most times it's attributable to of teaching. Secondly, the seriousness of the student as reflected. These ideas are very good, and randomization, all of these things, they are all basically tools you use in curbing or
examination malpractice.
Student examination bias from practicing any such thing. So
all right,
I think they are legal, in my opinion.
All right, Olushola, as a follow-up to that, the government also banned straight student transfer. What kind of loopholes do you think this policy aims to close? And do you think these reforms will change students' attitude towards learning, reading and preparation? Or will it also take more than policy changes to achieve this?
Okay, yeah, so you see that particular one. But I have had some experiences, especially first as a teacher. I did some teaching, of course, during the NYSC mandatory assignments. So what I've observed over time is that while some schools are very serious about upholding educational standard and academic standard and encouraging students to be serious, some others are a bit lax. So what then you see when these external examinations are approaching is that you see an influx of students into those schools that are less serious about upholding those standards that can tolerate any form of behavior and including examination malpractices. So I think that move is a very good one, especially for the students at that level, the final year students in the secondary schools, when they're taking a mandatory or statutory exam, external examination. However, is that the only thing that can improve
examination
the situation in terms of reduction of examination malpractice and encouraging students to learn? That probably is not the only thing. There has to be the of the spectrum from teaching up to content and examination.
All right, thank you so much, Olushola Edema. Let me come to the studio. Doctor, with this new rule in place, what practical steps should parents take to support their children and discourage examination malpractice? And tell us a general assessment of this new move of question randomization and serialization.
So thank you, Matthew. And then thank you, Olushola, as well for those insights. Examination malpractice is a cancer. It
is a cancer.
It's an abnormality because the word is examination. If we are examining something, but that thing is already propped up, it's already prepared for, it means we are not able to get a true picture of what things are. I've been in the system, as a student who has witnessed very gross levels of malpractice. In fact, I will have it on record that I sat with the deputy registrar for WAEC in 2006 or 2007 it was, to escalate to her that I was experiencing threats, at the time, because I told, my school management that I didn't want to be a part of examination malpractice, and the levels of persecution that I faced just better left to imagination. People were telling me, allow us to do our things. Parents are saying our children came to this school to pass their exam. Like you mentioned, in the SS3 transfer, sometimes those are the algorithms that those parents are trying to play so that they are able to push those students to certain schools where they can prop them to pass exams without actually putting in the work. So I've seen this happen. I've been in examination halls where teachers came in and were calling answers, and what I do is I drop my pen and I begin to look at them until they are done. And then when they are done, I continue writing because I don't even want to, act as if I'm copying whatever it is they're doing. So it's a lot, And some of the students that I engaged at the time, many years down the line, came back to tell me, you were right. We're not supposed to be cheating. We're supposed to depend on whatever it is that we've learned. So what are the things that, you know, so it's a huge move, but I think that move is trying to cut a tree at the top rather than trying to remove the roots, right? The root of examination malpractice is the student's feeling of inadequacy or the school's management feeling of inadequacy for the students, you know. And where does that come from? Substandard levels of teaching and learning, right? That comes from also the lack of preparation on the part of students. You are not reading for exams. When I was preparing for my WAEC, I did go through all the past questions from 1988 to the year I wrote my you know, my SSC. You know, I remember when I got a B2 in mathematics in SSC, I said, nah, I got to go back. I must hit an A in this. I wrote GCE that same year, and you know, I have it with the very fullest confidence that I did not cheat in exams. My exams, I would tell myself, if I will get a D, let me get a D and beat my chest I got a D, than have you help me and then I get an A. You know, so academic integrity and honesty should become what we noise on the loudspeakers everywhere, and it should start from leadership as well. We should show that honesty pays. You know, so students and parents basically need to understand that you are preparing yourself for a future that you want to be proud of. If you are not prepared, the future will test that lack of preparation, and then the embarrassment you will face might be. That's why we have, you know, quacks, we have, you know, doctors, we have lawyers, we have all who are trying to cut corners because they didn't go to the rudiments and the solid foundation of the discipline, you know. So all of those things are critical. You want to build a future that can stand the test of time. It's not by cutting corners or by engaging in sharp practices that you will get there. Read your book, sit down with your book, do your review. I have an exam coming up in 2 weeks, for example. You know, I'm going through past questions. I'm using AI to draw up random questions on that same course, on courses, you know, preparing myself, spending 1-2 hours going through. All of those things are the price you have to pay. Nothing good comes easy. You don't want to get it, you know, via a sharp corner. It's not going to last, you know. So those are the things students should do. I remember back in the days when I was, you know, in secondary school, for example, as well. I used to, when I come back from school, I would go have a little bit of rest, and then from 10 p.m. I would start reading my book, maybe till like 12, 1, and then I go to sleep, right? You know, so those are approaches that students can use. Read those books. You know, now we have artificial intelligence. Use them to your advantage, right? Go online, grab questions in that course, in that material, revise them, get comfortable with how those questions, you know, are learned. For example, you know, my wife is preparing for international certification exam, and you know, one of the approaches she learned was to subscribe to a particular app that has been able to gather a huge mass of questions for that international exam over many years, and you pay for it. And then when you pay for it, they give you those questions for maybe a month or 3 and all that. You are able to revise. You see how those questions, which are mainly case scenarios, how they are crafted, and you are able to build your mind. Because for some exams you write, there are no A, B, or C. There are no, you know, they are indirect approaches. So you need to understand how the answers are you know, are arrived at. You know, so those are the things that come with study, with discipline, with giving yourself to the work, applying yourself to the work. And that happens when you understand that I don't want to cheat, I don't want to cut corners, I don't want to be involved in malpractice. It's called a malpractice because it's abnormal. It's not, it should not be. It will not help your future. So for students and whether undergraduate at any level, you know, and like this goes even beyond, like I said, it's a major societal issue. You know, cutting corners and corruption, that's where it starts from, you know, the exam malpractice. So if we're able to address that from the root, we'll see a lot of, you know, change, you know, and changes down in the entire system.
If we're able to address that from the root, then we'll be able to see some changes, a lot of changes in our examination system. I wanted to ask for the role of government bodies and organizations to work effectively in this regard. I think we should give it to the organizations already. They're doing quite a lot of work. You know, there's a lot of critical mass movements in that region. They're trying to make sure that, like you said, randomization, right, and civilization. There's this exam that, you know, I write occasionally. You won't get the same number of exams with the same person sitting by you. You're writing the same number of questions. You are answering the same questions, but your question 1 is my question 15, right? So there is no way, you know, you'll be able to really harmonize, you know, getting them to cheat. You know, they're making it difficult. We're not saying these approaches will stop malpractice altogether, but we're saying it will reduce them significantly. You know, it will avoid even the authorities or those that are supposed to be
you know, the managers of those systems compromising the system themselves, you know. So randomizing the question is, and I love the approach of, you know, computer-based tests as well. It enables you to be able to use technology to manage those things, and then when you are in front of the system, you're being monitored. You could be monitored via CBT, via the camera, and then, you know, everything that you're doing can be. I wrote some exams, one or two exams in the US, and I could tell you, they will ensure that you're not able to cheat. You know, they will ensure technology is in place. You know, everything you search, and they put all the paraphernalia in place to ensure they get you to give exactly what, you know, you have on the inside of you and not what you have brought, you know, on the external. So all of those things are what technology can do, and I see them already implementing them, which is, like I must say, you know, to their credit.
Quite commendable. Thank you so much, Olushola Edema, Chartered Banker, Certified Cryptocurrency Compliance Specialist. Thank you so much for joining me on the program.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, and we look forward to having you some other time.
No problem. Absolutely.
Thank you. Dr. Joshua Oyeni is the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer, and the Principal Consultant at Amborium Consulting. He's a business consultant. He's a life coach. Thank you so much for joining me on the program.
Matthew, thank you so much for having me.
We look forward to having this conversation with you some other time.
Thank you. I will look forward to it as well.
Thank you so much. All right, you're still watching Edge Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take another quick break now and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Do join us again.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamak Bore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial, and thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so?
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, alright, it's a brother Shaggy, the man, fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Boy Ever Live It. Keep watching GOTV. VOP TV. Thank you. Hi, people. Jide Awobano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Glad to have you join us on the program. President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of Dr. Olugbemisola Titilayo Odushote as the new Director General of the Nigerian Law School. According to a statement from the presidency, the appointment takes effect from January 10, 2026 for a 4-year term. Dr. Odushote, who is currently the Deputy Director General and the head of the Lagos campus, will make history as the first woman to lead the institution since it was established in 1962. In her new role, she will oversee the academic and administrative affairs of the law school, providing strategic leadership across all campuses. She will also serve as the key link between the school, the Council of Legal Education, the Body of Benchers, and the Nigerian Bar Association. The Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism has honored Professor Emeritus Biodun Jeyifo, the former ASU president, on his 80th birthday. Speaking at a symposium themed Pedagogy, Curriculum and Decolonization, Then and Now, the executive director for the Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism, Motunrayo Alaka, praised Jeyifo's global impact on African literature and scholarship, highlighting his enduring work on Professor Wole Soyinka and his insistence that knowledge must always be questioned. Professor Jeyifo, in his address, reflected on Nigeria's stagnant life expectancy and rising multidimensional poverty among the youth since 1975, noting that the challenges that remain despite his generation's academic contribution. Human rights lawyer Femi Falana lauded Jeyifo's leadership of ASU, describing it as a transformative period in Nigeria's educational history. And to wrap up the news, let's tell you that an Ikeja Special Offences Court has sentenced a former director in the Lagos State Ministry of Education, Olawale Faleti, to prison for stealing 48.9 million naira from Access Bank. Justice Rahman Ushodi found the 64-year-old guilty on 5 counts of theft following his prosecution by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. The court ruled that the crime was deliberate and carried out over a period of time, noting that Faleti carefully planned the withdrawals and showed no genuine remorse. Faleti was sentenced to 2 years and 5 months imprisonment on each count to run concurrently. The court also ordered him to refund the outstanding 45.9 million naira to Access Bank. And that's a wrap for Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Today, we've discussed self-improvement and financial planning for the new year and the federal government's measures to curb examination malpractice in WAEC and NECO. From personal growth to national education reforms, it's clear that conversations like this are essential in shaping informed and empowered individuals and a stronger education system. For more insights and engaging discussion, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. You can also follow us on all social media platforms at VOP TV Live. If you witness news or events happening around you, we would love to hear from you. So share your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos with us on WhatsApp at 0814-606-4057. You can also email our newsroom at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Ogunsoada. Join us next week as we continue to spotlight ideas, innovations, and conversations shaping Nigeria's education and civic landscape. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember that education is the surest path to economic growth and social stability. Bye for now.
My name is Michel Dela. I'm the Consul General of the Netherlands in Lagos. Keep watching VOP, Voice of the People TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People. Don't touch that dial.
My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of
Shine Bridge Global Incorporated. And guess what? You are watching the Voice of the People television.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's about shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Jide Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
A very wonderful afternoon to you out there, and welcome on board. It is People's Voice on VOP TV, where season stories shape the narrative. And today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headlines and, of course, sparking conversation across the nation. All eyes on ADC this time around. ADC doomed if it fails to field Peter Obi in 2027 elections. This one is coming from Fayo Shea. All right, I join the conversation with experts inside the season perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. APC targets 9 million members. Opposition cries foul. All Progressive Congress, the APC, is claiming a major boost in its nationwide membership drive, with over 2 million registration in just 1 week. The party's national secretary, Senator Ajibola Bashiru, says they are projecting between 8 and 9 million registered members in the coming days. However, opposition parties are crying foul, alleging that the exercise is a ploy to rig the 2027 general elections. The Labour Party and New Nigerian People's Party have both expressed concern over the APC's claim, questioning the legitimacy of the registration process. Right away from that particular one, impeachment storm. Fubara says no notice. Of course, 2 lawmakers actually pulled out. Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has denied receiving any formal notice of impeachment from the State House of Assembly, despite a report of an ongoing impeachment process. Meanwhile, 2 pro-Wike lawmakers have backed out, and of course, the impeachment plot is looking like a very twisted one now. And of course, the 2 of them urging their colleagues to suspend the move against Fubara and his deputy. Development comes as a 7-man reconciliation committee chaired by Chief Kanu Agabi was constituted by the Pan Niger Delta Elders Forum to mediate in the Rivers State crisis. And away from that particular one, Makinde warns against unrealistic promises. Oyo State Governor Sheyi Makinde has cautioned residents to be wary of politicians making unrealistic promises as the 2027 general elections approach. Makinde emphasized the importance of critically assessing those seeking public office and urged citizens to prioritize security, noting that safeguarding lives and property is a collective responsibility. He reaffirmed his commitment to the state's development and welfare. And let's move now to the Labour Party quarters. The Labour Party not for sale. Usman tells Abure. Senator Nadi Usman led Labour Party as a rebuke Barrister Julius Abure for parading himself as the party's national chairman, despite a Supreme Court judgment and statement by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to the contrary. The party has demanded Abure's prosecution for alleged impersonation and other offences, describing the Labour Party as not for sale. This particular one has actually been on for a while now, and sincerely till now, I don't know why Abure is still doing all of this. The Alex Oti faction has also, spoken out as regards to this Abure situation, and yet Abure is still telling everybody that he's still the national chairman, even when the court has actually ruled against that. And notwithstanding, the INEC actually gave a press release, I think 4 days ago, yes, but today Abure is still talking about this particular situation of him being the national chairman of the Labour Party. Let's see how this one will turn out in the coming days. NLC OT faction warned Abure against a fielding presidential candidate. The Nigerian Labour Congress and a faction of the Labour Party loyal to Abia State Governor Alex Oti have warned the Julius Abure-led leadership against a fielding presidential candidate for the 2027 general election. This warning comes amid controversy surrounding comments made by Senator Dati Baba Ahmed that the party's 2023 vice presidential candidate are suggesting interest in the 2027 presidency. Both groups argue that Abure's leadership lacks legitimacy and should not be allowed to make decisions on candidacy. And I'm even surprised that Dati would actually fall for such, will I call it a cheap, bait from Abure. He followed the whole proceedings, you understand, he followed the whole court process. And I don't know why he has to, still agree Abure to lead him on. I saw that particular press conference, yes, where Senator Dati came out to address, the Labour Party, but I was just surprised that it was not with, the interim chairperson, which is Senator Nadi, and of course it was with the Abure's quota. But let's see how Labour Party would actually sort themselves before the 2027 election. But it's just really painful because, looking at the situation of Labour Party now, they might not be able, to actually, get their foot, solid before the 2027 election, and that's actually a very serious one for them there, because it's going to take, a while before they can actually fix the internal, situation, the internal crisis. And of course, they just have one governor, and they're notwithstanding so many people actually left with Peter Obi to the ADC, and not only that, they have other people who've actually, defected as well. But let's see what will happen to ADC in the coming days. But I just hope that the ADC would, the Labour Party, of course, would do something, better for themselves instead of allowing the whole structure of the Labour Party to be totally collapsed. All right, let's go to Wike and Tinubu's conversation now. Tinubu won't sacrifice Wike for Fubara. This is coming from former Ekiti State Governor Ayo Fayose. He has actually said that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will not sacrifice Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, for Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara amid the state's lingering political crisis. Fayose believes Wike remains more politically relevant to Tinubu than Fubara and has delivered electoral victories for the ruling party. He also dismissed claim that Tinubu is responsible for the internal crisis in the People's Democratic Party, saying that the party's problems are self-inflicted. Okay, to join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOB TV Live, and of course on YouTube, the Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be going straight to the conversation. ADC doomed if it fails to fix Peter Obi in 2027 election. Of course, if Peter Obi doesn't actually, hold or carry that particular presidential, a card as, the person representing the ADC would be doomed. This is actually coming from my fire shade, but of course, we'll be talking about this and more as regards to this conversation. Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back. Program, it is still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, will be doomed if it fails to field Peter Obi as its candidate in the 2027 general elections. Former Ekiti State Governor Ayodele Fayose has said. Fayose made this remark during an interview, noting that Peter Obi is the only person in ADC that matters. The former governor's comment come after Obi's recently defected to ADC along with other notable Southeast leaders. According to Fayose, Obi's presence in the party is what will give ADC a chance in the 2027 elections. He stated that that when Obi joined a Labour Party, which was not well-known party at the time, the party won election to the House of Representatives. And Fayose's comment suggests that Obi's popularity and influence are crucial to the ADC's chances of success in the 2027 election. He emphasized that failing to field Obi as the party's candidate would be a major mistake for the party. The former governor's remark as significant given the current political landscape in Nigeria and, of course, the ongoing defection of politicians from various parties. Obi's decision to join ADC has generated a lot of interest and speculations. And Fayoshe's comments have added to the debate about potential impact of Obi's move on the party's fortune. We're now being joined by Dr. Dayo Kayode, a socio-political technocrat and aviation safety expert. Good afternoon, Doctor. Hello, Doctor. Please unmute your mic.
Good afternoon, Savior.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Sir. I'm doing very well, Doctor.
Yeah, it's my pleasure being with you this beautiful afternoon.
It's been a while, Doctor. You know that, right?
Yeah, but please don't mind me. At least usually that is gone. We are now settling down little by little to the new year. So I hope that I'll be more conversant with the program now.
Okay. All right. So, Doctor, did you hear any of my news stories? And is there anyone you want to react to before we go straight?
Let me quickly react to that of Fayoshe, whereby he was talking about
Wiki and the president.
Tinubu being the one that destroyed PDP, you know.
No, he said it was not Tinubu. He said it was not Tinubu that destroyed PDP. That PDP's crisis was self-inflicted.
Yeah, you see, what do you expect from people like Ayo Fayoshe, who doesn't? Yes, he might know how to play political intrigues, but does he know what we call political dynamics? To what extent is he aware of the dynamics that happens over time in party politics? And I show you this. When he was in Ekiti, not that Ekiti people are stupid to have allowed him for the first time. It was, honestly speaking, a big mistake. Because Ekiti people were looking for a change from the status quo. And fortunately for Fayoshe, he came in at that time. And by the time he came in, there are also some kind of personality clash and skirmishes among the leaders of PDP in Ekiti then. Unfortunately for him, also through the assistance and political.
All right, so I think we're having a network glitch there. Of course, I will try.
In Oyo State,
okay,
was able to clinch PDP tickets. I was able to win the.
Hello, Doctor.
Hello, are you with me?
Okay,
are
so
you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Yes, I'm hearing you clearly.
Please go ahead.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Yes. So I was saying, there were some kind of personality clashes between the political leaders of PDP then in Ekiti. And with the help of Baba Adedibu in Oyo State, he was able to clinch the tickets and then he won the election for his first time. Thereafter, since after I had left government, what again has he been able to do in Ekiti PDP? Because Ekiti PDP had been able to understand its political intrigues. And what did he do? He first of all sent one of his boys to go and be working with Yeson Wike. And that will now be giving him return. And what do you see today? He has to shift his own body, soul and body, to now be working for Yeson Wike. Unfortunately, where was Yeson Wike when he was the governor? And that's to tell you the essence of his stomach infrastructure type of politics. His politics has to do with where his belly is facing, which we call where belly face politics. So whatever Fauci is saying, honestly speaking, to me, it doesn't know water. I always throw it by the side. It's somebody that is not looking for relevance. He wants to be heard. He wants to show that he's still there. Meanwhile, it's already a dead horse. Can you bring a dead horse to walk?
Doctor.
It's not possible.
Doctor. I don't know if you have a personal issue with your daily fire ship, but that's not the conversation here now. But if you look at what
I don't have anything against him other than his style.
You don't like his style of politics?
Yes.
All right, so that's okay. That's aside. Doctor, he actually made a very strong, comment as regards to Wike Fubara situation. He said that the president cannot sacrifice Wike, knowing fully well that Wike has actually won victories, for the APC. And of course, the president knows that Wike has actually worked for him before now. And one thing we know as when it comes to the president, from inception with track records, is that the president does not betray anyone who has actually done any favor, for him in the past. And for Fayose to mention something like this, it shows that, of course, he knows the president to an extent, you understand, and he's only giving his own, contributions or his 1 cent. That's his opinion as regards to this conversation. And so many people have also been, speculating these same, assertions that they don't think the president would want to ditch, Wike off. So, but I'm surprised that you are totally against what he's saying.
Let me first of all address that your concept. Let me first of all address that your belief.
Please go ahead. Not my belief. Belief that everybody understands. And it's just facts on the table. Doctor, please go ahead.
On table. It could be fact on some people's table. That does not mean that that fact is true. That Tinubu doesn't betray those that have assisted him in the past. What happened between him and His Excellency Madam Kuforola Bokno? What happened between the two of them? What happened between him and the leaders of Afenifere in Yoruba land?
Doctor, till date. Doctor, till date.
Wait now.
Yeah, doctor, till date. You know that this particular case is still on. Yeah.
Oh God. Savior, allow me. When I finish, then you come in.
Okay.
Don't you disturb my thoughts, especially when that thought is not yours. Don't disturb my thoughts. Yes.
All right, doctor, go on with your thoughts, please.
Politics of Fayose here.
Doctor,
yes.
you're already grouping me and Fayose.
What did he do to Akerele Bokno? What did he do to all the Afenifere leaders? No, I mean Tinubu that you say doesn't betray those that have assisted him in the past. What did he do? What did he do to Afikuyomi?
Doctor, do you have facts?
What did he do?
Do you have evidences?
What did he do to what's his name now? Yes, former governor of Osun State.
Aregbesola, actually, we all know what happened between him and Aregbesola. Are you saying it was the president's, fault for that of Aregbesola's own?
Aregbesola.
Hello, doctor.
Go and do your investigation as regards that. Go and do your investigation.
Doctor, I already know what happened between. I already know what happened between the president and Aregbesola, so I don't need any other investigation.
It's not for it's not for today's discussion.
Yeah.
If you go to that one now, it is an extensive discussion that we will not be able to finish.
Okay, we'll pick a day for that particular conversation.
Just as you know, I also know.
Yeah.
Just as you know, I also know. Do you understand? Everybody has their own facts. Just as you were saying there, you have something on your table, so you will be at all on the table, and I mentioned just a few names for you, and then you are now keeping. You better smell your coffee this afternoon.
Doctor,
Doctor,
all I am telling you is, do you have your fact as regards to the Afenifere that you mentioned? The Madam Bucknor you mentioned, do you have your facts?
Oh yes.
Then can we pick a day to actually have that conversation? Because it is easy for you to hear one side and you just feel the other person betrayed one person.
You pick a date, I will follow you up.
Okay.
You pick a date.
All right, now, I'll communicate that.
Wait, go back to Wike and Fayose that he cannot sacrifice Wike for Fubara.
Yeah.
Now listen, they both went to the president. They went to Bola Tinubu, and there was an agreement between them. And this guy went back. He started following it. And you are now saying he must not go for second term. Because if you should go for second term, it will bury you politically. Who is saying that you are indispensable? And you are now sending the House of Assembly for nothing to go and impeach him. But then, this guy is working on the budget. Being passed by the National Assembly, and of which the erstwhile military administrator there worked on. So what is his offense? Fubara is not somebody one can fight for though.
Okay, I was waiting for that. Doctor, why did you suddenly love Fubara this much?
No. Fubara is not somebody I will stick my neck out for.
Okay.
But we are talking about the issues on ground.
Yeah.
Wike has gone beyond his band. Is he a member of APC or PDP? Look at the way he was addressing even the national secretary of APC, the national chairman of APC. Look at the way he was addressing the state governor of Rivers State, that he cannot defy to APC without his permission. No, on one ground is he talking about? Is he not trying to play God? Have you forgotten that some people also prop him up? Who was he before? Who made him the chairman of his local government then? What role did people like
Amechi, Peter Odili, yes, Jonathan
play? Who was bringing him up?
Yeah.
And so many other people that he had fought in the past. So who is now telling Fayose that if Wike is becoming too cancerous for the government and the party, they can't throw him away? Who is saying so?
Okay.
But not my Fayose is saying what is being paid to go and say.
Okay.
It is where his belly face that he throw his weight.
Doctor, I still think you have Doctor, I still think you have a very serious issue with Tayo Fayose. Doctor,
so please.
Doctor, I still
Fayose's case is no case. It shouldn't be any case for anybody.
Doctor
is doing what is being paid to do.
Okay. All right, but Doctor, I still feel you have a very serious issue with Fayose, and I just hope the both of you can actually settle because you are from the same hometown. So I don't know why. I don't know why both of you are still.
I don't like people playing hanky-panky politics. I don't do it.
All right, Doctor, let's come back to
If you play hanky-panky politics beside me, we can gel.
Okay.
We can
Doctor,
move together.
Let's come back home now. Let's come back to your quarters now, of course, at the ADC. Let's pick it up from the same Ayo Fayose, and today you might be hearing enough, you might be hearing that name, all through today. So, and you don't even have a choice because you're on the show now. So you'll be hearing more of Fayose. So, but doctor.
No problem.
All right, so doctor.
Honestly, no problem.
Doctor, what do you think about Fayose's statement that the ADC is doomed if it fails to, failed Peter Obi in 2027 election? And of course, do you think that Peter Obi's presence in ADC can guarantee the party's success in the 2027 general elections?
Are you true? Should I
Yes, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Do I have the floor?
Yeah, doctor, please go ahead. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, fine. Now, let me start with this. What do you expect somebody of Ayo Fayose, who is partyless, who doesn't have a political party presently, that he can hang on to say? That's number one. Number two, remember, the larger percentage of ADC echelon left PDP because of the problems that Nyesom Wike started there. If that being the case, and Ayo Fayose is now working with Nyesom Wike is now the one paying the bills of Ayo Fayose, what will you expect from Ayo Fayose? That is two. Number three, the ADC had said it clearly that the party belongs to everybody. There is no single individual that can lay claim to the ownership of ADC, right from top to the last. Everybody owns ADC. All right? Now, if somebody is not trying to pass through the back door, especially non-members, now trying to cause disaffection from outside, we know them. We understand their language. They like hiding. They like hiding inside darkness and then be throwing stone into the light. We know them. It is not today that some people who are working for the second term of Bola Ahmed Tinubu have been saying that, trying to cause disaffection between the leadership of the party. Nyesom Wike said that he will ensure he won for the victory of Bola Ahmed Tinubu come 2027. So, if Fayose is now saying that, he's just saying it for the purposes of causing disaffection between the obedience and Obi on one hand, and then the ADC on the other hand. Again, let me also tell you this for free. ADC had said that it will allow as many as possible aspirants to go to the field. That there is nobody who will come around and take that ticket for free. You will have to work for it. And how do you work for it? By convincing members that you are the best to represent us as the presidential flag bearer. Represent in terms of having that ticket, one, and ensuring that victory will be assured. Not just having that ticket and then at the end of the day, you will be walking underground for Tinubu to win the second term. No. And that is why ADC said it has to be from the grassroots up. So it is people that are at the grassroots that will even elect who becomes their candidates. That is that. Talking about Obi, with all intents and purposes, and I repeat, with all intents and purposes, if all factors, all variables are being put together and considered, Peter Obi is very much qualified to be the president of Nigeria. No doubt about it. I can say it anywhere and beat my chest to it.
So are you saying that Peter Obi... Doctor.
Let me land. Let me land. But the question is this. No,
okay.
Let me land. I asked you, do I have the floor? Let me land.
All right,
but
Doctor.
the question is this. The question is this.
Yeah.
If Obi should go to primaries with other aspirants, will he be able to defeat them? That is the question. If Obi can go to the primaries with other aspirants and is able to defeat them, I will, and I'm saying this today, I will give him my whole over 100% support. Now, you can ask your further question.
Doctor, I love the fact that you took your time to dissect, this whole conversation. And of course, you expressed yourself in a very good way, which I love. And I think you're still having the issue with Fayose, and you would continue to have that issue because we're not done yet. But let's come let's come to your ADC now. And you mentioned a lot as regards to ADC, but there's something striking you said. You said if Obi, goes into the primaries, with your statement, it's quite uncertain. You're not sure that Obi can even, grab the ticket. And I was no, doctor. And doctor. The reason why I would beg to differ is because some of you, including your camp, you already know that your principal, who happens to be the former vice president, is 95%, sure of actually having that. You know
what? You know it's my principal.
You've been speaking. You've been making a lot of case for Atiku.
Have I mentioned that he's my principal?
Ever since you've joined People's Voice, you've been making a lot of case for Atiku. But that's not the conversation.
Whenever you ask me question about him, I answer, and I remember when you were talking about the office of ADC. I said yes, he was using that office before now.
It was his office, and because it is the same office I know in Abuja.
It has so have I ever said it's my principal?
But whenever you make a case for someone for that long, of course.
Have I not made a case for Obi? Have I not made a case for Obi?
You've not made a case for Obi. You only gave your illustration, and you said
he's capable of leading. He is capable of becoming the president.
Doctor, you said he is capable. Doctor, you said he is capable, showing that you can as well mention 1, 2, 3 people who are capable of becoming the president of Nigeria. And your statement, Doctor, are you not capable to
this is to
let you know that Your statement, your statement was just a political statement. It doesn't mean that you're throwing your 100% weight behind Obi. But that's not the case. Doctor, but that's not the case. The case I want to ask you, can ADC
on the people? ADC is a party built on the people and not on an individual. Just as Obi is qualified, so also I myself, Dr. Daryl Kaude, is equally qualified.
So does it mean that you would actually get the ticket as well?
But wait, there are some things. There are some things because in Yoruba, I don't know how to. If
no, doctor.
Yoruba,
doctor, be free.
Wait,
go ahead.
Now,
go ahead.
There's one adage that says that yes, we might have some things equally, or all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. For instance, Peter Obi had been a governor before. I have never been. I only attempted to be. Peter Obi had contested to become the president of this country. I have never. So based on that, I will see him as more qualified than me. All right? Now, if at the end of the day, because it is a question you are asking me that I want to answer now, whether if it's not being given the tickets, whether ADC will be able to survive it. Why not? Why not? I did not join ADC because of any individual. I did not join ADC because of any individual. If tomorrow comes, Peter Obi should clean that ticket. I will work with him assiduously. If tomorrow comes, you, Savior, should clean that ticket.
I am not a member of the ADC. I'm not partisan. I'm not a member of the ADC. I'm not partisan.
I say if. I'm using the word if. So I'm being careful with my choice.
It will be better use yourself.
Whoever clinches the ticket of ADC has no negative effect, rather positive, because the leadership of ADC presently, starting with Senator David Mark, had assured everybody that everybody will have a level playing ground, no matter who you are, no matter your contribution to the party, we are all the same. So, to that extent, when there is equity, justice, fair play, all right, whatever happens, everybody will take it that way. Everybody will take it that way. Even before Obi decided to DC, you're going to see that it took his time. And why was he wanted to be rest assured that there will be equity, there will be justice, there will be fair play, there will be level playing ground for everybody without any form of undue favor for any candidates. And that's why he now decided to join ADC on the 30th or 31st of December last year. So the way people are trying to hit up the internal politics of ADC, it's nothing but acrimonious, and they're just trying to make an anthill where there is none. To
Doctor.
make a mole out of
Doctor.
the anthill.
Doctor.
Or how do they say it?
Doctor, regardless of
Yes.
that particular, sayings, of course, Doctor, I'm having a very serious concern as regards to your submission, when it comes to your party dynamics.
Yeah.
Presently, we all understand what is going on, as regards to the zoning situation in every political party. And we all know that it is still the time of the South. And your party seems to act like they don't want to, follow that particular, toe that route. Instead, they want to make it open, just like you said in your statement, that they want to make it open for as many as anybody that want to, buy the form to come and contest, for the presidency. They don't want to zone it to the South. Doctor, are you also against, the zoning situation of every other political party? And are you also against the zoning situation in your party? Because you'd agree with me that before Obi defected, as at October and November, respectively, he said he was going to, move to the ADC in the coming days. And afterwards, he said after the Anambra election. And after the Anambra election, he said he was waiting to get clarity as regards to the zoning. And Abdullahi, your spokesperson of ADC, replied him that they've not gotten to that particular point. They're still trying to see how they can, put the party structures in the grassroots. And not only that, later in the coming days, the ADC has actually, made several statements that they are not doing party for any tribe, any region or whatever. They just want somebody that is going to win the party and not win the elections. And not only that, the former Sokoto State Governor, Tambuwa, he also said something, I think, was it yesterday or day before yesterday? Yes, he said something as regards to that same statement. That are we all here because of one tribe or whatever, or because we want to win? So he's not also in support. So officially, it is looking like ADC is not ready to zone anything to the South. ADC wants to make it open because some people are actually calling your principal the landlord of the party, which of course you have to debunk that, but that's not the case now. So I want to ask you, Doctor, do you have issues with zoning situation in our Nigerians, in Nigerian political, dynamics, or you are just following what the ADC has actually, provided on the table? But not that's not the only thing I want to ask you. I'm talking about Obi's influence and popularity. Do you think any other person can replicate, that particular influence and popularity, in your party aside from Obi? Or if Obi, does not, grab the ticket, or Obi decides to also leave ADC because his supporters are actually saying that they don't even want him to do the vice? Please go ahead.
Do I have the floor?
Yes, you have it now.
Great. You ask so many questions, and I have to be dealing with them one after the other without any form of opacity.
Doctor, you only have 4 minutes. Doctor, you only have 4 minutes to respond to everything. Just 4 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Then don't disturb. Don't bump in within those 4 minutes.
Doctor, that's why you like me. So go ahead.
I did. Now, number one, a critical situation requires a critical solution. And I think you want to agree with me on that. Number two, you cannot say you have freedom of movement in a war situation. No, you can never say it. Even you won't even dare it. Number three, in our constitution, electoral guideline, and all that, even court rulings, has there been anything in support of zoning, presidential and all that zoning? As far as I'm concerned, no. The only thing in our constitution has to do with federal character, and that has to do with employment. civil service and MDG's employment and appointments. And if you can Google most of my submissions on federal character, you know I am never and I have never been in support of federal character. Because it's always making us to throw away our best for those that are just managing. Having said that, ADC is not your normal party of times whereby things are going on. ADC was formed out of emergency, out of necessity. ADC is a child of necessity, whereby each and every individual political gladiators decided out of their own volition to drop their personal ambition and idiosyncrasies and then join forces, resources, and everything together to ensure that the ship of Nigeria that has become rudderless is heading towards a point like that of this bigger ship that had crashed. What's the name of this ship? The Titanic. Nigerian ship is heading towards that of Titanic. And I looked at it. We have to save the soul of Nigeria. And they decided to come together.
All right, Doctor, we have just 1 minute remaining, please.
In their coming together, they agreed among themselves. We will Ghana people. Let's Ghana our supporters. We go to the field. Our supporters will determine who leads us among us, who leads them among us. And that is where they are. Now, when you are talking about Obi supporters, is it only Obi that is having supporters? Atiku doesn't have supporters. El Rufai doesn't have supporters. What's his name? Aregbesola doesn't have supporters. So let us stop beating up what is not supposed to be beaten up. They are all there with their supporters. And at the end of the day, the best candidates will still emerge in ADC. And Nigeria will be saved.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Dayo Karide, for that wonderful submission. I sincerely do wish that someday we would actually have about 2 to 3 hours, head-to-head, in a TV program. Because 1 hour, one hour is not always enough for us.
Let us plan it.
1 hour is not always enough. Thank you so much for always being, part of the show.
Time for your management.
Doctor, as soon as we see your alert, from the account department, and my HR lets me know that informs me that you've actually paid. Of course, we can actually increase the time to 10 hours.
I can contribute now. Let the two of us contribute.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor. Hopefully that I will also still have another time on air again this week. Of course, I will do that. All right, this is how far we can actually go on the show. Yes, if you love the world of sports, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy Locker Room. Coming up next, they'll be telling you more about the world of sports and, of course, talk about our Nigerian Super Eagles, how they've been preparing for the next challenge ahead of them. And we've been praying for them to actually win Morocco so that our mind would actually be at peace and for us to be cleared for finals. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Odo. Have a good evening. Rest.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react.
Our maritime sector. Join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
24 hours where the Super Eagles of Nigeria will be tackling the Atlas Lions of Morocco. Yes, the semi-finals. A very, very hot semi-final to come. Yes, in the AFCON 2025 right there in Morocco. Yes, it's the Super Eagles of Nigeria. One of the favorites, or maybe some would say going into the tournament, one of the underdogs. Yes, I are playing up against the hosts, of course, who have also been brilliant. And yes, 8 p.m. Nigerian time, we'll get to see all of that. Super Eagles, can they get better of the Moroccans and ultimately even win, the AFCON trophy to be on the good books of Nigerians? Also, we've seen Paris Saint-Germain, of course, last night, not making a lot of people happy, especially the investors when they lost 1-0 right there to Paris FC in the Coupe de France. You're welcome, yes, to this edition of The Locker Room. I am Afiz Ogubanjo, and of course, I won't be doing this alone. You know how it goes in The Locker Room, yes, when we dissect everything that happens in the world of the beautiful game, the Jogo Bonito, the round leather game, football, of course, that beautiful game it is, and we are here to break it all off down. And I am not doing this alone, like I said. I am with the main man, the big man himself, Jerry Apelohai, of course, and of course, Amayawa will be joining us virtually on the show today. Jerry, how is it going? The Super Eagles of Nigeria, just a little over 24 hours as they tackle one of the tournament favorites, the hosts themselves, the Atlas Lions of Morocco. How are you seeing this one? Good evening, Jerry.
Yeah, a lot of permutations, a lot of talk about that game.
Yeah.
Nigerians are pepped up, excited with what we saw against the Algerians. And for a long time, Nigerians have not been excited about the Super Eagles, apart from the last AFCON.
Yes.
So they did not qualify for the World Cup, and the issue with coaching and so on and so forth. But now, Nigerians are happy again that the Super Eagles is playing good football. And I think I'm excited as well. And looking forward to the Morocco game. They are the host. So a lot of fanfare, a lot of controversy, a lot of talk about who's going to officiate the game.
Yeah.
So And even the press conference for the Super Eagles, Alex Iwobi and
Iwobinho.
Iwobinho himself, and of course Eric Chell. Iwobi, when he got to the press conference, he said, "Wow, this is the largest number of journalists he has ever had to face
in a while, yes,
since his football career." Imagine he has been in the Premier League with Arsenal and to Fulham, to Everton. He has never seen so many journalists interviewing and being interested.
They're excited. They want to know what's going on.
That shows how big the Morocco versus Nigerian game is. Everybody, the whole world, is so much interested in that game because Nigeria has the pull in terms of crowd and attention, both on social media and in the media space. Morocco, they are doing great things. They were at the semi-final of the last World Cup. So a lot of attention is on this game.
Of course.
It's as big as a World Cup game.
It is. I mean, a lot of people are even predicting it to be the final.
Before the final. It's the
final before the final, of course. And Mayowa, yes, it's great to have you with us. And yes, the Super Eagles are aiming to go one better, after getting to the final of the last edition. Is this achievable? And how much of a threat do you see Morocco to be, standing in their way to achieve this one? Good evening, Mayowa.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. Interesting game tomorrow. We are playing against 14 people tomorrow. We have the 11 players on the pitch. We have the fans, which is the 13th. We have the referee, center referee, which is the 13th man. The VAR will be the 14th. I saw the list of VAR. Why would the Ghanaian be in charge of our game?
Why don't you want the Ghanaian to be in charge? I mean, they have nothing to do with the AFCON. So, just having their own, just to referee that game, at least give them a chance.
Yeah, well, see, the thing is this. The last referee that was, sweating and that tried to call off a game, I think was a Ghanaian. The one that ended the game before it actually ended was a Ghanaian. I hope the same thing does not happen tomorrow. And that's why I'm a bit worried. But in any case, leaving the referee out of it, I think we are going to be under a whole lot of pressure. I've said it. I hope CAF does not pander to Morocco. I hope they call the game fair and square. I hope, there will be no, bias in that particular game. I hope, they can stand up to the Moroccans because it is expected that Morocco would expect to get to the finals because they've been saving CAF. But in any case, on the field of play, if our boys can keep up with the momentum that they've been, that we've seen them play with, I think we have a bigger opportunity to be able to go past the Moroccan side. If you can keep a Brian Diaz quiet, I think we'll probably get the game figured out.
Absolutely. I mean, Mayowa said something there, and we'll be visiting that one later. But of course, you can do well to join us, on all our social media platforms. You can follow us on YouTube. Yes, we are there at Voice of the People TV and also VOP TV Plus, where you can like, comment, subscribe to the channels, and of course, turn on your notification bell so that you won't miss any of the exciting episodes on this show and also on every other show on those platforms. And let's break it all down, shall we? And let's get into it. And of course, we are going to start with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Of course, they're the elephants in the room as of now, where we are preparing for a semi-final. But I don't want to call it maybe exciting news, Jerry, because Eric Chell is set to continue as the Super Eagles coach after agreeing to a contract with the Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, and the agreement was reached in this year, January, of course, and it will come into full effect after the Africa Cup of Nations, and regardless of the team's performance in the semi-final against Morocco. A top official of the NSC, the National Sports Commission, revealed that Chell's contract extension is as good as done, citing his impressive performance with the team, including wins over Mozambique and Algeria, and Chell's success with the Super Eagles has attracted interest from other countries, including Angola, Guinea, and Tunisia, and who are reportedly willing to offer him higher salaries. Angola is said to be offering double his current salary of $50,000 per month, while Tunisia is reportedly willing to pay him $100,000 per month. And despite these offers, Chell is expected to remain committed to the Super Eagles, with the NSC official stating that he is the right person to shape the team's future. Jerry, this was a man that they took time to appoint. This was the man that they were just testing. They sort of put him in the line of fire in the World Cup qualifiers. He did well, above their expectations. Right now, I don't think, or I'll ask you that now. Do you think they had that much faith in him going into the AFCON? because we were also hearing that he was supposed to leave, was supposed to be relieved of his duties after the AFCON. Is his performance with the boys at the AFCON beginning to turn heads of the NSC? And how do you see this going forward? Because the Tunisians are interested already. The Angolans are also reportedly interested. What do you think is going on? And if you're Eric Chell, what would you be considering at the moment?
Yeah, Eric Chell is like the beautiful bride now, you know. And,
of course,
see
what the Super Eagles are doing at the AFCON.
When you are beautiful, a lot of people will come to your father's house, ask for your hand in marriage. And that is the situation of Eric Chell.
Yeah.
After the Mali job, he was nowhere. Everybody was talking about what next for him. I think he didn't have a job at that time.
It wasn't.
So
no, it was with MC Oran.
Yeah, MC Oran
in Nigeria, yes.
Yeah. So, and that's not a high flying job.
Yeah,
and of course, when the Super Eagles job came on board, everybody knew that the Super Eagles situation was a dicey one. And no coach who is serious about his career would have taken that job, because in a top coach anyway. And of course, he was just a decent coach after what he did to Mali at the AFCON. So he came on board and he tried as much as possible to still qualify the team for the World Cup above all expectations.
Absolutely.
So I think he has given his best shot to the job. And I don't want to trust the NSC, because the story I heard first was that they've already secured him.
Yeah.
And he has signed a new contract. And you know how these rumors and stories
can be, of course,
and all these lies coming from the sports commission looks like. This is a man they are still owing salary. I can bet it with you that they are still owing this man's salary. Even
they haven't come
bonuses.
out to say. They were just talking about the bonuses of the players.
I will not be surprised that this man is being owed as he's coaching this team at the AFCON.
Yeah.
And they are telling me that this man has agreed new contract. It
doesn't sound believable.
That's absurd. And this is the kind of man I like. He will just be quiet and be watching the scenario. You know, when eventually gets the advantage he wants, I will not be surprised he might dump the Super Eagles and take a bigger pay.
Maybe
at the end of the day.
Don't you think that they are trying to make him keep his job? Because if you look at his career trajectory, obviously the Super Eagles of Nigeria is his biggest job so far.
Yeah.
And you know, he can't brag to the NFF now. Yes, he has reached the semi-final, right? But you remember Jose Peseiro got to the final of the AFCON. He was also old, right? And until he was relieved of his duties. Now, don't you think they are looking at him and saying, look, Eric, this is your biggest job so far. We want you to stay. We're impressed by what you've done. Maybe they should be talking about payments later, but right now, still stay with us.
I think for me, apart from the fact that he has taken this team to the semi-finals, we see the team play differently. Because this was the same thing that was handled by Jose Peseiro. Nigerians were not impressed fully with the performance of the boys. The boys just played to the spirit and played to the strength of Peseiro, not to their strength. We're seeing the players play differently. This is what the Nigerians have been asking for. The team is filled with a lot of stars. How are you able to manage them and bring out the best of them and play the football Nigerians will be excited to see? Now we're finally seeing that. And that alone has already sold him. If he leaves the Super Eagles job today, we're already seeing a lot of suitors coming
He's going to leave unbeaten. Maybe he was beaten on penalties, but of course, after 90 minutes, unbeaten in all of his games. That's quite a record.
That's quite a record. And if he leaves the Super Eagles today, I think he will benefit from the fact that we're having good suitors who are willing to pay him the salary he wants.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think for now he has done well for himself. It's now left for the NSC or the NFF to do the right thing. Normally, it's supposed to be the NFF saying that they are going to secure a new contract. I hope before tomorrow's game they would have settled all his wages and bonuses and so on and so forth, so that he'll be excited knowing that these people value what I've done so far. Not that they will, the way, I don't know, Onigbe says in their spirit, they will just pretend as if they don't know that they are owing him, but they'll be going out there releasing press statement that he's going to stay after the AFCON. He will be there for the next 2 years. We've already given him a 2 years contract. He has already signed. He's our coach, hands off. Whereas you are owing him for the current job. That's how bad it is.
It's very bad. Amayawa, what do you think the NSC and the NFF should be prioritizing now? I mean, considering the fact that, just like Jerry said, they are owing this man. Is it a case of, just trying to turn his head and saying, look, we are not looking beyond you at the moment. We are not looking to, appoint another person. You are like our yes man at this point, and we are still owing you. Don't you think they should get to pay him first before they start talking about contract extension, Maiwa?
Well, let me take you down memory lane. Sunday Odyssey, $30,000.
Still old.
6 years ago. Randy Wardrum, over $25,000. He's still running around trying to get his money. Eguavon is still being old. Finidi is still being old. These are people that have coached Nigeria. Modu Shuaibu, later Modu Shuaibu. Stephen Ketchi. They are still old.
So
this is more than I'm giving you history of more than 10 years.
Are you saying that if people that have gone, people of blessed memory can be old, what's the hope and the future of someone that will stay alive?
Even the dead is being old.
Even when the dead is being old, is that what you're saying, Maiwa?
Mourinho said Arsenal is specialist in failure. The NFF is specialist in Onigbese.
Let's hear you.
Let me shock you. I can't remember the person that passed away, one of these our legends that passed away sometimes last year. What they promised them for Tunisia 94, they did not give them until last year, until 2024. That was over 30 years before they gave them what they promised them for winning Tunisia 94. It's as bad as that. That's number one. That's on the side. Let's go back to the unveiling of Excel. Remember, I think Jerry will remember this. I think because we took the story on this particular show. When they were unveiling Excel, they said they gave him a 2-year contract. I mean, was Gusau lying? What happened to the contract that they told us that they gave him? How come?
It was press conference contract.
Extending the contract again. Yeah. How come they are extending his contract again for another 2 years? When they told us in the unveiling that they gave him 2-year contract. That's on the side. Yeah. Excel has did a very good job for himself. He had less than 40 games. He had less than 20 games as a national team coach. He took the job, and we said it here. I, for one, I said it here, and I will say it again. He was a Wikipedia coach. He was trying to use Nigeria to build his Wikipedia page, and he has done a fantastic job. As it is at the moment, with what they are doing to him, I'm 100% sure they are owing him. They might not want to come out and say it. I might not want to say anything. If he gets to the final and he wins the Nations Cup, I will not be surprised if he dumps Nigeria. The reason is this: a Tunisia who is heading to the World Cup, they are interested in him, and they will even pay him more, and he will be appearing at the World Cup. It's now left for the NFL. That's the reason why they are running and saying they give me a 2 years contract or whatever. If they don't clear what they are owing him, or if they don't put their house in order, we will not have Excel for long as our coach. That's just the honest truth. He has done so well for Nigeria, and if I were Excel, if I get to the final and probably win it, I'm probably dumping Nigeria, going for another country that's probably going to the World Cup.
I was going to ask you that one, Maiwa, and let me put you in that one now, Jerry. If you're Eric Shell and it's like you are punching above your weight at this point, right? It's like you've outdone yourself, with this semi-final achievement. I'm sure you must be looking at the angle that these people did not even really believe in me. They were looking to get rid of me after the AFCON. If Nigeria had been knocked out of the group stage or even the second round, we might have been hearing that Eric Shell is already gone at this point. But is it the semi-finals? Are you going to toe the lane of Maiwa by saying, okay, if I go on, or even if I'm knocked out of the semi-finals, or I'm going on to win the AFCON, if I go on to do so, and Tunisia is offering me double of my current salary, and even what Angola is offering me, Tunisia is going to the World Cup. Are you taking the Tunisian job, or you are still sticking with the NFF saying that, oh, they believe in me, and I also believe in these boys, I want to go forward?
Yeah, going forward to where? That's the question.
There's this theory of Nigeria still going to be able to make the World Cup by night bus.
If that theory is working,
you can still qualify for the World Cup by night bus.
If that theory is looking bright, you can tell Tunisia, just keep that contract. 2026 World Cup, right? It's still far off. Let's wait till maybe like 2 months.
I know Tunisia, they are managerless at this point.
Yes. Let's hold that job. Don't worry, I'm interested.
Yeah.
And if it's 100,000, give me 150, because if he wins the AFCON anyway,
yes,
if he wins the AFCON, he can demand for
his market value will skyrocket.
Market value will go up. Give me 150, hold the job. Let me see if Nigeria will qualify. If they don't qualify, don't worry, I'm taking the job. Simple and short. No need for too much talk.
Okay, so that means my wife is going straight. My is like, okay, straight to Tunisia. You are still hoping Nigeria will make it.
Yeah, if I
like your optimism.
If Nigeria now wants me to stay, yes. If you want me to stay and reject Tunisia, give me 250. And Jerry, if you are giving me 250,
Jerry.
No, now
Jerry,
I will give you an option. I know
Jerry,
that
wait, straightforward. Eric Chell, you are Eric Chell now. Jerry Chell at this point. Are you taking the job if you win the AFCON? Yes or no? Are you sticking with the NFF? Are you sticking with Nigeria, or you are taking the Tunisian job? Yes or
no? Contract situation.
Jerry, are you taking the Tunisian job?
See,
are you going to the World Cup?
See,
are you prioritizing the World Cup or the NFF?
No, contract situation. You look at your pros and cons. You just don't say 1 + 1 is 2. No, because there are a lot of clauses that will make you consider any job.
Okay.
Because if you just walk in because this job is available, I just jump in. Yeah. You are not checking the clauses. You are not checking the advantage and disadvantages for you. Yeah. You are going to put yourself in a difficult situation. Of course. And at the end of the day, you will start regretting. Yeah. Okay, because the Super Eagles have won the AFCON, I should just sit down doing nothing. Because Nigeria will not be doing anything throughout the World Cup. That is throughout 2026. Yeah. There will be no business until after the World Cup during the qualifiers again. And of course, qualifiers is not something we're looking at. And you'll be going with a coaching situation where they're going to be owing you again. Yes, they're going to be owing you during the AFCON qualifiers.
I did not say that.
Again, ahead of the Nations Cup. If anything happens now, they will now say, yes, Richel is good, but we want to go for Jose Mourinho now and upgrade. Someone who can qualify for World Cup and win the World Cup.
So it will look like he's losing on two sides.
So the best thing he should start doing now, pray that he wins the AFCON. If he wins the AFCON, Tunisia job is available to go to World Cup. Take it. And tell Nigeria that if I don't win the World Cup, I will come back. Don't worry.
So are you saying
just prepare me a good contract?
So you are saying his agents should be speaking with the Tunisians now?
Very well. Speak with them. Negotiate everything ahead of time. So that when the Super Eagles situation is out of the picture, we can now move ahead. Keep your cards open. That's how. Because coaches get fired. If he doesn't do well now, they will fire him.
Well, if I'm Eric Shell, don't ask me what I am going to do. Shell has been praised for his work with the team, and of course, including his ability to restore structure and competitiveness to the squad. I mean, he has done beautifully well with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. I mean, looking at our style of play, when you watch the Algeria game again, Jerry, you want to be like, I don't know where he pulled that tactical know-how from. And hopefully, the Super Eagles of Nigeria will resonate that in their semi-final game up against Morocco. Still sticking with AFCON and the Super Eagles of Nigeria, let's move on and let's talk about a former coach that Mayowa mentioned, Sunday Oliseh himself, the man with the screamer, yes, in 1998. For those of us who remember, of course, that was in 1998 up against Spain. And the current Super Eagles team is playing the best brand of football they've seen in 20 years, according to their former captain and coach Sunday Oliseh, and Oliseh praised the team's performance, citing their wins against Uganda, which was a 3-1, Mozambique 4-0, and of course Algeria that they won 2-0. In fact, that 2-0, a lot of people are saying it could have been 5-6 or even more, but that Lucas Zidane saved that team. He said, citing it as examples of their exceptional style of play. He commended the team's ability to force opponents to play defensive and put pressure on them from defense and midfield, highlighting the likes of Frank Onyeka, the captain Wilfred Oyinye Ndidi, and of course Alex Iwobi's outstanding performances. And Oliseh noted that the Nigeria's gameplay has been impressive, with Iwobi running the show like an orchestra. And he also praised Ademola Lookman as the team's most important player, citing his ability to drive forward and create scoring opportunities. And other standout players include Victor Osimhen, Akko Adams, and Calvin Bassey, who has impressed with his confidence and defensive skills. Mayowa, how much do you agree with Oliseh? Because I remember after the semi-final, after the quarterfinal against Algeria, a lot of Nigerians on social media were saying that this is the best team since '94. I want to ask you, do you agree with that one, that this is the best Nigerian team with '94? Also, if the men from '94, including those of blessed memory, the team of '94 and this current team won wins in a game of football, Mayowa?
Well, yes, this is one of the best football I've seen in the last 30 years. If you look at how the '94 team played, they played exceptionally well, especially against an Ivorian side that, featured Michel Basole and Alain Guameni in goal and the rest of them. That game was a very tough game for us, and we ended up winning that game 2-1. So, I want to compare them with how they played in that particular tournament. So this is the best football I've seen, best football I've seen Nigeria play in the last 30 years. Yeah. Now comparing the two teams, the 94 team and the 2026 team, 94 team always wins it. In as much as, our boys are doing so well right now and the rest of that. No disrespect to what we have at the moment, but the current squad we have now, if they were part of the 94 squad, most of them will be on the bench. They will not be playing. And that's just the honest truth.
What do you think is going to make the 94 team in this present 2026 team?
The 94 team, probably maybe Anosime, and probably maybe probably maybe Anosime, not a starter, probably on the bench. Okay. Maybe Aniwobi, because it's beginning to look like his uncle, JJ Okocha, the way he's spreading the passes. Yeah. Maybe Aniwobi makes it to the bench too. Every other person, even Ademola Lookman will not make the team, to be honest with you.
Ademola Lookman will not make the team. Wow. Do you want to agree with Mayowa there, Jerry?
Yeah, Victor Osimhen. Yeah, definitely. Looks like this.
So there's no starter. There's nobody in this team that will start. I'm looking at starting.
Victor Osimhen can start in that 94 squad.
Really? Who is he benching? Who is he putting out?
Yeah, he can bench Yekini.
Is he going to bench Rashidi?
Yeah, he can.
That is big. That's big allegation.
No,
that's very big.
That's blasphemy.
Jerry, Nigerians will come for you.
He can bench Yekini.
That's blasphemy.
He can bench Yekini.
No. Let me now come in and tell you that Osimhen is not benching Yekini.
Osimhen is that big, and
bigger than Yekini.
Yekini was big in his days, but with the way Osimhen is big, because Osimhen is ranked among the top strikers in the world right now. If you name top 5 center forward as far as number 9 is concerned, Osimhen definitely will be in that period.
But there was no world of stats at the time in 1994.
Yeah,
that time it was pure performances. And look at the goals that Yekini was getting.
If it's based on stats, a lot of strikers are scoring the. Goyekore should have been ahead of Victor Osimhen. Yeah, Goyekore had a lot of goals last season.
Jerry, let me ask you a question.
If you want to call center forwards who are among the best, Goyekore is far behind Victor Osimhen. Yeah, in terms of quality, anytime, any day.
Really?
Yes,
really. You don't want us to start that one.
Goyekore will be copying notes where Victor Osimhen is striking.
He has won. This is a striker that has won the golden shoe.
Where?
I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there.
Is it the Portuguese league?
Let me ask you a question.
Carry yourself to Portuguese league.
Let me ask you a question, Jerry.
You'll be flogging them.
Let me ask you a question.
Money have to leave. We give them 3 square meters.
Jerry, a lot of strikers have come and gone since Rashidi Yekini.
Let me learn.
No,
my opinion.
I want to ask you. A lot of strikers have come and gone since Rashidi Yekini.
I know when I say this Victor Osimhen, I know he's going to bring debate.
It is already bringing debate.
That's my opinion.
Okay, of course, and we have to respect that.
My opinion is that Victor Osimhen can start in that 94 squad. Apart from Victor Osimhen, maybe Frank Onyeka can come from the bench. Frank Onyeka.
We don't have defensive midfielders?
Back in the day, I think apart from not really big defensive midfielders.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe Sonny Lise, I don't know.
Okay.
And back then, Sonny Lise was among the young boys. Even JJ Okocha was still pretty young. Okocha was not the biggest, was not the big player in that team. And the likes of Uche Okechukwu in the middle. Let's not forget, Taribo said was not even in the picture.
Strength for strength, muscle for muscle. Who wins that game?
Which one?
1994 versus 2026.
94, we sweep them
and you want to put the 2026 striker above the 94 striker.
This our team is filled with in-need boys.
Okay.
In-need boys.
Exactly. But the person you are putting above the other one is not an in-need boy.
The only Gidigbo player that can give them
but Jerry,
Victor Osimhen. Victor Osimhen has the strength, the ability to wrestle Yekini for the starting spot in that number 9.
Maiwa, let's hear you, please. Can you counter that?
Because he said to go over Yekini's record. Just give him some few games.
How long? Maiwa, please let me counter him, please.
Yeah. But Jerry, the question I wanted to ask you is this: how many chances have Osimhen lost in this particular tournament? How many chances did Rashidi Yekini
at that time
lose when he plays for Nigeria? That's what
the quality of football at that time compared to the quality of football now.
That's what I'm saying. That the quality of football at that time will beat the quality of football now.
The
quality of football. Jerry, you are contradicting yourself.
The IQ of the defenders
was not more difficult then.
No, I think football is more technical than it is back then. Back then it was all about your abilities. But now it's more technical.
That's what I'm telling you. That based on pure ability, Osimhen will not bench Yekini.
No, he would.
He won't. Based on pure ability,
Yekini right now in 2026.
Yes.
Do you think he will be shoulder with Victor Osimhen?
Yekini is walking into this team.
Rashidi
Yekini is walking into this team.
Walking into this team, but he's not going to bench Victor
Rashidi Yekini is walking into this team.
But he's not going to bench Victor Osimhen.
Daniel Amokachi is walking into this team.
But he's not
Emmanuel Amunike is walking into this team.
But he's not going to bench Victor Osimhen.
Obviously.
He's not going to bench Victor Osimhen.
Come on. Uche Okechukwu is walking into this team.
Maybe he will play like Akko Adams besides Osimhen.
Yeah. Do you know? But Sunday Olise is walking into this team,
right? A play as a pivot, like him and Osimhen playing together.
Maiwa, before we move on, I want to quickly ask you. This debate has also been going on social media about JJ Okocha and Alex Iwobi. Now, let me ask you, let me put it to you. Who is a better ball distributor, JJ Okocha or his nephew Alex Iwobi?
It's always, you cannot even a Ronaldinho length under a JJ Okocha.
But
so
that one is another one. That was another football fact that is not a fact.
Wait, the thing is,
how would you say that?
It's always a JJ Okocha.
I don't know where Maiwa is.
Maiwa, I will not sit in this studio and allow somebody blaspheme and bring Iwobi into an Okocha conversation.
No,
I think that's disrespect to JJ Okocha.
They are not comparing their skills.
Ball distribution wise,
a question: Who was the better?
Ball distribution wise, Okocha could look away and know where his striker is and pass the ball through the back of his leg. What are you saying?
Over the king of pre-assists.
Yes. Which assist?
Over the king of pre-assists.
When Okocha was assisting and passing balls from anywhere in the midfield.
No, there's this talk that Okocha owes up to the ball.
Yes. Wow.
Yeah, but Fizz, remember, I think about 2 days ago, I was watching a JJ Okocha interview at PS. They were asking me about, Arteta. Arteta, they played together with Heinze, Pochettino, and the rest of that. Yeah, Arteta and Ronaldinho, they were youngsters in that particular team where JJ Okocha and the likes of Pochettino were the more established stars. So these guys actually learned under them, and everything they taught them, they have gone to improve on it. So that's the reason why a lot of people will tell you that a Ronaldinho learned under JJ Okocha. It's actually the truth.
Okay. So with that being said, I think it's clear. You cannot even, please, you will be stay in your lane.
He will get there. For me, he will get there.
At what age?
He will. I mean,
if
a Ronaldinho could go on to become what he was.
Do you know how Okocha started? Okocha was already blazing the trail at a very young age.
This guy went to Bolton. Don't let us start that conversation. He went to
Bolton.
He went to Bolton.
He was already. He
went to Bolton.
Somebody was already. He has already destroyed the lives of Oliver. He went to
Bolton because of money.
At what age? So that's 30s now.
But Ronaldinho made that money.
Yes,
Ronaldinho made that money and he won the Ballon d'Or twice.
As I then playing for PSG.
Yes.
But that move to Bolton was a mistake for him. He had an interview. He was not supposed to go to Bolton. Bolton was an emergency move. And that move, in my own opinion, was a big mistake and probably, took away from his career, to be honest with you.
Okay. But I think we are going to keep this conversation for later because I'm sure a lot of people will tell you that looking at Iwobi, the ball doesn't stick to his leg for too long. He will release the ball immediately.
When he will start as
Look at that pass. Look at that pass to Victor Osimhen.
One pass now.
One pass can change everything.
Wait, one pass
can change everything.
God.
We are not comparing.
If he has 2 passes,
we are not comparing their skill set.
If he has 2 passes, they will say he's better than Ronaldinho.
We are not comparing their skill set.
Then if he makes 3 passes, they will say who is Zidane.
You guys are calling him Iwobi. Do you know that's the combination of Iwobi and Ronaldinho?
Don't allow these Gen Zs to be deceived. Don't allow them to be deceived.
Anyway,
don't go and be deceiving these Gen Zs. Gen Zs have started an agenda. We want to now bring it here and allowing them to be deceived.
Anyway.
When Okocha could blindfold himself and still hit the target.
Who told you that? He has not done that.
He has done it. Go and check the videos online. He has blindfolded himself and hit a target.
It took him many tries to do that. Many tries. One time. Anyway, let's move on. And Iwobi is actually preparing for an AFCON semi-final. He's preparing with the team. Please, And 3 years after they last appeared together, of course, we are moving on into the AFCON semi-finals proper. And Sadio Mane and Mohamed Salah will meet again on Wednesday as opposing sides. They will be meeting on opposing sides as Senegal and Egypt clash for a place in the Africa Cup of Nations final. And the last 4 showdown in Moroccan city of Tangier will be the first time the former Liverpool teammates have shared the pitch since the Anfield Club lost to Real Madrid in the Champions League final in May 2022. And shortly after that, Mane left for Bayern Munich before moving to Al Nassr in the Saudi Pro League a year later. And Salah, meanwhile, has been heavily linked with the move to Saudi Arabia in the near future, but remains for now at Liverpool despite falling out of favour with coach Arne Slot before coming to the Cup of Nations. And the Egypt captain is a man on a mission in Morocco, having scored 4 goals in 4 appearances on the Pharaoh's run to the semi-finals as he targets winning AFCON for the first time. Salah is turning 34, by the way. Maiwa, let me ask you. This is the other semi-final game, aside the Nigeria versus Morocco one. And of course, we have to look at this one because it's going to be a repeat of the 2021 final. Senegal, who have been heavily touted as the tournament favourites, they will be playing against Egypt, who knocked out the defending champions, Cote d'Ivoire. And with the way the Egyptians have been playing, of course, we saw what they've been doing for a long time, sticking with players that are playing in their league and combining them with players in Europe. How tough will you think the semi-final will be? And who do you think is going to be a bigger challenge, to the Super Eagles? Should they also qualify from their own semi-final game?
Well, to be honest, I think the Senegalese will pose a much more bigger threat than the Egyptians. In as much as a lot of people say the hallmark of a good team, is even if you are not playing well, you end up getting the result, and that's what the Egyptians have been doing so far. They've not been fantastic in how they played. If you look at their journey in on the road to 2021 final, they were much more clinical and they were much more fantastic than this. They've been struggling even in front of goal. They've not been that fluid. Salah, you hardly hear from him, but however, he still turns up and he still gives himself a shouting chance at the golden boot. Yeah. And you cannot take that quality away from him, even though the pace has reduced, he has lost a bit of form and just that. But the quality is still in him. He can pop up and do the magic. However, if you look at the strength of the two teams, I think the Senegalese are much more coordinated, they are much more effective than the Egyptians. But the big question is this: who plays an effective football that will win them the game on that particular day? Exactly. If you look at what the Egyptians have been doing so far, they play effective football. They are not fantastic, but they play effective football. Effective football in the sense that they end up finding a way to win games. If they can't do that against a Senegal, we might be seeing Egypt in the final. But if you look at the overall play, I think the Senegalese have the swagger, they have the embodiment of a team that can probably get to the final. And if they can bring their A game, I think they should be able to conquer an Egyptian side that that has not been that fantastic in this particular tournament.
I think it's all about playing effective football. It's not all about the one that looks good on the eye. Whatever works for you, you bring it into play. Jerry, you were saying it on the show yesterday that you prefer Egypt to the final. And Mohamed Salah, you can arguably say maybe since 2017, this has been one of his best, AFCON tournaments. 4 goals, is going to want to lead the team. He's the leader at this point. Also, there's Anoma Mamouche that is performing very, very well as well. Don't you think if Egypt should appear in that final, it's going to be like a Real Madrid in the Champions League final? They might not be playing well, but when they get to the final, it's all let loose. And how do you think that will affect the Super Eagles in their journey, to get to the final?
I think I want to play against Egypt because it looks like Mohamed Salah has found bad luck when it comes to playing.
When it comes to the finals, of course, 2017, 2022 against Mane.
And I'll be better rooting for their bad luck to run if they play the Super Eagles anyway in the final. And of course, the fact that Mohamed Salah will put in so much in this competition because he's 34. Yeah. This looks like his last AFCON, except he comes to play one more, and we'll know how difficult it is to make it to the final. Yeah. And the fact that he has a score to settle against Senegal. They lost to Senegal in the last final he played, and he will surely want to win this one. So with that riding on with him, I think I would like to see him play the Super Eagles in the final. I think it'll be easier to negotiate. And the fact that we played them in the friendly prior to the first game at the AFCON. So a lot will be going into that one because that's Senegalese side. I don't want to play them. They're
Why?
they're more or less, they're like the Super Eagles.
Yeah.
Only that they have more strength. They are strong. And they have star players in every department of their team. Because don't forget, Senegal has been doing well from the age grade teams. And they have a lot of young players.
There was a time I think they swept the whole competition under 17. They won it under 20 and even
they have a mix of both young and experienced players who are playing in top flight leagues all around Europe. So they are going to give the Super Eagles a lot of problem. Let's not forget they have Mendy, the former Champions League winner.
Edouard Mendy, of course.
Who's their goalkeeper?
Kalidou Koulibaly, or a former Chelsea player, Idrissa Gana Gueye,
Because how do you live after if you succeed against Bono? You now go against
Mendy. But I guess that's what it takes to be. That's what it takes to be a champion. You have to whenever as it's going, the going gets tougher.
There's always a lesser evil.
Yes.
I think I will be okay with the Egyptian goalkeeper in the final. Shenawi over Mendy. Come on. And that's Sadio Mane has no joy.
But look at what we did to the son of a legend. We can't face any goalkeeper.
Zidane is still learning now. That boy is still learning now. He's still copying notes.
Yeah, but he has traits of.
If he took Akko to put him in his place, what will now happen?
if he faces Bono.
See, I think I'll prefer the Egyptians. But I think I would like to see the Egyptians look like they're a team that can defeat Senegal. Because with the way they defeated Cote d'Ivoire, I didn't see that coming. I expected Cote d'Ivoire to run over them, but somehow they found a way to
Cote d'Ivoire too, they've not really been that fantastic.
It was not easy for them. I think it was a 3-2 win.
3-2, of
Cote d'Ivoire side was also good.
At some point, it was 3-1. Egypt looked like they were casting
it's like who scored the most goals?
Yeah.
It was an open game.
Yes.
And that's how it's going to be against Senegal. Senegal is not afraid of anybody.
Yeah.
So as Egypt too. They're not afraid of anybody. They're not going to sit back. The four sides in the semi-final, they are sides who will not sit back. Everybody, they have they are rich in attack, like crayfish scattered everywhere. So it's going to be a very, very interesting games to look forward to.
Of course.
So, but I think the lesser evil will be Egypt. But Senegal will have them. Let's not forget. I remember, was it Ghana, Nigeria 2000? It took us almost extra time to beat the Senegalese side at home here in Lagos. It was a very difficult game. Senegal has always been difficult playing against the Super Eagles, and I think I don't want to play them right
now. Okay, quickly, give me, who are the danger men? Just give me about 3 of them. In the 2 games, mixed up, who are the danger men that we'll be looking out for in that semi-final?
Yeah, we all know Brahim Diaz from Morocco.
No, I'm talking about the Egypt-Senegal game.
Of course.
Who do you think will step up and have a huge impact in that one?
Mamouche is going to be very, very instrumental for the Egyptians.
Yeah.
Of course, their goalkeeper, I feel for him.
Facing up against like Jackson and Diallo.
He's going to be the man that will be standing in that defense, because take a look at the Egyptian defense, not really big names, but at least they've been decent so far, but they are good at conceding goals. That's what the Egyptian. So it's not going to be left to what Mohamed Salah is able to do and Mamouche in terms of getting the goals. Then for Senegal, of course, they are spoiled for choice. They have Sadio Mane. Gueye is on fire right now. He's not even looking like he's old. At that age, he's still firing on all cylinders. So those are the key names to look forward to. Even the young players are even stepping up.
Yeah, the Iliman Ndiaye, the Lamine Camaras, the Ibrahima Mbaye, who is even 17. He's only 17.
Yeah, Ndiaye.
Iliman Ndiaye. Fantastic.
They
are missing him right now.
Bandit.
They are really missing him. Let's move on quickly. Of course, we know the one that concerns us, the Super Eagles of Nigeria up against Morocco. Mayowa, that one will be taking place in Rabat on Wednesday, 8 p.m. Nigerian time. Who are the danger men? Who are the men that you see that to impact, that semi-final? Because if you look at both teams, there is talent everywhere. You look at the Ashraf Hakimis, you look at the Victor Osimhen, the Alex Iwobis. Player for player, I can't pick. I can't even make an 11 right now. How tough do you think the Moroccans will be for Super Eagles of Nigeria? Yes, you said they will be playing against the 14th man and the 15th man. Even the Moroccan government will be involved in this game. What are the players on the part of Super Eagles of Nigeria that you think Erichel will say, look, go on and have a big impact in that semi-final match?
Definitely, Iwobi will be very impactful in that particular game. We saw what he could do with the passes. And the reason why our strikers have been struggling is because the passes were not coming. Now in this competition, the passes are coming. We can see what they can do. So Iwobi will be very, very important. Osimhen, will be important, very, very important. Akko Adam will be very, very important. Then we should not forget Ademola Lookman. Ademola Lookman has a way of stepping up in games where, they are marking Osimhen out. He has a way of stepping up and scoring goals. So those 4 players will be very, very important for us. And the most important part of that particular game will definitely be in the midfield. The moment we win the midfield, we start them off the ball from the midfield, I think we are going to succeed. For the Moroccan side, there's a particular Brahim Diaz that always pops up to score the goal. 5 games, 5 goals. I mean, he has played 5 games. Yeah, and he has scored 5, in those games. And remember, in the last 2 games, he has ended up scoring in the last 15 minutes of those games.
Yes.
That means there is a need for our defenders, there is a need for our defense to maintain full concentration throughout that particular game, because we don't know how this game is going to extend. We don't know how difficult it's going to be. We might be playing 0-0 at 75 minutes. I hope not that's not the case. I'm hoping that's not the case. But we might be playing 0-0 at that particular point. And those are the times that we need to be very, very careful. He's a very sneaky player. They call something okra para, meaning you use okra to rub your body. You'll be very slippery. He knows how to slip defenders. So we should be watching for Brahim Diaz. I think everything the semi-final that Morocco has gotten into is all thanks to Brahim Diaz. Yes. His goals have been very, very important. I think apart from Ashraf Hakimi, another person we have to look at is Brahim Diaz. We have to take him out of that particular game.
Of course. And Jerry, Azzedine Ounahi will also be missing that game. You know how instrumental it can be for the Moroccan side. Jerry, where we met in 2004, in the group stage, the first game, Nigeria, the Super Eagles, they played really well. But Moroccans, I think they got their goal from the first half. I think that was Aji getting the goal. The likes of Shamak, they were also there at that time. Don't you think that this time around we have to look at it and say, look, it's not all about playing, beautiful football. It has to play something that is effective. How do you think Erichel is going to approach this one? Are you going to say more of the same against Algeria, or just look at it and say, look, we have to respect this side and go all out?
Yeah, what I've understood about Erichel that is really impressive for me is that the team is learning from the mistakes of their previous game, build on it, and get better. They are not altering the formation like we saw in the game against Zimbabwe. He has learned from his mistakes. And that is really impressive. That shows that he's a coach who's learning the ropes, who's getting better with each game. And of course, the team we saw in the game against Tunisia is different from the team we saw against Uganda, Mozambique, and of course, the team we saw against Algeria was an improvement of what we saw in the knockout stage and the group stage. So that means
they improve game by game.
Morocco is in trouble. Because if you improve for what we saw against
Algeria, yes.
What else? You are looking for near perfect. That means you're going to be starving off your opponents of the ball, making sure they have no shot on target, which will be very graceful. That means the likes of Brahim Diaz will be cut off. No supply. And of course, I don't know whether Benacer will be available this time.
No, Benacer is Algeria. He's out.
Sorry, he's out. Sorry. Yeah. For Brahim Diaz, if he doesn't get the ball to him,
I'm afraid he might, because someone that should be shielding their number 10, who is Ismail Saibari, a certain Wilfred Ndidi, will be missing that game.
Yeah, that is where the likes of Onyedika and Frank Onyedika will have to step in. It's now left for him to make that big decision. Who is going to start?
Do you think they can fill into this space?
Yeah, there's even talk about Moses Simon. I don't know where Moses Simon comes from.
I don't know. I don't want
to see Moses Simon on that pitch. Moses Simon should just sit on the bench where he is.
He should wait, man.
Yes, he should wait. He should calm down.
Where we need to counter and
he should just be plug and play. Bring in Ralph Onyedika and Frank Onyedika. Yes. Yeah. Let's not...
Should we stick with the double pivot?
Yeah, stick with it. I think it's been working. Ademola Lookman, Akko Adams, and
Alex
Iwobi, fantastic, and the Osimhen up front. It has been working, and I don't think there's any structure that the Moroccan team has that can break that setup. The Morocco I've seen so far, I've not seen. I don't think they have what it takes.
If they turn up that 2022 style that they got to the semi-final of the World Cup, this is going to be tough.
They are going to alter a lot of things.
Yeah,
and if they alter a lot of things, they like. If you notice, Ashraf Hakimi is not playing at his best at this AFCON.
Yeah.
Because
he just came back from an injury. Yeah, he just came back from an injury.
So I think that's to our own benefit as far as the Super Eagles is concerned. So with that being said, I think I'm going
scores.
to see, with this
90 Job done in 90 or 120?
We saw only 2 goals.
Job done in 90 or 120?
90 minutes done.
90 minutes done.
Just 3-1.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think they should make sure that those first half missing of chances shouldn't happen. That means if they improve on that, as at first half, we might be still 2-0 up in favor of the Super Eagles. And
90,
they will now have to try as much as possible to stop the Moroccans from equalizing.
They have to.
The Moroccans will now start chasing the game.
And so
and
far,
the antics, they'll start playing antics, looking for penalties and so on and so forth.
Let me ask Maiwa, so far, the Super Eagles of Nigeria have not gone behind in this AFCON tournament. Now, we still don't know how the mental fortitude can be, to come back from a goal down. Maiwa, let me quickly ask you, 90 or 120? Quickly. Where do you think the job will be done?
I'm playing it ends in 90 minutes and with a caveat. Don't allow Morocco to score us first. We've played 4 games. We've not considered first. If we concede first against a Moroccan side that play act, it's going to be a huge problem. So don't concede first.
Absolutely, don't concede first. And time is running on the show. Time runs when you are having fun. But let's still quickly take this one. At Real Madrid right now, Xabi Alonso, we heard yesterday, he's been not fired. He left the club mutually. He left by mutual consent, citing some particular reasons. And there are still some reasons unknown. But Kylian Mbappe, their star striker, he was absent from training. That was taken over by the new coach that's talking about Alvaro Arbeloa. I don't know if Arbeloa is going to be the long-term coach, going forward for Real Madrid. Maybe a certain Zidane might make a comeback. But Jerry, quickly, let me ask you, what do you think was the issue with Alonso? Alonso is a system coach. Do you think player power is beginning to take over any other coach and at Real Madrid? And do you think that was what affected him for him to say, look, I'm tired and I'm leaving?
Yeah, for Real Madrid, with the level they've attained, any coach that will have to come in will have to be a coach who already has a big name. So there's a lot of ego issues. So Alonso was not cut out for it. He was a good coach. And to say that even Mbappe was one of those who complained about his status. He was even the first to say that he's a
Mbappe told Alonso that they are not giving a guard of honor to Barcelona. And he respected his opinion. That is player power.
That's player power. So anyway, I feel for whoever is coming in, if it's not a top
do you think Arbeloa will be the same?
Arbeloa will do 6 months. By summer, they'll be looking for a
very good coach.
And it looks like Zidane is not ready. They should start. And of course, they've talked to Jurgen Klopp, but it looks like he's not interested in leaving his sabbatical yet. He still wants to enjoy his free
he wants to enjoy
mental health.
What Ian Guardiola did in the Premier League. Yeah. I mean, he has to calm down and enjoy what he did right there. For me, I think maybe a certain Don Carlo Ancelotti, maybe after his stint with Brazil at the World Cup, should come back because I think that's the man that can handle the player.
Yeah, Ancelotti coming back to Real. I don't know. He should just enjoy what he has
achieved and leave when the operation is last. Because he's still one of the biggest. And speaking of coaches, let's talk about Michael Carrick. Before we go on the show.
Congratulations, Maiwa.
I was about to say congratulations. Finally, he's set to be announced as the Manchester United interim manager today, with former England number 2 Steve Holland as assistant, and the 44-year-old former United midfielder who pipped Ole Gunnar Solskjaer to the role was pictured pulling up in his car, saying that he is now back. He was there, I think, before Ralph was appointed. Yeah. And, of course, he played 3 games, he won 2, and he drew 1. Maiwa, quickly, before we go on the show, how big is this for Manchester United? And do you think Michael Carrick has what it takes, to turn the season over?
I don't think he has what it takes. We have made another mistake again. We should have hired Alonso immediately. He was fired from Madrid. Michael Carrick cannot do it. We are going to
beat a team with family problem.
Alonso looks like he's going to Liverpool.
I would have been more suited for the Manchester United side, not an ambitionless club that is the ambition is to be ahead of Manchester United. But it's a big mistake.
Anyway,
I think he's going to struggle 6 months and he's gone.
It's gone. Thank you, Maiwa. Thank you so much for being a part of the show today. Hopefully tomorrow we'll do it again.
It's always amazing to be here, and I'm hoping that we fire Carrick and bring in Alonso immediately. Thank you for having me.
He wished that Liverpool would lose yesterday.
I'm sorry, Liverpool did not lose.
Liverpool did not lose after your wishes.
All right, Jerry, thank you so much for being part of the show.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
All right, we get to do this tomorrow by the special grace of God. Thank you so much for being a part of the show, and also say thank you to those behind the scenes for making this show a success. It has been Locker Room on VOP TV. Of course, catch us tomorrow. But for now, have a wonderful rest of the day. Bye for now.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOPTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things?
The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Uyi Osariti is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Bernie 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines.
Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded?
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. This is Voice of the People Television and I am Chukuma Okoro. We apologize for starting the show later because we wanted the key actors, the participants on the show to come in and join with us virtually. Unfortunately, something delayed them. Now on the show today, we are going to Edo State that is on fire as insecurity takes center stage. We are going to discuss the recent events in Edo State because Barrister Douglas Obankwa, convener of Edo State Situation Room, issued a press release calling on the government to take immediate and necessary steps to address the growing concerns of insecurity and abuse of state powers by the government. Well, the release in part read, indiscriminate remand of the Ekpoma 52, indiscriminate remand of Nigerian citizens must stop. Security Situation Room. Now, the Security Situation Room is inundated by cries of relatives of the 52 students of the Ambrose Ali University Ekpoma, who were recently remanded in prison on Monday, the 11th of January 2025. In the same vein, we also condemned resort to forceful taking of livestock of citizens on the Nigerian highway under the pretext of protests. Justice is a four-way traffic. There should have been a thorough investigation of the matter to ascertain those culpable instead of a blanket remand of 52 students, some whom claim to be innocent. Well, as it is anything in Nigeria, only the children of the weak and the poor will end up in prison. In Nigerian society, the law is too weak to catch the strong and too strong to catch the weak. A society thrives in an environment where there is a certainty of the culpability of a person by evidence before such a person can be remanded. It is injustice to remand 52 citizens in one swoop, not by a case basis. If the High Court had no jurisdiction to hear the matter in the first place, it had no jurisdiction to remand the student. Each of the students has a case file and should have been examined individually to sift the innocent from the culpable. Now, we understand that the students have been released or that the governor has already given order for the students to be released. Well, we've been joined in the studio here by Barrister Douglas Obankwa. He is going to give us a brief. He's the convener of Edo State Situation Room. And beside him, we also have Mr. Chris Ojekere. Mr. Ojekere is an activist as well as a political affairs analyst. I understand that in the course of the program, we'll be joined by the Edo State Commissioner of Police, CP Monde Abonika. If he joins us, we will ask him, to give us a brief of what is going on. But for now, we have in the studio Douglas and Chris Ojekere. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us on this show. I appreciate your presence. All right, now beautiful.
Good evening, Nigeria.
Okay, good evening. All right, now Douglas, let me come straight to you. I understand that you are handling this case, or that you have some links with the people handling this case. I'd like for you to tell us. You are coming from the court. I also understand. What is the situation on ground in Edo State regarding the 52 students of Ambrose Ali University in Ekpoma who were arrested and remanded by the orders of a High Court judge? Can you walk us to the speed of the moment? Give us the latest information. What is going on in Edo State regarding those students?
Okay, first, I'm the convener of the security situation room. I'm not the justice situation room. And two, I am not handling the case. My concern is for us to have an egalitarian society as chief. Yeah, blessed memories. Our time is matter. Just to be collective responsibility. But crime and Nigeria is based on individual responsibility. For you to commit crime in Nigeria, you must have a
Hello, I'm sorry, Douglas. Hello, I'm sorry, Barrister Douglas. Hello, Barrister Douglas, can you hear me? The network is so floppy, I can't get a thing. I can't hear you. I can't get a thing of what you are saying. Now, let's go for a short break and try to fix that. We'll come back to you in a moment. Please do stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to breathe.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. This is Political Lens. Network has been very unfriendly, but let's see if we can get to hear what Barrister Douglas Obankwa was saying. Back to have you. Good to have you back, Barrister Obankwa. Can you hear me, sir?
Very well, sir.
Okay,
Nice
so go ahead. Go ahead. I think it's better. It's much better now.
Okay. My intervention in this matter is completely legal because the law is actually an instrument that protects everybody, whether you are Igbo, you are Hausa, you are Yoruba, you are Esan, you are Edo, you are Muslim, you are Christian, PDP, APC, ADC, whatever nomenclature, the law must be obeyed. Now, I'm particularly very interested in this matter because the section that was used to remand those 52 students, because I actually came here to speak law and nothing else. This is the Edo State Administration of Criminal Justice Law 2016. That is under the law that the police filed the ex parte order to remand those students. Section 294 of that law, if I may read, states, and I quote, that, okay, let's start from 293. A suspect arrested for an offense which a magistrate court has no jurisdiction to try shall within a reasonable time of arrest be brought before a high court for remand. An application for remand under this section shall be made ex parte. So when you say you're making an application for remand ex parte, it means that the other party will not be put on notice. And ordinarily, the other party is not supposed to be heard. 294 now says that where the court, after examining the reasons for the arrest and for the request for the remand in accordance with the provisions of section 293 of this law, is satisfied that there is probable cause to remand the suspect pending the receipt of a copy of the legal advice from the Attorney General of the state, an arraignment of the suspect before the appropriate court, as the case may be, then the suspect will be remanded in custody. Now, you would see clearly that even as we have several groups in Edo State and in Nigeria who have advocated that this section is obnoxious in nature, it still created some safeguards. It talked about examining the reasons for the arrest. And let me tell you, there were 52 people that were brought to court. Each of them have their separate cases. The Supreme Court has said that even if cases are similar, no case is identical. There should be 52 case files, and each of the case files will have their investigating police officer in court to explain to the judge the reason each of those 52 people was brought to court. There is no collective responsibility. That is why I'm of the opinion that this section is being abused, and that is what made me actually issue that statement on behalf of my platform. And again, by section 36 of the Constitution, this is the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. It is our ground law. Any other law that is inconsistent with this Constitution is null and void to the extent of its inconsistency. So may I read, because the makers of our Constitution have foreseen such a thing when in section 36 section 1 they state in the determination, section 36(1), in the determination of his rights and obligations of any question or determination by or against any government or authority, a person shall be entitled to fair hearing within
all right. Within a reasonable time. Okay. All right. Barrister Douglas, unfortunately, we don't have enough time, to get into the legalese of all of this. Now, before you continue, I'd like for you to tell us what even led to the arrest and remand of those students. I want you to capture it briefly so that the viewer will understand the 52 students we are talking about, what led to their arrest and detention and eventual remand by a High Court judge. What are the issues?
That's a very beautiful question. Now, it is foolhardy for us to say that the police just rounded up people around them and because they were protesting. There were cases of robbery of shops, in Ekpoma, established cases. There were cases of the protesters flagging down trailers of cattle, cows, ram, and goats, and they stole them, and they were forcibly taken. So my take is that while we are also trying to talk about fundamental human rights, we should also protect the rights of other citizens, because even Section 40 of our Constitution says that every person in Nigeria, every citizen, has a right of freedom of movement. So if you are protesting kidnapping in Ekpoma, and you have somebody doing legitimate business, coming, for example, from Kogi State or from Abuja or from Kano, you should not, by any chance. There is law in Nigeria, that is the truth. And I want to say this. The people who may have committed this crime may have done it and, who knows, ran away. While those who found themselves in some unexplained circumstances,
in that environment, at that moment,
that's what happened.
Okay.
I can tell you that there were indeed crimes committed.
Okay, there were crimes committed in the course of that protest.
And there's something I like to do when I discuss my issues. I try to be as straightforward as possible. The narrative by some Nigerians that the only reason they're being remanded because they are protesters is false.
Okay, now beautiful.
Whether or not they were the ones who committed those crimes
is another thing.
That's
it's a
what I'm
different thing
talking about. They
altogether.
should have been properly investigated.
Investigated, okay, before the judge gave the order. Now, we hear that the governor has ordered the release of those students. Are you aware of that?
Very correct. The governor ordered the release of those students, the innocent ones.
Okay. Okay, the innocent ones. Now, how did they sieve the innocent ones from the guilty ones? How did they go about that?
It's for the arresting authority to look at the case files. This is the truth of the matter is that this is what should have been done before the arraignment took place.
Okay.
And even while the arraignment was taking place, it is what should have been done. I would have preferred the arraignment take place for 2 days. Take the files one after the other.
Okay.
And then you now reminding them, now you are they're going to let them go. So the truth of the matter is that nobody is fighting anybody here.
Okay.
We are here to ensure that the right thing be done.
Okay, the right thing is done. Now, can you tell us the number of students that have been released at the moment?
The governor has ordered their release. I cannot tell you number of students.
Okay, the release of the innocent ones.
The governor, that is what I presume, but what I said, the governor ordered the release of the remanders. That's what I saw, but I presume, but maybe the days ahead will reveal that, yes. But I would presume it's the innocent ones, but I understand that the governor ordered the release of the students remanded, yes.
Okay, but the days ahead will reveal. Okay, good. At least the governor has given that order. But one thing is for the governor to give the order. Another one is for the order to be implemented or executed. We'll find out, whether the students.
No, the order hasn't been given. I'm very positive that efforts.
Okay, I'm very positive that efforts.
Because the truth of the matter is that those people actually were taken to Biaja almost immediately.
Okay, all right. Now let's bring in Mr. Chris Ojekere, into this conversation. Mr. Chris Ojekere, good evening, and apologies for having to stand it up for a very long time. It's quite unfortunate.
No problem at all.
Okay, all right. Now, Edo State has been in the news recently for the wrong reasons, talking about kidnapping in some parts of the state, talking about one young man who was killed in Ekpoma, talking about what is going on in Edo State, the embarrassment given to Don Pedro Obaseki, the young man that was slapped in the UK and embarrassed, and everything, the people that ran to the Oba's Palace and all those things that has brought Edo State, in a bad light in recent times. And we hear that some are saying the government is behind it, some are saying, look, the government is not behind all of it. Now, briefly, as fast as you can, tell us, what has been the state of security or the state of freedom, the freedom space in Edo State, since Okpebholo became the governor of Edo State? The issue of cultism, the issue of banditry, the issue of farmer header clashes and all of that. How has it been since the governor Monday became the governor? Has it spiked or has it taken a nosedive and all of that? Walk us through what Edo State has become in terms of insecurity or security in the last 15 months or so that Monday has been governor.
In talking opposition politics, the governor made what we thought was a mistake, but which is turning out now to be a fragrant slip. When he promised Edo people insecurity. Since then, his minders have tried to manage that statement and called it a mistake. But in the last article I wrote, which is about 2 weeks ago, preceding this incident, I had said we were wondering whether it was a fragrant slip because Edo had never had it so bad. The good thing about insecurity is that it's evidential. And I'm happy with my friend who is here, who's a lawyer. Irrespective of the governor's propaganda or the propaganda of APC, it is what we have as evidence of the happenings in Edo State with respect to security that would score the governor not to win. Since Okpebholo became governor, there have been a propaganda by Okpebholo attacked the court wars that was going on in Edo State, and that he has brought it to a standstill, and that he has curbed security to the point that our cities are now safe and our roads are now safe. But the evidence, aside of the propaganda, have all proven otherwise. In the governor's own Edo Central, where he comes from, you have never had the kind of existential threats to lives of citizens in any part of this country as you have in the governor's own Edo Central. The North can understand what to expect. Terrorists attacking in mosques. But what terrorists might kill at a particular point and at a particular time, in Edo State, you have daily depletion of the population by all sorts of criminality, whether it's armed robbers, kidnappers, or terrorists, operating around Edo State, and especially in Edo Central. Just to give you a few examples. Ogwesa is a village in Edo Central. The head of the vigilante there, was adopted by terrorists. There is no farmers' herders clash in Edo State. That is a nice way to say that the terrorists that left the northern forest, and they are all in our forest, in Eastern Forest, in Obia Forest, in Edo North Forest, they come into town. People are adopted in broad daylight. That's about 3 days ago. Somebody was adopted in the street of Ekoma in broad daylight. Women are raped in the farms in Eastern Land to the extent that one of the women was able to kill one of the rapists, who by tribe and appearance happened to be a Fulani. Now, you recall the case that happened in Uromi, where the people could no longer bear it, and then boys came out to the streets and arrested a lorry load of terrorists that were coming into Edo State, and then carried out jungle justice, which we condemn, but which shows to you how much people have become fed up. In the same, there have been in the past 1 month serial rapings. A woman was raped in the presence of the husband till she died, and then the husband was beaten to stupor. He's still in the hospital as we speak. 2 students were adopted who just graduated, and the younger one, who could not pay 2 million naira, 200 million that was demanded of the terrorists, was killed. So in my own Edo North area, Aisha was adopted, taken into the forest, and the girl was shown nationwide. When they brought her to come and advertise her, because that's their new system, they will bring their victims and then they will hang their guns around the head to create that environment of fear, and the victim will start crying out for families to go and get the ransom to pay. Aisha was freed by a private NGO that came into the matter. the reports of the NGOs that they called the state government refused to cooperate with them. While they were releasing Aisha, they took in Ayeni. So in India area of Edo North, you saw a couple where the man came out and was crying that the wife had been adopted. They were asked to pay 7 million. They got no. The two couple were the couple were adopted. They were asked to pay 7 million. They also advertised them to pay 7 million. They had brought 7 million. They wanted more. I was begging. So the cases are daily. And those are the ones that made the news. Some are even near army checkpoints in the Birakan Patauchi, where they came into the street and adopted by 4 people. It's on a daily basis. What we have is a government that is totally irresponsible, doesn't understand what its duties and responsibility are in the Constitution.
All right.
That the responsibility of government is to provide security.
All right.
And
Now,
it's a federal policy of the APC, because that is the same thing you find at the federal level. And this firstborn of the president by his own confession, which is our government, shows exactly the same character attitude towards security as his father, who is the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So what they have been doing is to play politics with people's life. Things have come to head now, and now you have this. So let's go out to protect their
okay, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chris Ojekiri. You have said quite a lot, and I wish that and hope that we can bring somebody, from the government side to come and give us the government side of the story. Unfortunately, time is not our friend. We are out of time. So let me go back to Barrister Douglas Obankwa and ask him what we expect in the coming days regarding the case. Now, Barrister...
the only thing I want to say is that beyond rhetoric, propaganda, because I'm not a politician, I'm a policy person. I want to say that this issue of insecurity in Edo State has been a protracted issue, even under the Obaseki government. We had the Igwebe train hijack. They hijacked a train. That is the highest that we've ever seen. So those days we used to count scores in Benin. This court has 10, this one has 11. To be very fair to Governor Mondo Quero, the killings in Benin have stopped. I agree that there may be some issues, but let us say issues the way they are. Under the Obaseki government, he was giving them refurbished Sienna. That is the security architecture in those people. But under Apel, they gave them brand.
Okay, all right. Barrister Douglas,
so
unfortunately.
To answer your question, Mr. Abadier, brother, what is one, let us stop playing politics.
Okay.
And let us focus, because if they will kidnap somebody, it will never, they will not ask you, are you PDP or APC? So I'm just saying that. Let us put let all hands be on.
Okay, let all hands be on.
There's anything you can do to make the thing better.
Okay, all right, gentlemen. I just hope that we can come back some other time, another day, hopefully early next week, to talk about the state of security in Edo State. Unfortunately, this is where we have to draw the curtains. I've been speaking with Barrister Douglas Obankwa, convener of Edo State Situation Room, as well as Mr. Chris.
Security Situation Room, sir.
Security Situation Room. Okay, I'm sorry.
International.
Okay. Now, we also had Mr. Chris Ojekiri. Chris is a political affairs analyst. Gentlemen, I appreciate your presence and thanks for coming. But on behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and ingest manager, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is issues with Nena and Ndim. Stay with us and don't go away.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap charge. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget,
our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
To you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People Television, and we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndamdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from United States delivering military supplies to Nigeria, to Agbakoba calling for probe of Chimamanda's son's death. Also, Fayose urges Fubara to mend fences with his predecessor. And finally, Fayose urges ADC to field Peter Obi to remain relevant. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The United States has delivered a new batch of military supplies to the Nigerian Armed Forces in a move officials say will bolster Nigeria's effort in combating terror groups and other security threats. This delivery, which was disclosed in a post via X on Tuesday by the United States Africa Command, AFRICOM, is aimed to support Nigeria's ongoing operations and emphasizes shared security partnership. The federal government disclosed that the U.S. government affirmed its readiness to deepen security cooperation with Nigeria, including the provision of enhanced intelligence support, defense equipment, and articles to reinforce ongoing operations against terrorist and violent extremist groups in the country. The delivery underscores what U.S. and Nigerian officials describe as a deepening security partnership, with Washington reaffirming its commitment to help Nigeria counter insurgency, banditry, and other violent non-state actors. This latest consignment comes amid intensified joint effort against extremists, even as some Nigerians continue to debate the role of foreign support in domestic security operations. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Joining us virtually is Kinane Sam. He's an instrumentation and control engineer, and he is the deputy governorship candidate of the, or he was rather, the deputy governorship candidate of the Labour Party in Rivers State in the 2023 governorship election. Thank you for joining us, Kinane. Yeah.
Good evening, and good evening, Dr. Peters.
Thank you for being with us, and of course, Happy New Year to you on the show, though, because I wished you Happy New Year before. Okay, let me start with you. This new development, the U.S. supplying Nigeria military with supplies. What's your take? Is this this is what Nigerians would actually want to applaud? But let me hear from you. What's your take on it?
Yeah, thank you for this discussion. I want to start by saying that Nigeria is just not a country to the United States. Nigeria is beyond a mere country you can't just look on. And so whatever the US is doing is not just for the sake of terrorism, to stop it in Nigeria, or for Christians to stop killing Christians. It goes beyond that to also stopping terrorism in America, Israel, and other countries. Because looking at the population of Nigeria and the number of Nigerians you have in diaspora coming from Africa, I think Nigeria is about the highest. And so whatever happens to Nigeria goes beyond the borders of Nigeria and affects them also in their own country. Beyond that, you look at the economic factor, whatever nation that harnesses Nigeria as a partner at this particular time has a lot of economic gains. And looking at the advancement of other Western, European, and even Asian countries into Nigeria, you see before now it was like if the US was losing grip of Nigeria. And so they have no choice but to do their best to ensure that their presence is heavily felt in Nigeria, economically and military-wise. Yes, I thank God for the fact that our anticipation was like Nigeria would not accept America like they've done before. But I think with the kind of vigor and seriousness in Donald Trump, President Trump, the presidency actually found out that there was no way out but to succumb and enter into agreements with the United States. Like we discussed before, we said it was not just sending down arms to Nigeria if it requires boots on ground. I'm sure America is willing to make sure that there's boots on ground in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, they will do everything possible to ensure that they keep their grip on Nigeria, economically military-wise, and in any way that you can possibly think of. Based on that, America has sent some supports, military supports to Nigeria, and Nigeria has willingly accepted those military supports, giving the two countries a mutual understanding. And I think there are more we should be expecting in the future, as much as Nigeria is important to the US. So it was one of our expectations, and I think it's becoming a reality now. For those people who felt Nigeria or America cannot interfere into the affairs of Nigeria, they can see the reality on ground now. Now that American troops are already on ground with their military support, we can see that it's happening. But unfortunately, the situation has not abated because we are still hearing of more killings, meaning that these groups, they are daring the strong American government that we believe in. So far, that's what I can say.
Okay, let me still stay on you. You know, would you prefer this development or this new development of military supplies, or would you prefer that there are more airstrikes in the country? Which do you think would be more effective, really?
Come again with the second part of the question. Would I
said,
prefer
which do you think would be more? Which do you think would be more preferable, having airstrikes as we witnessed on December 25, or having these supplies coming? Which would be more effective? Which do you think would actually be more effective in dealing with the terrorism like we know it?
I think both, because Nigeria has cooperated. They will have to supply, and then the ground force, which is Nigerian force, they will see how they utilize it. Mind you, America is not and has not trusted Nigeria to the point that they feel that they would utilize all these military supports in the way they want it. They still believe that Nigeria is the way it is. And so while they have supplied these ones to see the utilization where the need be, I'm sure we will still see more of the airstrike. For me, I wouldn't say either airstrike or military support, but what we will want in this country is sincerity in purpose to ensure that terrorism is completely dissipated in our country, whichever way, either by airstrike or by military equipment support.
Okay, thank you. Let me come to our guest in the studio. Dr. Anosike, what do you make of this development? Do you think that foreign military supplies would meaningfully reduce banditry, insurgency, and violent crimes? Or would it just be a short-term stability?
Well, the issue is this, that Nigeria is not an island entirely on its own. So, and no country in the world can survive alone, understand me? So, what America is doing now is a kind of filling the gap in Nigeria, understand? If the problem is that we don't have the right or the necessary equipment to fight, they are now providing us with such equipment. And these equipment are not supposed to be put in our museums. Understand me? The equipment are not meant for our museums. They are meant to be used against the terrorists and the bandits. And I'm sure that America will be watching to see if whether the equipment will be used or not. Understand? So America is never a Father Christmas. Whatever they do, they project their interest. And as we speak, or the world is being partitioned in our own eyes. Understand? Or the world is being partitioned in our own eyes. America has no foothold in Nigeria, and they want to have a foothold in Nigeria because in Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, it is Russia. Understand? So they need to be stopped, and the only way that to stop them is to have their presence in Nigeria, which has the largest population in Africa. Understand? Just like America invading Venezuela, it's not just about their oil, it's not just about the election, but they also want to stop China and Russia, because Russia and China are doing business with Venezuela, which is next door to the United States. Understand? So you don't allow your enemies to be encroaching that's around you. Understand? So that's why even today, Donald Trump encouraged Iranians keep on protesting, because they know that if Iran falls, as Venezuela has funded, they have pushed Russia and America further away from their own area. Understand? So Nigeria having a strong foothold in Nigeria will stop the advancement of Russia into Africa. Because one thing is China squares like kerosene. Before you know it, they are everywhere. So these guys need to be stopped. Africa is a virgin land. America will want that to have a strong footing in Africa. Understand? But there should be something that is driving your vision. There should be something that is driving your goal. Understand me? So now, this genocide, understand, of Christians has provided a very big opportunity for them to come in. They have come in, they are not going very soon. Understand? So they will make sure that that their impact is felt in Nigeria, and to also serve a strong message to the other countries around. Understand that the big boy is here. So they have supplied the weapons. The ball has now been passed to the defense minister and to the service chiefs to make sure that they are used for the right purposes. The defense minister said that that they are going to make sure that the welfare that's of the soldiers are well taken care of. So if their welfare is taken care of and there's ammunition, understand, I don't see any reason why they should not win this war.
Okay. Okay, you know, what measures do you think should Nigeria take to ensure that these supplies are used ethically and effectively, and they're not diverted or mismanaged? Because we know that we've seen diversion of funds, especially when it comes to the military. And so what measures can Nigeria as a country take so that these supplies are not diverted and taken and given to the wrong hands, or, like you said, placed in museum for people to like?
If we are saying Nigerians, me and you, it's not our business.
Not Nigerian. I mean the federal government.
Call them.
Like the defense ministry, the federal government, like ensure that it doesn't.
So that when there's a failure,
we'll know who. Of course, I don't mean Nigerians as in you and I.
So that's why I say that the Minister of Defense and the service chiefs should make sure that the weapons are used for the right purposes. Understand? Anywhere there's a terrorism or banditry, understand, they should use it on them. But if they fail to use it, I'm sure America will come and show them how to use it.
Okay, Kenane, you know, there have been arguments, especially by Burutai, when was talking, I think just yesterday or so, during like a panel, or not a panel, but a forum celebrating the Armed Remembrance and Celebration Day, Armed Forces Remembrance and Celebration Day. He made mention of the fact that I'm paraphrasing now, that the military is not supposed to actually be doing internal security, that this is the job of the police. But with this assistance, would it justify continued military presence in our internal security? That's why these arguments that policing should be by the police and not the military.
Well, he may be speaking from the professional side as a trained soldier. When you interact with them, they will let you understand that the soldier has one understanding and one command. And that understanding and command is to shoot and kill. Also, he may be looking at it from that angle, but you look at it from the Nigerian context. In the Nigerian context, in the past 40 to 50 years, what has always been the work of the Nigerian military. And at a time like this, when we have serious issues, as serious as terrorism, terrorism is as good as war. I don't know why the army will sit at home or the military will sit at home waiting for external aggression. When those people who are attacking Nigerians are actually perceived to be external people, I think it is their duty to defend Nigeria externally. And by saying that, we should start blaming him, who was a military chief as at that time, for allowing these people to penetrate into our country. And at this point now, he's telling us that the military will not or should not be defending internally. The first failure on his own part and the part of other military chiefs of his regime was allowing these marauders into our country. Otherwise, if they hadn't come into our country, I would have said it differently. We are aware they come from Mali, they come from different countries, some of them come across the oceans in the name of ISIS and other heavy names into Nigeria. So where was the military when this was done? This is the point we expected them to have acted the way he has said now. But now that they're in the country, and with the kind of ammunitions that they have, how then do they expect that the police will be able to fight and defend, or rather weigh them off, when they even have sophisticated arms more than our military? What about the police? So I think he's only saying that probably to defend his lapses as the time when all these things was happening. However, in my belief, I strongly believe the military, they are doing their best, and in fact, they are doing what they are supposed to do at the moment to ensure peace in this country, Nigeria, where we were born to, where we made peace. We have to go old age and leave peace behind instead of waiting for the police to come and take over. And moreover, we have a very serious concern. Our concern is that even the police to go on the streets, we do not have enough police on the streets. And now that you want to deploy them to go and fight in the forest, I just don't understand what he was thinking for making that statement. We are thinking of more army, more police, more navy, for Nigeria to actually sit as a sovereign state that they call. All these things, we must have them in abundance. They have a standard for security in every country. Number of police and number of citizens that a police officer will be able to take care of. When we have doubled that number in Nigeria, what else do we expect the police to do? Instead, we expect that the military should join hands with the police because we live in the same country. However, We are not expecting war soonest from any country or any of our neighboring countries. If we go and interfere with another country's internal issue, why then can the military not interfere with Nigeria's internal issue? So I don't agree with him on that.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Anosike, would you want to chime into this particular question before I move on to the next conversation?
The issue is that, one, on paper, the army and the police has different visions and different trainings too. The soldier was trained to shoot at the head, which means to kill. The policeman was trained to shoot at the leg, that is to demobilize. So soldiers are trained to protect the country against external aggression. Why policemen are to make sure that there's public peace, understand, to guard against breakdown of law and order. But anytime that the police are overwhelmed, soldiers are called in. Anytime the police are overwhelmed, soldiers are called in. That's why in some countries, soldiers are called to come and help to quell riots, which is ordinarily is the responsibility of the police. But here, what we are having in the country now is an issue of terrorism. Understand me? Which borders on national security. So this falls squarely on the shoulders of the soldiers, not the police. Issues of terrorism, understand, is issue of national security. So it is the soldiers that are better prepared, better trained to combat this, not soldiers. So, you know, he had been out of service and maybe he doesn't have a good retentive memory. That could be why he is saying this. What we are having is a breakdown of our national security. And it is soldiers that are trained to take care of what's happening in the country. That's why policemen are not sent to, if you are watching their videos, you don't see policemen, understand, at the forest, Sambisa or anywhere. It is soldiers that we see. And mind you, they also bring in soldiers during elections, which is very, very wrong. Understand? So if soldiers can be brought in during a conduction of a election, which is a civic responsibility, then why can't you bring them in issue of national security?
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to the next conversation we have tonight. Former President of the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, Olisa Agbakoba, has demanded a thorough investigation into the death of a son of internationally acclaimed author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, and using the tragedy to call for urgent health sector reforms. In the wake of the toddler's death, Agbakoba has called for a full public probe to uncover the circumstances that led to the loss, warning that Nigeria's health system is failing its citizens. He noted that inadequate facilities, poor emergency response systems, and lack of accountability contributes to preventable deaths across the country. A situation, he says, should shame policymakers into immediate action. Agbakoba is also demanding that government officials expedite reforms to strengthen emergency medical services, improve hospital capacity, and install robust patient care oversight. Civil society organizations have backed this call, saying Nigeria cannot continue to lose lives to health system lapses, regardless of wealth, status, or public profile. The demand comes at a time when Nigeria's healthcare challenges, from funding to workforce shortages, remain at the forefront of national debate. And let me come to you first, Kinani. You know, what do you make of this incident? And does it highlight the systemic challenges, the weaknesses that we have in Nigeria's health system? And yeah, what do you make of it?
Yeah, and then this is a very unfortunate situation. Today we are hearing about it because it is the son of a prominent Nigerian. But situations like this are bound in the localities where we live. And we feel sad. Every day we cry. When you go to the hospital, you see the way doctors, nurses, and every of the medical staff, the way they behave, not knowing that it is a specialized profession where I believe part of their training is the oath to save life. In Nigeria today, you cannot walk into any hospital and be rest assured in your heart that single hospital of that nature in this country, no matter the amount that you are paying for medical bills for yourself, your family, and any other person. And this has become a systemic failure from the fact that before hospitals are licensed to operate, the regulators do not, I'm putting it on the regulators now, they do not do thorough verification of the qualification of the doctors. Qualification I'm talking about now is not just medical or educational qualification. I'm talking of professional qualification. They do not verify the qualification of nurses or healthcare givers before they are issued license to operate. And because there is no regular checks on them, once they've gotten that license, it's all over. I assure you that a good number of medical doctors in this country do not do research. All what they believe in is what they learned in their medical school, or probably when they were doing their internship, they were attached to a particular person, and if he keeps administering a particular drug for a particular sickness, that's what they do. We've seen situations that you will be weeping when you see the behavior when you go to hospitals. For those of us who mixes with the public, who are always at the locals, sometimes you feel like buying over their matter. But how long will you go? A lot of people have died. A lot of children have died. Pregnant women have died because of the poor and wicked healthcare system in this country. It is poor because regulators do not do their work. It is wicked because the people who have sworn to save life are the ones who are taking life. Then the worst of all, the government. What is the government budget for healthcare in a country like Nigeria, where we have abject poverty, where people cannot feed? Because the first treatment you give to yourself is good feeding. And when people cannot eat well, there is bound to be sickness all over the body. So the government has not given enough budget to sustain our healthcare system. Thank God, even for them, they are running abroad and there's no security for them, even when they go abroad, under the guise of going to take treatment. Whatever affects us here also affects them, because they would have been peaceful in their home. Each time you take a flight, it's not a jolly ride. And so they are also feeling it. No matter how high they are, they need this. Then again, if you look at the practitioners, somebody who just finishes a medical school, he has not served a year. Before you are aware, he has the money. He opens a kiosk and begins to practice medicine. In this country, I have seen somebody who never went to school. who was performing surgical operations in a registered hospital. What kind of a country are we in? It is difficult to believe some of the things that happen. It is unfortunate that today Abakoba is shouting because it has to do with the son of a prominent Nigerian. But what about the children of those poor Nigerians who are lavishing at home, who even sold all that they have to go to hospital to get medical attention, and they never get medical attention, and what they get is death in return? It is pathetic. In fact, that is one of the reasons why we will want America to come, if possible, and dwell in Nigeria. Because these are some of the things they need to look at, in the sense that it is not just the medical field. In every sphere of life in Nigeria, there has been drastic decline to the ground, where you trust nothing you buy in the market, adulterated everything you buy in the market, where you trust nothing you are doing with somebody. Anybody you are doing business with, his mind is to dupe you. Money has become the ultimate in the life of Nigerians. That's why when you go to the hospital, the first thing they will ask you for is money, instead of them living life first.
But while you were talking, you made mention of the U.S. coming, and on a lighter note, actually. But if the U.S. comes in to take over everything, that would not be very good for us as a country. Don't you think so?
No, get me right. I'm not saying U.S. should come over and take everything in Nigeria. What I'm saying, U.S. should come over and institutionalize things and build our system. What do I mean by that? You see, corruption. The number one aspect of corruption is insecurity. Because when there's security, when the police is working, all these people will be arrested. When the court is working, these people will be taken to court. When the judicial system is working, they will be given appropriate judgment. When the government is working, they will be treated accordingly if it requires jail. But in this system, Nigeria, as long as you belong to a class, everything goes well. I assure you, even in the waving in of the Lagos state government, we are still not going to hear anything different. They will all call it professional error, and nothing is going to come out of it. A lot of people have lost their life.
Okay, I will come back to you. Let me hear from Dr. Anosike. You know, the last statement Kinane made was a professional error. And you know, many Nigerians have become victims of this so-called professional error. And you know, when this was posted, as this Chimamanda's case was posted, someone alleged on social media that she has been a case, or she has been a victim rather, of this, or her family has been a victim of this same hospital, having this same issue. So, you know, it looks like it's, if not because it is an internationally acclaimed person, someone who is well known, probably this will also be swept under the carpet, like many things have been swept under the carpet. So many persons have died as a result of professional error, in quote. But let me ask you, for you, what specific policy failures would you say have contributed to preventable deaths that we've seen in our healthcare facilities?
Well, one, a lot of things. One, we don't even have the right equipment in the country. Dora Akunyini died because of wrong diagnosis. That is what killed Dora Akunyini. She went that to the hospital, and she was wrongly diagnosed and begin to be given wrong medications. Understand? Because they don't have the right equipment. Even X-ray, everything is a risk. And where does all this start? It starts from the government. It starts from the policies and programs of the government. I said on this program that there should be a law that public officers should be using public facilities. That every public office holder should be using public facilities, assuming that we have known that 2026, the budget for health was 2.4 trillion. Assuming that public officers are using public facilities, the budget for health will have been 20-something trillion. Understand? But they don't use it. So whether the poor are dying or surviving does not bother them. When they have headache, they run. They run to Asia or America. That's Europe or America. When they have an ear problem, are the same thing. So for me, to get it right, we must start from the policies and programs of the government. Then, on the individuals, there must be deterrence. Understand? Whoever is found guilty, because to me, this is murder. Understand me? From what I've read through the social media, understand me? What happened is murder. Because if the person is not, should be punished to make sure that it will serve as a deterrent to other people. Understand? And when medical doctors are being punished, they will now make sure that that they have the right equipment. They will make sure that they have the right equipment, because it will go back to them at the end of the day if somebody dies out of that complications, because that is the word they always use. He died out of complications. So for now, the doctor involved has been suspended, but suspending him will not bring back the boy that died. So government should be up and doing, and they make sure that the existing hospitals are equipped with the latest medical facilities. Understand? And that those who are to man these facilities also are trained to man them. Because if you bring the best medical facilities and the people here don't have the capacity, it will still be the same thing. So doctors should be upgrading on a regular basis. Understand me? Doctors should be upgrading on a regular, because medical technology is doing a lot. Every day, the discoveries are being made, innovations are being made, and I don't think if our doctors in Nigeria are upgrading enough to be able to be making use of these innovations or discoveries. And when we check that these people are not moving at par with the technology, then something should be done about it.
Okay, thank you. Let's now move on to politics. A former governor of Ekiti State, Ayo Fayose, has issued a sharp rebuke of Governor Fubara's leadership style, admonishing him to climb down from his high horse amid the lingering political crisis in Rivers State. In comments made while addressing journalists, the former governor accused Fubara of political arrogance and disconnect from the grassroots concerns of Rivers citizens. Fayose argued that rather than intensify internal divisions, the governor should adopt a more inclusive approach to governance. He also hinted that the ongoing tensions may be eroding public confidence in government, calling for strategic dialogue rather than escalation. Let me come to you first, Kinane. It's your state. You are in Rivers State. What do you make of this Fayose's call to Fubara? He's actually asking him to mend fences with Wike. And of course, he said he should come down from his high horse. What do you make of this statement? Is there any truth to this?
Before I come to the statement of Fayose, I want to The issue with Nigeria, which Rivers State is part of, is multidimensional in the sense that, yes, we were complaining a short while ago that the executive should be separated from the legislative, which also should be separated from the judiciary for us to be able to have complete autonomy of the three arms of government. And it is quite unfortunate that we are beginning to see such a thing in Rivers State. And people are crying out their eyes. For when they were together yesterday, were you with them? Nena, did you enjoy with them? That today that they are quarreling, we should buy their matter or buy their issue. It is multidimensional also that name